Give me the TV clicker.
Okay, David, we're live.
Okay, everyone, my name is Dave Nixon. I'm the acting chairman today. I have a few notices to read, so I will begin with that. The meeting is being recorded and will be available shortly hereafter for scheduled and on-demand viewing or on any smartphone or tablet device. If anybody else is recording the meeting, please let Sarah know. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the Open Meeting Law, General Laws, Chapter 30A, Paragraph 18, and the Governor's March 23, 2020 order imposing strict limitations on the number of people that may gather in one place, this meeting of the Chatham Zoning Board is being conducted via remote participation. No in-person attendance of members of the public will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings as provided for in the order. A reminder that persons who would like to listen to this meeting while in progress may do so by calling the phone number 508-945-4410, conference ID 442-507-694, and that should do it. Despite our best efforts, we may not be able to provide for real-time access, and we will post a record of this meeting on the town's website as soon as possible. To begin with, I will ask for a roll call of all the board members. So I will mention a name, and if that's your name, please say present and reiterate your name. So we'll start with Dave Beach.
David Beach.
Paul Semple.
Paul Semple.
Happy Van Sickle.
Happy Van Sickle here.
David Thompson.
Dave Thompson.
Megan Story. Did I hear that? Is that your name?
I'm not sure if someone's watching it on YouTube and we're getting background feed maybe.
A lot of background.
Okay. I understand Dennis Sullivan, who is also an associate member, is not here today. And again, I'm Dave Nixon, and I'm obviously here.
Mr. Chair.
Yes?
This would be Mr. Upson.
Mm-hmm.
I'm present.
Attaboy. Okay, I'm glad you're on top of it. I'm going to start with a little old business. Last week, 2 weeks ago, our chairman announced that it would probably be his last meeting, and it turns out he was correct. So I'm going to make a small statement here, and remember, everybody, this is my statement. I am not speaking for the board or other members. I'm not speaking for any of the town staff. I'm strictly speaking for myself. I believe the town of Chatham owes Robert Hessler a huge thank you for the over decade of service on the zoning board. He cared, and when I say cared, he really, truly cared for the board, the members, and the town staff. Bob enjoyed being on the board, and at the end of the day, I hope he has a smile on his face, as Chatham benefited not only from his service, but it's also a better place because of his fairness and thoroughness. If you look in today's Chronicle, you'll see some comments from me about specifics. I don't want to reiterate that. I just want to say thank you, Bob. Thank you very much. And I look forward to continuing our friendship as we travel down the highway of life. Chatham owes Bob Hessler a lot. Having said that, the gentleman who just spoke, Mr. Buck Upson, is the new regular member of the Zoning Board of Appeals, joining Happy, Dave Veach, Paul Semple, and myself. So congratulations to Buck. And we look forward to many years of participating together. We also have a new associate member. Her name is Megan Story. I think everybody should try and reach out to Megan, welcome her. It's a tough thing starting a job like this where you can't even see the faces or the names or anything of anybody and see what's going on. Megan, this is not easy for you, but hopefully we will make it as easy as possible. I think it's fair at this time that I go through how the meeting is conducted for all those that wish to participate down the line. We have a lot to do today, and I mean a lot. So what happens is the hearing notice will be read by Sarah Clark. Mrs. Clark is a staff member, and I refer to her as the PPO, the Principal Permitting Officer for the town of Chatham. After that, whoever is making the appeal or application or their representative will present it. I will then ask for anyone in the audience, that would be anybody on the phone or whatever, that wishes to speak in favor, only in favor, to do so. When that is done, I will read any and all letters that we have received, and while I have a big stack of them, Sarah informs me there are some others that I don't have, so when I'm done reading what I have, she would speak up and join the fray. After that, anyone who wishes to speak either against the appeal or has a specific question would have an opportunity to do so. I would then ask the applicant if they wish to rebut any testimony or answer some questions that had come up before. Then board members will be able to ask their questions. When we have done with our questions, we would close the public hearing and open up deliberation. Deliberation is only open to board members unless a specific board member invites someone who has given testimony in either in favor of appeal or against appeal to do so. And then they may join the discussion. Then there would be a vote. In the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, zoning board votes are not simple majority. They are so-called supermajority. That means there are 5 votes. In order to be successful, an applicant needs to get 4 votes in the affirmative. 3, even though that's a majority, is not a supermajority and does not bring forth a winning decision. Voting today are the regular members. That would be myself, Mr. Veach, Semple, Upson, and Mrs. Van Sickle. The associates do not vote. However, they participate in all the discussions and questioning. I hope there are no questions as far as the process. So, Sarah, I think it's time to begin with application 20-030.
Application number 20-030. Vincent and Julie Lacerbo, care of William F. Riley, Esquire, P.O. Box 707, Chatham, Mass. 02633. Owner of property located at 70 Barnhill Road, also shown on the Town of Chatham's Assessor's Map 9D, Block 35, Lot 6. The applicant seeks to enlarge, extend, or change a non-conforming dwelling on a non-conforming lot via the demolition of the existing guest house and construction of a new guest house. The existing guest house is non-conforming in that it has a road setback of 17.7 feet where 25 feet is required. The proposed guest house will conform to all setback requirements. The existing building coverage is 1,797 square feet, 3.4%, and the proposed building coverage is 1,983 square feet, 3.7%, where 10% is the maximum allowed. The lot is conforming in that it contains 53,297 square feet, but is non-conforming with 70.47 feet of frontage where 100 feet is required in an R20 zoning district. A special permit is required under Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 6, and Section 5B of the Chatham Protected Bylaw.
Mr. Riley.
Mr. Chairman, Bill Riley on behalf of Vincent and Julie Lacerbo. This is a project that was approved, 3 years ago, before the Lacerbos took title. They were going to take advantage of the special permit, but more than 2 years went by, and so they're obligated to reapply. I know you have a long agenda, and I know you have new members, so I'll run through it as quickly as I can, and you can tell me to stop when you think I've said enough.
Okay.
So the project, as proposed, would be the demolition of the existing guest house and the construction of a new guest house. Sarah just went through. Sarah's got the front elevation. That building is only 22 feet or less than 23 feet wide, so it's really not an imposing building. It does meet the street setback. And I think, it was a design that was approved previously, 3 years ago. So it's a traditional design. As you can see, the lot is a huge lot where the main house is a significant distance back from the road, and the guest house will be pretty much where the existing guest house is, just moved and reoriented so it complies with all the sideline and street setbacks. I did attach a copy of the decision that approved the previous iteration of this. And the site plan and the building plans are identical. We're using the plans that were previously approved. That would be our presentation, unless you want me to run through the criteria now.
I don't think it's necessary to run through the criteria again.
Okay.
Having been done in the past. At this point, I would ask for anybody that wishes to speak in favor of this to so indicate to Sarah. I'm not hearing that there is
Okay.
anyone, Sarah.
Seeing none, we do have correspondence.
First of all, we have a letter from Judith Giorgio from the Board of Health. It's dated July 7th. I've reviewed the plan to renovate and rebuild the existing cottage. The property has been ordered to connect to the Chatham Municipal Sewer System. At this time, our records indicate that the owners have not complied with said order. There are no records available regarding the existing on-site sewage system. Both dwellings will be required to connect to the sewer as ordered. As a condition of approval for the proposed project, existing floor plans for both dwellings are required for review. Then we have a letter, it's quite lengthy, from Robert and Ellen Lincoln. Dear members of the ZBA, we as direct abutters to the property at 7 Barn Hill Road take issue with the stated building coverages listed in the legal notice at the upcoming ZBA meeting. We're the owners of 58 Barn Hill Road since 1988. The subject guest cottage has been in a state of disrepair since the previous owner attempted a large-scale unpermitted renovation on the home. The guest cottage or accessory dwelling unit in question on the subject property measures 26 by 22, approximately 575 square feet, and is 12 to 13 feet from our shared property boundary. We have not yet seen proposed building plans for the new ADU. While we do not object to the plan to raise and rebuild on the site, we do have some concerns. The main house on the lot is listed in the town assessor's database at 1,948 square feet. The guest house is listed at 616 square feet, likely including now defunct / removed exterior stairs and landings. The overall existing building coverage on the lot would then be 1,940 plus 616, which equals 2,556 square feet. This number appears to contradict the application and legal notice announcement, which states the existing building coverage is 1,797, and the proposed building coverage is 1,083 square feet. Whether the coverage listed applies to the individual buildings or if the square footage is combined for the purpose of this application is unclear to us. Nevertheless, the figures do not add up or make sense. These square footage numbers appear to be wrong and misleading. Please clarify. We would formally request an explanation as to how these numbers were arrived at and how they plan to be utilized in this decision-making process. Our understanding of the pertinent town dimensional and setback requirements are as quoted. Use and
Mr.
dimensional
Chairman?
requirements. Yes, sir.
Bill Riley?
Yes, sir.
A couple of things. When Mr. Lincoln or Mrs. Lincoln was looking at the assessor's records, those numbers are for the net area of the structure. That would be the interior space, not the building coverage. So he's looking at the interior dimensions, and so the building coverage is identified by the engineer on the site plan and is identified in our application, are accurate building coverage numbers.
Okay.
And then, Mr. Lincoln goes on at length about an ADU, accessory dwelling unit.
Yes.
Okay, this is not an accessory dwelling unit. This is a demolition of an existing guest house and its replacement with a new guest house.
Okay.
Those are not subject to the limitation of the ADU, and I just want to save time for you if you think that's appropriate.
Yeah, no, that's right, because the rest of the letter has about it being an ADU, and since it is not, Sarah, is there any question about this not being an ADU?
There is no question about it. An ADU was not applied for. It was a demolition and a rebuild of a guest house.
Okay, very good. Okay, that is the end of the correspondence. So now I will ask for anyone in the audience or wherever that wishes to speak against or has a specific question to do so now. I'm not hearing anybody.
I'm seeing no hands raised, so I believe we are okay to proceed.
Okay. So now we'll go on to questions from board members. Dave Veach.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dave Veach, I have no questions.
Okay. Paul.
Paul Semple, no questions.
Happy. Happy, are you there? Sarah, was that?
Happy is here. She will just need to unmute herself.
Okay.
Sorry, Happy Van Sickle, no questions.
Okay. Mr. Upson.
This is Buck, no questions.
Mr. Thompson.
Dave Thompson, no questions, sir.
Mrs. Story. I did not understand that. Did you, Sarah?
I believe that she has no questions.
Okay. Okay, and Dennis is not there. And I, Dave Nixon, Do not have any questions. Okay, Paul, I think we could stand a motion from you.
This is Paul Semple. I'll move to close the hearing and move into deliberations.
Mr. Veach?
David Veach seconds.
Okay, then we will poll the voters. Paul?
Paul Semple, aye.
Dave Veach?
Dave Veach votes yes.
Happy?
Happy votes yes.
Buck?
Upson, yes.
And Nixon also yes. So, deliberation. Let's start with Happy Van Sickle.
I don't really have anything to talk about other than to say I think it's a fine project and it definitely needs to happen. It's in
Okay.
terrible shape.
Buck Upson.
I think it's great they're going to get rid of the house that's sided with tarps from the local hardware store. I am concerned about parking, but hopefully we'll cover that on special conditions.
Okay, Paul Semple.
I agree. It's certainly not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood, and I will vote to approve.
Dave Veach.
Yes, I voted for it 2 years ago, and I absolutely approve of it now. It meets all applicable criteria. Thanks.
Dave Thompson.
I echo everything that's been said so far. It's going to be a vast improvement to the West Chatham neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, Megan Story.
I believe she signed off to sign back on. She was having bad connection.
Okay. We'll give her a few seconds to get back on.
I have no questions.
Okay, and I, Dave Nixon, have no questions. Let's talk about conditions. Dave Veach?
Hi, Dave Veach. The lot certainly is large enough to accommodate everything. So I think the only conditions really that we would want to apply is the one about that all construction vehicles be contained on the property. I don't think we need a summer ban on work in this kind of location.
Paul?
I agree with Dave's suggestions. We just want to keep construction vehicles off Barnhill Road there because it gets pretty narrow.
Happy?
I agree. The only thing my concern is it's quite a busy street in the middle of summer, so I'm a little bit concerned about that. But if you think they can keep them off Barnhill Road and bring them up into the property, that's okay with me.
Buck?
You approved it 2 years ago. I'm going to support it now.
And you don't care about a condition?
Oh, I care very much about the parking on site because Barnhill supports people going to both Harding Beach and Oyster River with boat trailers, and very important that doesn't drop down to one lane.
Okay. Dave Thompson?
The only thing I'd say is no parking on Barnhill Road.
Megan Story?
I would agree with that sentiment.
Yeah, and I would certainly go along with it too, this being Dave Nixon. Okay, how do you want the condition to be worded, Paul?
I would move to approve the application as submitted with the condition that all construction vehicles be maintained on site and off
Okay.
Barn Hill Road.
Okay, good.
David
Everyone
Veach?
agree on that?
Yeah, David Veach, I'll second that.
Okay. Okay, so now we would take a vote. Paul, if you would.
Yep, Paul Semple says yes.
No, well, you need to, you have to kind of reiterate the application with the condition.
Okay, well, I'll move to approve the application as submitted with the condition that all the construction vehicles be maintained on site and off Barn Hill Road.
Okay, good. Dave,
David Veach, seconds.
That's right. Okay, I'll take a roll. So we'll start with Happy.
All right, Happy votes yes.
Buck,
Upson votes yes.
Dave Veach,
Dave Veach votes yes.
and Paul.
Paul Semple votes yes.
And Dave Nixon votes yes. So that's a unanimous decision, Mr. Riley, 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the board.
Okay.
Our next application is application number 20-031, Avalon Point Residence Trust, care of William F. Riley Esquire, P.O. Box 707, Chatham, Mass. 02633. Owner of property located at 24 Avalon Point Road, also shown on the Town of Chatham's Assessor's Map 12L, Block 15C, Lot L4. The applicant seeks to enlarge, extend, or change a non-conforming dwelling on a non-conforming lot via the demolition of the existing dwelling and the construction of a new dwelling and swimming pool. Also proposed is the replacement of exterior mechanical system appliances, AC condensers, within the abutter's setback. The existing dwelling is non-conforming in that it is located 39.9 feet from the Coastal Conservancy District. The existing AC condenser is non-conforming in that it is located 21.7 feet from the southerly abutter. The proposed swimming pool will be non-conforming in that it will be located 47.4 feet from the Coastal Conservancy District, where a 50-foot setback is required. The proposed AC condensers will be non-conforming in that they will be located 24.5 feet from the southerly abutter, where a 25-foot setback is required. The existing building coverage is 4,120 square feet, 12.1%, and the proposed building coverage is 5,133 square feet, 15.1%, where 10% is the maximum allowed. The lot is non-conforming in that it contains 125 feet of frontage where 150 feet is required. The lot contains 40,914 square feet where 40,000 square feet is required in the R40 zoning district. A special permit is required under Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 6 and 9, and Section 5B and 8D2B of the Chatham Protective Bylaw.
Mr. Riley, before you begin, Sarah, how many votes do we need on this?
I believe you can do it as one vote rather than separating out the AC. It's both a special permit. So I think that should be sufficient unless Attorney Riley would like to have two votes, one for the AC and one for the dwelling.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Unfortunately, we didn't get an updated plan. The AC unit is currently proposed to be on the side of the garage facing Avalon Point Road, more than 40 feet away from Avalon Point Road, so it'll meet the setback.
Uh-huh.
So to the extent that there's an application for a special permit for the AC to be closer to the sideline, we would withdraw that as part of the application.
Okay. Go ahead.
No, I say, I believe I need a vote to allow me to withdraw it.
Yes.
I believe you are correct. Would you like to do that now, or would you like to present the whole thing and then we'll knock that off?
We can go through it.
Okay,
Happy to go through it.
Let's go through it.
Okay, so before we start, this project is subject to the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission. The Conservation Commission has been unable, because of staff shortages and the complexities relating to remote hearings, to schedule things in the normal course. They've been taking advantage of the governor's order that allows the chair to extend the time for having hearings.
Mhm.
So, although we filed this application a long time ago, it's scheduled for hearing in the Conservation Commission on August 26th.
Wow.
Because of the nature of the application, in other words, we're moving the building back like 40 feet from the top of the bank, and because the Brown family has applied for and been granted permission and actually completed the work to completely remove all invasive vegetation on the face of the bank and replace it with all native vegetation, and they've actually recontoured the bank a little bit to make it more stable. I believe that the only issues with the Conservation Commission for this project are really going to be kind of mitigation for coverages that are inside the 100-foot line, which is, if you look on the site plan that's up now, you can see that the red line is the 50-foot no disturb zone, and that's really the setback from the Conservancy District. And so the dwelling does not impinge on that setback at all. The blue line is the 100-foot line, and the bulk of the house is outside that as well. But there are patios, there's a pool, and things like that. And we'll be dealing with the Conservation Commission on the construction of those items. But I believe that unlike a project that is, represents a potential danger to a wetland, that this is a project that it would be okay for the ZBA to act today, knowing that nothing can happen unless we get an order of conditions from the Conservation Commission. I just wanted to bring it up now rather than
Yep. Okay.
get to the end.
And again, this is Dave Nixon speaking. I think, Mr. Riley, what I'll do is poll the board to see how they feel about that. Because, as you point out, there's no sense wasting a lot of time if there are members who wish to wait. So, with that in mind, I'll first ask Paul Semple.
I guess I would say that my concerns with respect to this project do not relate to conservation issues, but rather the overall project. So I don't have a problem going forward without the Conservation Commission.
Okay, Dave Veach.
Yeah, Dave Veach, I'm in agreement with Mr. Riley. I think that we can move ahead with this because it doesn't seem to be the concerns that we would be addressing don't really seem to be intertwined with the CONSCOM. So I'm comfortable moving forward with this. Yeah.
Happy? I'm sorry, Happy, did you respond to that?
My phone, excuse me, seems to want to mute me up. Yes, I agree with the two previous gentlemen.
Okay, Buck, how do you feel about that?
Let's do it.
Dave Thompson?
Definitely do it. Do it.
And Megan?
I agree. I think we should proceed.
Okay, and I do also. All right, Mr. Riley, roll it.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so the Avalon Point Residence Trust is actually the Scott Brown family. They've owned the property for several years, and they've been good stewards of the property, as I indicated. They applied for and received permission, and the work was completed by Wilkinson Ecological Design to take care of the bank, remove all invasives, do a little recontouring to make sure it's more stable. It's all been replanted and has a jute mat on it to protect it. So I think I'd like to start off on the point that these are good stewards of the property. And now they've worked long and hard with Karen Kempton for their house design. And so I'd like to have Karen explain the design process, and she has a video, of course, to show that her product. And so I'd like to have Karen step in and go through the design process and talk about the design characteristics of the structure.
Okay, this is Karen Kempton, architect for Scott and Tracy Brown. Can you hear me all?
I can hear you, yes.
Great. Can we bring up the site plan first, Sarah? What you had up before? The first meeting we had was back in September of last year, and it included Sean Riley from Coastal Engineering, Mike Picard and Mike Coutu of Sudbury Landscape Design, representatives from Wilkinson Ecological Design, and builder Rick Roy. It became very apparent at this meeting that this was going to be a team design, as the first stage was to have the bank restoration project completed in 2019. We then discussed house placement, and it was agreed that we pull the house out of the 0 to 50 setback from the top of bank, and additionally move the house out of the 50 to 100 setback where the existing house sits. Sarah, can you pull up the assessor's pages that were 2? Perfect. 24, as you can see on the left-hand side, is where the existing house sits now. The next slide, Sarah, perfect, is where the new house will reside, and you can see it's pulled forward. This had the benefit of using the underutilized front lawn by bringing the house forward out of the rear and make the house more conforming to this coastal setbacks. By pulling the garage and the house closer to the road, we are making it more in line with the existing streetscape setbacks. Sarah, can you pull up the plan that Sean sent over this morning that has the sideline setbacks? It wasn't in my original package, but he sent it over this morning. Yeah, perfect. Additionally, this has the benefit of opening up the views for our abutters. As you can see on Sean's plan, brown color is the existing brown footprint, which makes sense. And the green is the new proposed building. So as you can see, as we're pulling it forward, both our abutters to the left and to the right, their view corridor opens up significantly. You can see that we've moved it away from the top of bank significantly, about 40 feet. And from this, you can also see that the garage aligns better with the streetscape. It's pretty much the same distance as our abutter to the left. The footprint of the house is similar in size to the existing within the garage on the left, and the garage door is hidden from the road. That was an important feature. The existing house has that as well. The garage is an L to the front, and the garage doors are not facing the street. It was important to Scott to have a 3-car garage as they plan to retire here and needed a place to store Scott's vintage 67 Austin Healey. We felt that a 3-car garage was not detrimental, as our closest abutter has one as well. That would be the house on the left. That's a 3-car garage. The new garage is 50 feet from the front property line and 56 feet from the edge of pavement, where 40 feet is the setback. Sarah, if you could bring up the schematics of the front elevation. Perfect. I reduced the scale of the 3-car garage, which is on the left, by creating the third bay as a smaller bay and adding it to the 2-car garage. This drops the roof line down and creates an attractive carriage house design. If you can scroll down to the right side elevation, we can see there you go. So here's what you would be looking at when you pull into the garage. You have the 3 bays, but one of the bays is smaller and it allows the roof line to drop down so that we don't have a large 36-foot long roof line that you would have with a 3-car garage. The main house is set back from the road 117 feet and is similar in width to the existing house and respects the sideline setback. The generator and AC units have also been relocated to meet the setbacks, which was a concern of the neighbors. If you can go to the photo of the rear of the house, Sarah. Back. There we go. So this is the photo of the rear of the house that shows the bank restoration project. And as I mentioned, the house will be moved further back from the top of the coastal bank, 77 feet from the coastal bank, where it is 47 feet now. So imagine that this structure, again, moved 30 feet back from where you're looking at it now. Although there will be a pool in this area, we feel that this is not detrimental to the view as the visual massing is moved back. There is an overlay plan of the existing house and the new house, which I think was the 4th slide, Sarah?
I think they'll approve it, don't you, Sarah?
There you go.
Probably.
You can see from an overlay of the footprint that the existing house is in green, that the footprint is very similar with the exception of the 3-car garage in the front. The building coverage of the proposed house is 3% larger than the existing house. And most of this is due to covered porches that we feel enhance the look of the house. There is minimal addition of 378 square feet of living space to the footprint. This consists of a larger family kitchen, an office for Scott to ease him into retirement, and a first floor laundry area and mudroom with side entry. We can now go to the model and start that, but if you could pause on the front as it's playing, that would be great. Yep, just keep it right there. As I mentioned, most of the increase in coverage is due to the covered porches that we feel enhance the look of the house. The covered front entry gambrel minimizes the scale of the building and creates an attractive and useful covered entry where none exists now on the front of the house. So as we continue around the house, you can pause there. You can see the 3-car garage. There is a side entry that also counts in our coverage. But this is for the family to get into a mudroom that currently doesn't exist now. And as we move around the house, you can see the 3-car garage, which steps down in scale, and you can see the breezeway light connector to the main house. The house on this side is heavily vegetated and screened by existing trees. So as we're moving around the house, you'll see glimpses through it, the vegetation. As we come around the back, you'll see the embankment. The restoration project. Now, if you can pause there. So the rear covered porch is centered between the 2 gambrel gables, which allows seating out of the sun and provides space for an outside 2nd floor balcony. That balcony is recessed between the 2 gambrels, so not visible from either abutter. And then there are Juliet balconies off the smaller gambrel bedrooms. We feel that these covered porches are important features to the home, and although they add 500 square feet of coverage, we do feel that they do not add visual mass to the house, but rather soften the scale of the house. As we again move around the house,
Is the house? Yeah.
That's from the water. It went up by our yard, through our yard, they were just showing all our bushes and stuff. Now we're
So
going
this
over-
is the other side of the house with existing trees that will be remaining as a buffer.
That's a long process, and they're only on the second one. We have
There's a connector to the garage, if you can pause there. The only windows on that connector are the windows at the staircase getting up there. So again, we've minimized the windows on this side of the house and especially over the garage if we continue around.
It's gonna be a very pretty house.
There's some dormers up there over the garage that are small. Small windows in them. If we can start back at the front of the movie and just kind of freeze it on the front.
That's the Stefanelli, honey.
Scott and Tracy have 2 adult children who are both married and have children of their own. So the Browns not only wanted to create a retirement home for themselves, but they wanted a house their children and grandchildren could come and enjoy. We hope that you agree that this is an attractive addition to the neighborhood and with its design features and siding is not substantially detrimental to the neighborhood. And I'm here for questions.
Thank you, Karen. I think just a couple of points to be made. I mean, a lot of the new coverage are porch roofs, which don't add to mass or a living space. And 264 square feet is the third garage bay, which, as Dave Nixon can tell you, is a very, very important element in any retirement home. So I'll take a minute here to go through the criteria. So adequacy of the size of the site in terms of the size for the proposed use. Now, as Karen indicated, the building coverage is going from 12.1% to 15.1%, where 10% is the maximum allowed. But of the significant percentage of the increased coverage are the covered porches, which I believe, as Karen stated,
You made it, huh? I did okay. All right, very well. Good for you.
most people should mute themselves, whoever they are.
Yeah, Sarah, can you figure out who's making that noise?
I just had to stop sharing my screen so I could see the participants and see who is potentially unmuted.
Okay.
All right. So in any event, so so it's a large home, but it's a neighborhood of large homes, and the homes on Avalon Point, most of which are 20 years old or so, are around, have basically the same coverage as the existing home. But as Peter Acton likes to say, when you have a waterfront home, you have to see what are those people seeing, and the homes across the way over on Fox Hill Road, opposite Eastwood Old Country Club, 560 Fox Hill Road is 12,388. This is net area from the assessor's best floor area. 558 is 7,902. This is net area. 414 is 4,485. So I think that we are, the size is adequate, and I believe that our proposal is compatible with neighboring properties. Some of the ones close by are around 3,000 and 4,000 square feet. There are a couple, there's one that's 2,072, that's at 7 Avalon Road. 12 Avalon Road is 4,977 square feet. So I believe that Size is adequate because we don't encroach on the sideline setbacks at all, and we are compatible with neighboring properties. So the extent of proposed increase in the non-conforming nature of the structure. The existing structure, as pointed out, encroaches on the 50-foot setback to the top of the coastal bank. The proposed structure has been moved back to 77 feet from the top of the coastal bank. The pool and the patio, which of course have no mass, are in front of the house, and the pool is 47 feet from the top of the bank. But I think that the important aspect here is that the house is better located on the lot because of the fact it's been moved back from the top of the bank. Suitability of the site, including but not limited to impact on neighboring properties or on the natural environment, including slopes, vegetation, wetlands, groundwater, water bodies, and storm water runoff. If you've been out to the site, as I'm sure you have been, you know that this area is very level, and so we don't foresee any potential for stormwater runoff onto adjoining properties. Because everything is so far back from the top of the bank, again, we don't think there's any significant threat to runoff that would have an effect on the coastal bank. And finally, of course, we will need an order of conditions from the Conservation Commission. And as you know, one of their major elements when they deal with a project like that is in ascertaining that there will be appropriate structures located between the construction site and the top of the coastal bank or any adjacent wetland that will protect those items. So I think that we do believe that the site is appropriate for the proposed construction. Impact of scale, siting, and mass on the neighborhood visual character, including views, vistas, and streetscapes. Although there's an increase in the size of the house, the manner in which it's located on the property, in other words, the mass and scale, do no harm to the streetscape. In fact, as Karen pointed out, the house next door is virtually identical in terms of orientation and organization. 3-car garage, long connector, and then the house facing the water. And the house, even with the increase in size, is such a significant distance from the street that because it's sited in such a manner, the mass and scale do no harm to the streetscape or any of their neighbors. I know I've looked at the correspondence, and I know that some of the neighbors are concerned that somehow people across the street are worried about losing a view. Reality is that the building is actually a little bit narrower than the existing building because the existing building actually impinged a little bit, I think, on the sidelines setback. We do not, so there's going to be a 25-foot wide corridor. And as a result of the construction, a lot of the vegetation that currently exists on site will actually be removed. So we think that we're going to have no impact at all on views and vistas. The compatibility of the proposed use with neighboring uses, it's a single-family residence in a neighborhood of single-family residences. The method of sewage disposal, source of water and drainage, a brand new septic system that will represent a substantial upgrade from what's there. Water sources, municipal water. Impact on traffic flow and safety. It's a single-family residence, it's going to be a retirement home. We don't believe there's going to be any impact on traffic flow and safety. Noise and litter, again, it's a retirement home in a fabulous community. We don't think noise and litter is going to be a problem. And the adequacy utilities and public services are above average. So that would be our presentation, Mr. Chairman. Happy to take any questions. We also have the landscape architect is available if we have questions, or perhaps we'd like to have, if it'd be possible to have him make a short presentation, that'd be great.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Why don't you do that?
Okay.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, great. My name's Mike Kutu. I'm the president of Sudbury Design Group, and we've been pleasantly involved in the design process of this home for Scott and Tracy Brown. I think Karen covered a lot of the issues and logic behind the design of this property and the siting of this house. It was clear from the start that the Browns wanted to keep the character of the streetscape consistent with the existing house, which people were used to. You know, the courtyard's driveway's not any bigger. It's actually a little shorter. There's less asphalt as you look in. As far as the pool goes, you know, we slid the house with the intent of getting more livable space on the water side, which is why people are here in the first place. And for the enjoyment of their grandchildren, they would like a swimming pool. And I will say that there's just so it's clear, the existing deck that's on the back of the current house actually is closer to the bank than our pool structure is in the proposed plan. We tried to be very sensitive in our concept to the adjacent properties and don't anticipate putting up heavy screening. You know, I think the Browns have approached this in a very neighborly way. On the right-hand side of the property, on the north side, where there's currently an easement, you know, it's the Browns' hope to clean that up. That's a neighborhood access, beach access. Their hope is to clean that up. They've kind of said that they really would like to make that happen for the neighborhood. And as Bill mentioned, we've got mitigation planting that's being proposed for conservation to offset any additional, to satisfy any of the mitigation required for conservation. So I think right from the start, this house was intended to fit into the neighborhood, be a wonderful addition to the neighborhood, and I think the neighbors will ultimately be happy.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm. So at this point, I'm going to ask if there's anyone in the audience that wishes to speak in favor. Only those wishing to speak in favor, so indicate to Sarah, please.
I'm not seeing anyone with their hands raised.
Okay.
So I believe we can continue on.
All right, now I will go to the correspondence we've received on this. First, we have a note. This is a memo from Judith Giorgio, Board of Health, written 7/7. I've reviewed the proposed plan. The Board of Health has issued variances to add a fifth bedroom at this property with the use of an alternative nitrogen-reducing septic system. The property is to be deed restricted to 5 bedrooms. I have no concerns. Then conservation rights. The first hearing for the project at 24 Avalon is scheduled for August 26th. On March 10th, in response to the emergency, Governor Baker declared, we all know that stuff. All this is just reiterating what we know. Pursuant to the declarations of the chair of the Chatham Conservation Commission, hearing dates for all applications will be scheduled in the order in which they were received, and applicants will be notified of those hearing dates in writing prior to the scheduled hearing. The project was rescheduled to August 26th by the declaration of the chair of the Conservation Commission. Declaration was read into the record and so forth. Okay, then we go to, this is an email. It is from Donald Chiapinelli, I believe, and it was sent to Sir Clark. Date, June 25th. We own the property at 27, this is from Donald and Gloria. We own the property at 27 Avalon Point Road, across the street from the proposed raise and rebuild project. We first learned about the applicant's plans for this property several weeks ago when we received a notice from the Conservation Commission regarding their upcoming meeting. I signed into that meeting to learn more, and as you know, any action at that time was postponed until August. I did receive and review the plans. In my judgment, the scope and scale should not be approved. My neighbor, Mr. Ken Joy, has shared his research into this proposed project and offered a series of points explaining why the project is in violation of the zoning regulations. We concur with his data and his assessment. Others have pointed out that the bulk of the structure is unwelcome in this neighborhood. To say that the proposed structure would block my view of Crow's Pond would be an understatement. I therefore urge the Zoning Board of Appeals to reject the project as proposed and specifically request that no variances for setbacks or elevation requirements be granted. I also plan to join the public meeting on July 9th. If you have any questions, please let me know. Then we have an email. It is from Jeannot and William Shipley, 784 Fox Hill Road. One of the 4 lots we own in the Avalon Point Association is directly across the street from the Avalon Point Road from the proposed raise and rebuild project. We first learned about the applicant's plans for this property several weeks ago when we received a notice from Conservation regarding their upcoming meeting. We called Ken Joy to see what he knew. We had not been sent any plans and had no idea that the new owners planned to tear down the existing home and construct a larger and higher one that would block any view of Crow's Pond from our lot. We do not want an opposing home in our neighborhood and want to go on record as opposing this violation of the zoning laws. We do not have anything to add to the letters you have received from Ken Joy. We are in full agreement with all that he has said and specifically request that no variances for setback or elevation requirements be granted. We plan to attend the July 9th meeting. That was written on June 22nd. Now I have a handwritten note. This is dated June 24th. It's from Edith Ward. She's the trustee of the Edith Delano Ward Revocable Trust 7, Avalon Point Road. I have great interest in this application. I strongly object to the proposed dwelling exterior mechanical system appliances and the swimming pool. No special permit should be issued to this application. Then we have an email. This is from Bob Rydell. It was sent on June 18th. Hi, Sarah. I'm Bob Rydell at 18 Avalon Point Road, which abuts 24 Avalon Point Road on the north. I want to go on record as being in opposition to the plans for 24 Avalon Point Road for all the reasons listed in Ken Joy's email to you. Thank you, Bob. And before we get to Mr. Joy, I got one. Mr. Joy's is the last one. So, Mr. Joy, are you listening?
I am.
Okay. I'll give you a choice. I understand you would like to speak. Is that correct?
Yes, I wrote a 3-page letter with some attachments. I've also sent an email with an update of one of the attachments. Mm-hmm. And I can read that letter, or you can read that letter, or perhaps all of the members of the committee have already read that letter.
Yes, they have all, but and
if they have all read my May 26th letter, then they'll know that the principal objection that I have to the project, which I think is the coverage, being 15% when 10% is allowed. And
okay, well, then I think what I'm going to do is, it sounds to me like you would like to explain the letter. So I am not going to read the letter. I will give you the time to, if you wish to read it yourself, or if you'd like to take the points in here and emphasize them, that might be even better. Is that acceptable to you?
Sure. Yeah, I'll go through it.
Okay. Okay, then we will get to that. All right. I just have to finish with the correspondence. I believe yours is the last one. I want to make sure of that. Sarah, did you receive any more correspondence that I don't have?
That is all the correspondence for this application.
Okay. So now we will go to those who would like to speak against the application or has a specific question. So, Mr. Joy, I will call on you and give you the floor.
Thank you. Let me say, in response to the lovely presentation by Karen, It's a beautifully designed home. The graphic, walk around is a gorgeous home. It looks like it's situated on a couple of acres with nobody else around. And that's a serious, misimpression. And so the homes around, let me just go through my letter. We are the southerly abutter at 30 Avalon Point Road. And we built our home in 94, completed it in 95. And we subsequently bought half of the lot to our south and have left that undeveloped. And I won't go through the parts about when we received these notifications. Scott was good enough to send me his plans, and that was the first that I knew that he was proposing. And I had talked to him, in the backyard about his plans to tear down the house and move it away from the bank and build a new house. What I didn't realize that he was proposing to build a house that was much larger. And I had communicated everything that I've communicated to this committee. I've also communicated to Scott, and I had no objection to the septic system upgrade, and I know that conservation has not considered it yet, coming up in August. This property was one of a number. I think maybe there's a dozen, I'm not sure, lots in the Avalon Point Road development, which is what used to be a sailing camp. And it was created in 1989 from Camp Avalon. And the 24 Avalon Point Road house was the first one built on that property. And it basically used up the entire coverage of the available under zoning, as I understood it at that time. And all the other homes that have been built within that property have also been subject to existing zoning regulations. And that's 10% of the upland portion of the house. And our house, as Karen mentioned, is similarly constructed with an L and a 3-car garage. But the trade-off we made in that was to have a house that was not so large that we required any variances at all. And I think that's been true of each of the other homes built in the development as well. So Scott and Tracy's current plan show this 5,112 square feet, 15%, and it's simply much larger than zoning will allow. And I think that's wrong. My southerly abutter, the Middlemans, in 2000, I think it's 14, 15, and Bill Riley, because you represented them as well, similarly came with a raise and rebuild project, and theirs is a much larger lot than 24 Avalon Point Road. But they were requesting 12% coverage, and the abutters in that case, including me, objected to the size of that lot, and they went back to their architect and scaled their plans back to 10% coverage after the Zoning Board of Appeals rejected their plan for an overage. And I included a copy of the letter that I wrote to the Zoning Board of Appeals at that time, which was acted upon in that way. And I sent that to Scott as well, hoping, frankly, that he would voluntarily scale his project back to the size that's permitted by zoning. And after that, the various commissions, including ZBA, Health and Conservation, have had meetings scheduled, so he's obviously not pulling that back. So my request is simply that this application for a variance to 15% coverage be rejected. I see no reason why 10% coverage should not be enforced in this case, as it has been for the other homes in this area.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Joy. Are there others that would like to speak against this or have a specific question? Please indicate to Sarah.
I'm not seeing anyone raising their hand, David, or unmuting themselves.
Okay.
So if there is anyone, hang on, the Shipleys are waving their hands, so they would, I believe they want to speak. They just need to unmute themselves.
Okay, very good.
Oh, hi. I actually thought the Chippendales were going to speak, so I was going to defer to them.
Could you please identify yourself, sir?
Dr. William Shipley and my wife, Jeannot Shipley.
Yes, okay.
And we've we've been very involved with Camp Avalon for 70 years, and bought our first lot, which faces east, from them in 1944. But when the camp made the decision to break itself up into these 12 lots, we purchased 4, and one is just across the street from the Brown property.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to mention to everybody that I realized you were comparing yourselves to those 2 huge homes on the water just behind the second pole of Eastward Ho. Those are enormous mansions. In our neighborhood, the homes are very much smaller, and tasteful. And I
don't have a entranceway.
And
formal entranceway.
I mean, it's a spectacular sort of curved stone wall entranceway that your designers have come up with, but it isn't anything like this neighborhood. We don't have any, insofar as this is called Nickerson's Neck, and we don't have any other home on Nickerson's Neck that comes up having that sort of appearance of I mean, I'm not saying it could be of course attractive to Mr. Brown and others, but it isn't part of the milieu of our neighborhood. So we oppose, and we are very grateful for Mr. Joy doing such a thorough and reasonable, fair, open discussion of this with the owner as well as with you all.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Dr. Shipley. Okay, Sarah, are there anyone else?
I wasn't sure if Mr. Campanelli wanted to speak.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Identify yourself, please.
Okay, Don Chapanelli, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, well, I did not feel it necessary to elaborate on Ken's extensive and really quite thorough explanation. At the end of the day, the proposed property violates the zoning ordinances as we understand them. It is a very breathtaking home, but it might be better somewhere else, and or it might be better to have it shrink a bit. It is quite nice that they're bringing it back from the water. But if you think about the way I view it, this is now a house that is going to zoom into my face. And I think it's probably not going to be fun going forward. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
I'm not seeing any, David, unless one of the callers, because I can't see names for I just see phone numbers.
Okay.
But I believe that is it.
Okay, very good. Well, then we'll go on to questions from the board, although Mr.
Chairman.
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman?
you wish to, yes, did you wish to take a time to rebut Mr. Joy's analysis?
Yes, just for a couple of minutes.
Sure.
All right. In the first place, of course, there's constant references to variances, and as you know, we're not seeking a variance. The existing building exceeds the 10% coverage, and under our bylaw, that gives us the ability to apply to you for a special permit and gives you the authority to grant a special permit that would increase that coverage. And so the question before you is whether the proposed increase is substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing structure. So several of the letters make reference to there should be no variance for height. Well, there's no increase in height. We comply with the height limitations in our zoning bylaw. And while the Mr. Chiappelli, is concerned how the house is going to zoom into his space, I mean, the house is still well over 100 feet. In fact, it's having trouble finding the number. I mean, the garage is 50 feet from the street where a 40-foot setback is required, so it's 10 feet further on than it has to be. And the house is over, again, well over 100 feet away from the street. And we're meeting the sideline setback. So to the extent that Mr. Chiappelli has a view, because I know he sent a letter implying that he was losing his view, at the end of the construction, there's actually going to be a greater cleared space along the sidelines of the property than there was before. And in Mr. Joyce reference to the Middleman project, they opted to apply for a variance because the existing structure did not exceed the 10% coverage of their lot. And the board found that they didn't qualify for a variance, so it was withdrawn and then redesigned. So I think what the board should be considering here really is, we're pulling the building back, so that actually improves the view for the properties on the north and south as shown on the slide. Because the building's no taller and is only 30 feet or 40 feet closer to the road than the existing structure, which is the same height, by the way, we're not blocking anybody's view. And the suggestion, that this is a monster structure when, based on the numbers in the assessor's office in terms of net area, 12 Avalon Point has a net area of basically 5,000 square feet. And as you look around Crow's Pond, you've got the Krause house, which has got 12,000 square feet, and Sheehan house has got 12,000 square feet, and the new house being built behind Lot 2 is almost 8,000 square feet. So in the houses directly across the pond at 414 Fox Hill Road is 4,400 square feet. At 344 Fox Hill Road is 5,987 square feet. So, the size of this house is not an outlier in this neighborhood, and so it doesn't block anybody's view. It meets the height maximums, that does not exceed the height maximums, and everybody's agreed it's a good-looking design. So it improves the streetscape. It's going to raise the value of the buildings around it because it's so handsome, and the beautiful landscape architecture that Sudbury Design has come up with. So I think that I think it's to us it's clear, and we hope you would agree that it's not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing structures. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Now we will have questions from the members of the board.
Mr. Chair, there are
Yep.
two abutters that are raising their hands that would like to speak if they are allowed to do so.
Okay, have they not spoken before?
They have spoken. It's Mr. Joy and the Shipleys have both had their hands up.
Okay. All should know that we don't entertain a back and forth situation. So please state whatever you wish to state to us now, because this would be less deliberations.
This is Ken Joy. Bill Riley continues to refer to the other large properties built around around Crow's Pond on substantially larger lots. And I would just point out to you that the total square footage being proposed in this plan for Avalon Point Road is going up from 6,700 square feet of the existing house to 9,268 square feet, almost the size of one of these extremely large mansions on a much larger property elsewhere located around the cup. And it's a vastly increased size, and it's not, as Bill Shipley said, within the neighborhood that we're in or on a size of property that those large homes are sited on. So I object to his characterization of that.
Okay, and who else, Sarah, wish to speak?
I believe Mr. Shipley does.
I can't be more articulate than Ken Joy, but we do have an association. There are 12 lots, and so if the lawyer wants to kind of relate us to what's happening in our association, this is a major, different appearance with the stone wall and the curving stone wall. It's very attractive and may be comparable to those big places across Pro Pond, but it isn't the same as any of the houses in our association to which this house belongs.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now. Anyone else, Sarah? Or was that what you saw?
I believe that is it.
Okay, then we will go to questions from the board members. So we'll start with Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for Mr. Riley, and the question is, are you there, Bill?
I'm here, Buck.
Yeah. The question is, are there any special conditions like a medical situation in the Brown family that would justify a house of this size?
Well, I guess to the extent that having grandchildren is a medical condition, the Browns, do have grandchildren, and they want them all to be able to come visit. And that is the genesis for why they want a house with this amount of accommodations.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Bob?
That's good.
Okay. Happy?
I'm here. This is Happy. I had to unmute myself again.
Okay.
I don't have any specific questions, no.
Okay. Dave Thompson.
Thank you for calling on me. I have no questions for Mr. Riley. Thank you.
Megan, do you have questions for Mr. Riley or Mr. Joy or anybody that has presented some testimony?
I do not have any specific questions at this point.
Okay. Paul.
I would just ask Bill, as I look at the plans that Karen prepared, specifically A5, which sets forth square footage for the first floor plan and the second floor plan at a total of 7,450 square feet. I take it that does not include the lower level. And is that living space?
I'd ask Karen to respond to that. Karen, you there?
Yep, that is correct. It is just living space.
Okay. I think that's the only question I had.
Okay. I think it's important to note that it's my understanding, and again, Karen can elaborate, that the basement area is going to be unfinished. There's no walkout basement here. This is, it's just a basement. So, is that correct, Karen?
Well, there is finished space in the basement, but it's all subterranean and it's almost equal in size to what's finished there now.
Okay, thank you.
Dave Veach.
Come on, Davey, we know you're there.
Oh, sorry, I hit the wrong button. What I want to say is I see that Mr. Joy had his hand up, and I would be interested in hearing what he has to say about the recent comments. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Bill misrepresented the basement. The basement is going from 1,660 finished square feet to 1,818 square feet, and is basically completely finished out in the plans that have been submitted. And Bill said it was unfinished, which is untrue.
I asked Karen to explain the level of finish, and she said that the level of finish is about the same as the current finished basement.
The current basement is totally finished. It's just not as big as the new totally finished basement.
Dave, did you have any other questions?
Well, I guess that I don't know. I guess I would like to ask this question. I think in some respects we're maybe outside the bounds of the building here, but one of the things that I noticed in looking at the plans was that there's a pretty extensive patio and outdoor fireplace and everything on the side of the property that's closer to the Joy's house. And I'm just wondering, and I mean, I know those things don't have to meet the sideline setbacks, but I'm curious as to what is the distance from that patio to the sideline there?
Is Sean Riley on here?
Or maybe a landscape engineer could answer as well.
Yeah. Dick Coutu?
Yes, I can answer that. So at its closest point, so to answer your question completely, in order to facilitate the program, to have an outdoor area for grilling and that sort of thing, and a dining area, and to facilitate the pool without getting closer to the coastal bank, we did shift it around to the side of the house, which feeds off of the kitchen. At its closest point, we're about 5 feet off of the property line, roughly, at its closest point. On average, it's closer to 10.
Okay. And is there any vegetation intervening in between the
Yes.
house?
Yeah, there will be some vegetation. As you saw indicated on the model, there'll be softening of that area from the abutter to the south.
And so, Mr. Joy, did you have concerns about that, or am I putting words into your mouth?
No, I think that's accurate. The vegetation consists of trees, which are see-through underneath to preserve the view through the neighborhood. And by having extensive patios on the side, it's certainly what there's there now is a dog run. So.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Dave, I don't think I have anything else at this point. Thanks.
Okay. So, Paul, I think we should entertain a motion to go out of the hearing and into deliberations, please.
I'll move to close the hearing and move into deliberations.
David Veach seconds.
Okay. So, Buck, how do you vote?
As far as closing the hearing?
Yes. Yeah. We got to vote on everything.
I vote in favor of closing the hearing.
Attaboy. Happy?
I agree. Close the hearing.
Paul?
Several vote yes.
Okay, Veach?
Veach votes yes.
And Nixon votes yes. Okay. Deliberations. So, and remember, the AC question is going to be pulled, so we don't need to consider that. So deliberations, let's start with Mr. Thompson. What do you think, Dave?
I had the funny feeling you were going to start with me.
Wow.
Sorry.
You won the lottery. What can I tell you?
Thank you. I'm a good driver. I agree with Mr. Joy. This is a neighborhood. I think we should forget about what's being built across the pond. That's a whole nother neighborhood. If they want to have humongous houses, 10,000 square feet, let them. I think we should nix the stone walls out front. That's not Cape Coddy at all. One good point is that you don't see the garages from the front from the front of Avalon Point Road. As always, Karen's done a beautiful job of designing designing a building, but it's too overpowering, I think, for the neighborhood. If I was voting, which I am not, I would have to vote no, unless they wanted to continue and make this a much smaller building. It's too big for the area. Thank you for calling on me.
Okay. Happy, how do you feel?
I agree that I think it's probably overpowering for Avalon Point. I go back to when I used to play tennis over there with the Laffy. So, but and those lots are not that large. So I do think it's a bit overpowering for Avalon Point. I would like them to, I think they've got all the right ideas for grandchildren coming and components, but I think it should be scaled down a bit.
Megan Story, how do you feel?
I would agree. I think that while they keep repeating that it's merely 5% more coverage, in this case, that's 1,000 square feet. That's a small house in other parts of town. So that in that neighborhood does not fit well for me.
Paul
Scott O'Reilly. So I think we should propose withdrawal, either withdrawal or continuance for redesign.
Would you like to do that now?
I believe Mr. Riley is on the phone with his client.
I see. So he's not talking to us.
Not talking to us.
Okay, very good. Then Paul Semple, how do you feel about this?
Well, my reaction was when I looked at the plans and then went out and looked at the property, was actually pretty consistent with the correspondence we've received since then, which I had not seen at that point. I think this is larger than it needs to be in that neighborhood to be consistent with the rest of the neighborhood. And I'm not sure that it has to go to 10%. I think 12% that it's currently at may be sufficient. But I did have that reaction. And when I look at, as I questioned the 74 or 7,500 square feet without including the lower level, that's a large place, and I think larger than necessary for this area.
Buck, how do you feel about this?
Well, I'm going to continue with what my people before me said. When I saw the application and realizing that there was a 10% and they were already at 12, I thought they were kind of lucky to have the oversized house. So I went to the assessor's records for the homes at the end of Fox Hill Road, starting at about number 750, and then all the homes on Avalon Point. And I guess I took numbers totaling about 18 or 19 properties, And I have to say 80 to 90% of the homes in that neighborhood are in the 3,000 square foot range, based on the assessors' numbers that they report. I was surprised that there was no letters in favor of this project, or I wasn't surprised. I take that as a strong indication that there was no support for it, and there was a very organized and well thought out opposition from 5 very close abutters, 2 of them concerned about losing view of Crow's Pond. I would have to say no.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Would you like to hear the rest of us or no?
All right, sure. It's all grist for the mill, no, but I'm getting the drift. So.
Okay, well, I think since you've gone to the trouble for the presentation, you might hear at least what Mr. Veach has to say. Dave Veach?
Sure.
Hi, Dave Veach here. I essentially agree with my fellow board members that have spoken and with the neighbors. This is not the first time that proposals have been before us that encounter, sometimes they encounter strong neighborhood opposition. And there's many times when I don't necessarily agree with the objections of many neighbors. But in this case, I am in agreement. I think that there's more going on there than needs to be. I would not say at 12%, I don't think that's a problem. I'm trying to ask them to scale back to 10%. I don't think that's appropriate at all. They have a non-conforming situation. Is there room in my mind, to increase that somewhat? Perhaps. I think maybe the 15% is too much. I understand the argument, and I would agree that there's many porches and covered spaces which are nice and do add architecturally and nicely to the design. But that's still considered lot coverage in the zoning bylaw, and is not, some day down the road might become enclosed space. So I think there's room for, I could see perhaps a slight increase over the 12.1%, but I can't go to 15.1% and support that. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Riley, you've heard it. Would you like to make a motion?
I'd like to request a continuance for redesign purposes to September 17th. I think it's the second meeting in September.
Sarah, how are we looking for September 17th?
So we have meetings on September 10th and September 24th.
Okay.
And they're open, so.
Which would you like, Mr. Riley?
All right, was I looking at the wrong? The 10th, please. That'll give us, we'll be at conservation on August 26th, and we'll have an opportunity for a second meeting before the 10th. So that would probably work out best.
Okay. Sarah, does Mr. Riley have to sign any appropriate papers for extending it that far?
I will email Mr. Riley the necessary documents so he can sign them and send them back to me.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that, of course.
And for new members like Megan, what we're talking about here is state statute says you have to, make a decision by such and such. But in situations like this, as long as the applicant agrees to extend it, then there's no problem. If he did not want to agree to it, then we would vote right now. So that's what that's all about. Okay. So, Paul, would you make a motion, please?
Yes, I'll move to grant the requested continuance to September 10, 2020.
Mr.
David Veach, seconds.
Okay, I will pull everybody. Paul Semple?
Semple votes yes.
Veach?
Veach votes yes.
Happy?
Van Sickle votes yes.
Buck?
Buck votes yes.
And Nixon votes yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Riley, and we'll see you, well, we're going to see you very shortly, never mind the 10th. Okay. Sarah, up application 20-032, please.
Stephen J. Carter Revocable Trust, care of William F. Riley, Esquire, P.O. Box 707, Chatham, Mass. 02633. Owner of property located at 267 Cedar Street. Also shown on the Town of Chatham's Assessor's Map 12B, Block 1A, Lot 20. The applicant seeks to enlarge, extend, or change a non-conforming dwelling on a non-conforming lot via the demolition of the existing dwelling and the construction of a new dwelling. The existing dwelling is non-conforming and that it is located 41 feet from the Coastal Conservancy District where a 50-foot setback is required. The proposed will comply with all bulk and dimensional requirements. The existing building coverage is 987 square feet, 3.9%, and the proposed building coverage is 2,477 square feet, 9.8%, where 2,950 square feet is the maximum allowed. The lot is non-conforming in that it contains 30,576 square feet, where 40,000 square feet is required in the R40 zoning district. A special permit is required under Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 6, and Section 5B of the Chatham Protective Bylaw.
Mr. Riley. Mr. Riley, are you back with us?
I forgot to unmute myself.
Well, that's okay.
Life is so complex today.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, so the Carter family's owned the property for over 40 years. It was initially purchased by Mr. Carter's parents, and now he and his wife are going to retire there. So they wanted to build a new house that would be more suitable for their retirement. They engaged Karen Kempton to do their design, and we have a similar question here regarding Conservation Commission. We had it on Avalon Point. The project subject to the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission. What the Carters had proposed is moving the building further away from the wetland, so they meet the 50-foot setback from the Conservancy District, where the existing house, or a small portion of the existing house, did not. So they believe that the Conservation Commission jurisdiction is going to be working. They'll be working with them, and Teresa Sprague, I think, is involved in this case as well. To come up with a planting plan, replacing invasives, and doing all naturalized plantings, and putting a protective barrier between the construction site and the wetlands that's down at the bottom of the hill here. So but again, it does have to go to the Conservation Commission, and again, it's scheduled for August 26th, like the other one. So we'd like to move forward on the design here. So if you poll the members and see how they feel.
Yeah, before we do that, I'm going to poll the members again as to whether they're concerned about waiting for conservation or not. So that's the question, everybody. So I will ask, I'll start with Paul.
This is Paul Semple. I don't have any hesitation in going forward on this one.
Okay, Dave Veach.
Dave Veach, I agree with Paul.
Buck?
This is Buck. I think it's a good idea to go ahead with it.
Happy?
Go ahead.
Dave Thompson?
Oh, definitely go ahead.
And Megan?
I would go ahead as well.
Okay, there you go, Mr. Riley. Clear shot.
This is my lucky day.
Well, so far, don't get too carried away.
Yeah. So far, we're 50-50, so, in any event. So, anyway, this is a Karen Kempton design, and I explained this is going to be their retirement home. And so I'd asked Karen to go through the design process that she did with the Carters, and then we'll talk about the zoning issues.
Okay, very good.
This is Karen Kempton again, architect for Betsy and Steve Carter. I met with Betsy and Steve in December of last year when we discussed building a modest house on this property. The existing house is a 3/4 cape, sided a bit strangely with the front door facing the vacant lot to the right, away from the street, the gable end facing the street, and parking on the left side of the building, which is actually the rear of the house, and no garage. The Carters wanted a 2-car garage and a modest-looking house on Cedar Street. We decided to place the garage on the right side next to the vacant lot, with the garage doors on the right side hidden from Cedar Street. Although the garage adds 550 square feet to the coverage, we felt this was an important feature for the Carters and modern-day living. We decided to use a compact floor plan rather than linear because of the restrictions of the lot setback to the vegetated wetland. We have shifted the house to the left, where the existing parking is, to again respect the 0 to 50 setback. There is a deck on this side of the property rather than a continuation of the structure. We didn't feel we wanted to build all the way to the setback on this side because it was important to have a deck there for the views on this side of the house. This allowed for the Carters to enjoy the views and to have access to their kitchen and dining room space. If we could go to the schematic plans and look at the front elevation. The front of the house is a half cape in dimension of 24 across the front, 24 feet across the front, with a wraparound porch roof line that resembles a covered porch. This covered porch roof line allows for covered entry to the front door and allows for first floor space under the roof line without increasing the visual scale of the house. There are 2 doghouse dormers on the second floor that are stepped in from the sides and connected with a small inset dormer and small awning windows, and this is a traditional look found throughout Chatham. The roof line steps down from the main ridge, which is only 24 feet from the top of foundation. The garage has been turned so that the gable end faces the street, with 1 window at the peak for a bedroom over the garage. The rear elevation is hidden from the street and the abutters and has a lower level walkout plan that was dictated by the existing grade that drops down at the rear of the property. If we can go to the first floor plan, scroll down. The first floor of this house is quite modest at 1,874 square feet and includes a first floor master for aging in place. The second floor, again, is modest with 2 bedrooms. If we could scroll down to the second, yeah. The second floor plan is again modest with 2 bedrooms sharing a bathroom and the 4th bedroom utilizing the space over the garage. The Carters love living on Cedar Street and wanted to create a charming home that respects the streetscape but allows for modern day living. The house is only 9.8% coverage on the lot, and we hope that you agree that this is not substantially detrimental to the neighborhood. And I'm here for questions.
Thank you very much, Karen. And I think one of the things that struck me about Karen's design is that the front section facing the street, where the entrance is only 28 feet wide. And then there's a connector to the garage, steps back several feet, and the area that connects to the deck also steps back. So you don't have, a big blank front that's 60 or 100 feet long. So I thought that was an important design element. In any event, so I'll go through the criteria.
Please.
So the applicant believes the size of the site is adequate for the proposed project. The building exceeds the sideline setbacks by a substantial amount, and it fully complies with the front setback and has a coverage of 9.8%, where 10% is allowed. So I think that and the fact that they meet the 50-foot setback from the Conservancy District is also important. Compatibility with the size of the proposed structure with neighboring properties. I know there's correspondence from some neighbors who think it's a monster house, and Susan Ledoux has done a bunch of research. So some of the houses in the immediate vicinity of the Carter House are quite modest. 1,800 square feet. There's one that's just 1,000 square feet, and quite a few of them are old because Cedar Street's an old street in Chatham. But if you start up at Stage Harbor Road, with the houses up at that end, 7 Emery Fields, which is actually the first house on the right, if you turn on to Cedar Street, is in that area, 3,166 square feet. 49 Cedar Street is 3,500 square feet. 123 Cedar Street is 3,200 square feet. 317 Cedar Street is 3,821. 335 Cedar Street is 2,464. 398 Cedar Street is 6,695. Although that's 2 houses, to be fair. 400 Cedar Street is 3,484. 27 Stage Neck Road, which I don't think you can see from there, is 5,000 square feet. But the point is that the proposed house fits into the neighborhood as a whole. If you consider the neighborhood to be all of Cedar Street from Stage Harbor Road to Stage Neck Road. So we do believe that it's compatible with the surrounding neighboring properties. Extended proposed increase in the non-conforming nature of the structure, we're obviously increasing the footprint, and we're also increasing the living area on a lot that is now non-conforming. So those would be the increases in the non-conforming nature. Number 4, suitability of the site, including but not limited to impact on neighboring properties or on the natural environment, including slopes, vegetation, wetlands, groundwater, water bodies, and stormwater runoff. Starting from the point that they've moved the house up so that it meets the 50-foot setback to the Conservancy District, and with the knowledge that the Conservation Commission is going to be in control of the method and the protocols for construction and for the protection of the adjacent wetland, I think that you could find that the site is suitable for the proposed construction. The impact of scale siting and mass on the neighborhood visual character, including views, vistas, and streetscapes. So I don't think there are any views or vistas here. The streetscape, I submit, gets a huge improvement with Karen's design. The house addresses the street rather than, being sideways to the street. And the way Karen has managed the mass of the structure, so that the front section is only 28 feet wide, and then everything steps back from that. I think she's done a great job fitting, meeting the Carter's needs and fitting the structure into the neighborhood. So, we don't think that this design, as to its impact on the streetscape and the neighborhood visual character, is substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing structure. In fact, of course, we think it's an improvement. Compatibility of the proposed use with neighboring uses, so it's a single-family residence, as are all the homes in the neighborhood. A method of sewage disposal and source of water and drainage. We'll be installing a brand new septic system. If our timing is right, the sewer pipe will be coming by and we'll hook onto the sewer. But right now, the sewer pipe is not there, so we've added the design of a septic system, which is up at the street, as furthest away from the wetland in the rear as we can get it. Impact on traffic flow and safety. We think that the way the driveway is designed, it actually improves things. Previously, you had to drive down a dirt driveway to the side of the house, and the entering onto the street, I think, was a little bit of a challenge because you were coming up from a lower area, and there was a lot of vegetation down there as well. So now it's going to be a normal driveway with a normal entrance onto the street. A noise and litter, again, the Carters intend to live there year-round. It's going to be a retirement home, and we don't think there's going to be an increase in noise and litter as a result of this new project. Adequacy of utilities and other public services. We're waiting for the sewer pipe, but other than that, everything's great down there. So, again, we think, we hope you'll agree that this is not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood, and that you'll grant the special permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone that wishes to speak in favor of this?
I'm not seeing any, so I believe we can go to correspondence if you'd like.
Okay. First, we have a memo. This is from Judith Georgia, Board of Health, 7-7. I've reviewed the proposed plan. A new septic system is proposed that the property floor plans of the existing dwelling are required for review to determine if there will be a proposed increase in septic flow. The property is adjacent to the proposed sewer line due for construction in the next 1 to 3 years. Then the Conservation Commission writes, and this was on July 8th, the first hearing for the project at 267 Cedar is scheduled for August 26th, and it goes through the same business as we've heard before, and I don't think I need to read any more about that. So, go on to the next. Here is a letter. This is from Sarah Whiteley. It's dated July 6th. I live at 343 Cedar. It is my year-round residence, and I pass the property located at 267 Cedar daily. I have reviewed Steve and Betsy Carter's plans for a new home at 267 and support their requested relief. I believe the home will be an improvement to the neighborhood and will enhance the character of the streetscape. Thank you for your consideration of my letter of support. Then Eric Whiteley writes on June 29th, I'm the owner of the vacant lot directly to the west of 267. I have reviewed Steve and Betsy's plans for a new home and support the requested relief. I believe the home will be an improvement to the neighborhood and will enhance the character of the streetscape. Thank you for consideration of my letter of support. Then we have, let's see what this is. Well, it comes from Michael and Ann Westgate, and they did not date it. I don't see a stamp on it. Let me keep looking. Well, anyway, let's just assume it was received recently. We're writing to oppose the granting of a special permit. We are not abutters. We are long-term residents of 344 Cedar, where Michael's parents, Wilfred and Sheila Westgate, purchased a farmhouse built around 1820. The house was moved up from Stetson's Cove to Cedar Street when Cedar Street was put in 1838. Cedar Street has long been a rural street, in fact, cited in a recent guidebook as Old Cape Cod. The proposed 2,477 square foot three-story structure is out of keeping with this neighborhood of modest homes and would introduce a large building in a prominent location in a non-conforming lot. In addition to its detrimental impact on the visual appearance of this neighborhood, it would sit astride a natural wildlife corridor connecting the town-owned Cedar Swamp with a substantial conservation area created over 50 years ago by the Long family. Michael has personally observed river otter tracks in the snow during the winters, transiting this area as well as deer and other animals. We're not experts on the ZBA or attorneys, but we believe this building does not deserve a special permit under a number of criteria for the ZBA established by annual town meetings. And then it goes, I'll go down to the criteria. Special permits may be granted when it has been found that the use involved will not be detrimental to the established or future character of the neighborhood in the town, and when it has been found that the use involved will be in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the bylaw. The special permit granting authority shall make written findings certifying compliance with the specific requirements governing individual special uses and addressing at a minimum each of the following considerations. And then it goes through various criteria that we're all very familiar with. We see that the ZBA regulations include increase in building height shall be deemed to increase the non-conforming nature of the dwelling. The existing modest structure is 1.75 stories high. We realize there are larger houses with Cedar Street addresses, but they are all on long drives to Oyster Pond and are not visible from the street. We and a number of our neighbors are disturbed at the ZBA granting of a permit to construct what is in effect a second home on a single lot at 335 Cedar Street. We should have been more vigilant when that came before you. We hope we will not look at that as a precedent for a large, out-of-the-character building on Cedar Street. And then we have an email. This was sent by Jill James Jess Slowick, and it was done on July 8th. I'm writing to oppose the granting of a special permit for the demolition and construction. I have lived here at 330 Cedar Street since my parents purchased this property in 1951. I have witnessed the street more from a neighborhood consisting of hardworking families into that of second home owners, most of whom have respected and preserved this area as a somewhat traditional small town area with appropriately sized homes. A building of the magnitude of the one proposed by the new property owner would drastically alter the topography and feel of this street. It would be detrimental to the wildlife in the area who inhabit the conservation areas and protected wetlands on both sides of the street. We do not need another manicured and chemically treated lawn so close to Cedar Swamp. It neither warrants nor deserves a special permit because of how it fails to meet certain criteria established for the ZBA. Number one, it is incompatible with the neighborhood. Number two, it adversely impacts the neighboring properties and natural resources. And three, it adversely impacts our endangered wildlife. That is the end of the correspondence. Sarah, do you have any more correspondence that I didn't get?
I do. There are two more.
Okay.
We have one from Thomas and Elizabeth Garvey. It was an email sent today, so it's dated. And it says, "Dear members of the board, we are the owners of 29 Battlefield Road and drive by 267 Cedar Street as we go to our home. We have reviewed Steve and Betsy Carter's plans for their new home at 267 Cedar Street and support their requested relief. We believe the changes planned for their home will be an improvement to the streetscape and hope the board will act favorably on their appeal. Thank you for your consideration of our letter of support." We also have one more from Priscilla Jane Smith, an email.
I just found that one.
You did find it? Okay.
Yep. I'll read it. Wednesday, July 8th. As Sarah said, this is from Priscilla Jane Smith. I'm writing to oppose the granting of a special permit. I am not in a butter. I live at the other end of Cedar Street at number 41. Our street so reflects the quote-unquote old Cape Cod. Many of my neighbors, including myself, have made very modest additions to our homes over the years. They are all in keeping with this old Cape Cod feel. Even the larger homes on Oyster Pond, which cannot be seen from the street, have been designed to be more in keeping with the appropriate feel. To build a 2,477 square foot three-story structure is not in keeping with the modest homes on Cedar Street. This is so particularly so as the proposed building is so close to the street. I hope that this special permit will not be granted and the owners will recognize the importance of maintaining the quote-unquote old Cape Cod feel of Cedar Street. And that, I think, is the end of the correspondence, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you see anyone that wishes to either speak against this or has a specific question?
I am not seeing anyone raise their hand that they want to ask a question or speak in opposition.
Mr. Riley, did you wish some time for rebuttal?
Yeah, very briefly, Mr. Chairman. The letters in opposition reference the three-story building, and as you know, this is not a three-story building. If you want to classify it as a 2.5-story building, okay, but as seen from the street, and the streetscape is the important aspect here. You know, it's a 1 3/4 story building. Now it does have a walkout basement, but you know that's not part of the streetscape. And you know there's plenty of space around this building to the east, where the river otters will be able to walk when they go to steal acorns from Mr. Wake at Westgate's lawn. You know, this is, as I say, the Carter family's owned the property for over 40 years. You know, and all they want to do is have a decent home for retirement purposes. And I think Karen's design constitutes a real improvement. Thank you.
Okay, questions from the board. Let's start with Buck.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Riley. Bill?
Yes?
Have your clients seen the 3 letters concerned about the lack of old Cape Cod charm? Are they aware of those feelings?
Yes, they are. And I think that Karen's design, you know, is a great melding of traditional Cape Cod design. So they understand there's a lot of fear of change. Oh my God, things are changing. But not all change is bad, and we think this change is a good one.
Now, is that your opinion or Karen's opinion?
I think Karen and I share the opinion.
No more questions.
Okay, questions, Megan Story.
I do not have any questions at this point.
Dave Thompson.
I don't have any questions for Mr. Riley. Thank you.
Happy.
No questions.
Dave Veach.
Dave Veach has no questions.
Paul.
Paul Semple has no questions.
Nor do I. So, Paul
Semple. Paul Semple. I will move to close the hearing and move into deliberations.
David Veach seconds.
Okay, I will poll. How do you vote, Paul?
Paul Semple votes yes.
Dave Veach?
Veach votes yes.
Buck?
Buck votes yes.
Happy?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Okay, deliberations. Let's start with Dave Veach.
Well, this I understand perhaps some of the sentiment expressed in objections to this, but I don't think that I think this house will fit in on Cedar Street just fine. It's not substantially detrimental to the neighborhood, and in my judgment, it meets all of our criteria. So I will be supporting it.
Buck?
Yep, this is Buck. I was concerned that there was 3, I thought, strong opinions about preserving Old Cape Cod, but that Cedar's a long street. There's a lot of houses there, and there weren't more letters stating opposition. So is it detrimental? I don't know, but it's certainly not more or significantly more detrimental. So I would vote yes.
Happy?
I agree with my board members. I would definitely vote yes. I think I'm familiar with the property. I'm familiar with the house, the interior of the house that they're taking down, and it definitely needs to go this route. So I would definitely vote for it.
Megan?
I agree. Walked by it a million times. Definitely think it's going to add to the neighborhood, if anything, certainly not substantially detrimental.
Dave T.
Thank you. I think the design of this house is spectacular. It does look like old Cape Cod. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. It's going to be a great asset to the neighborhood. They're going to be able to kind of tuck it in there. With the right plantings, you're not even going to know it's there. I would definitely vote in favor of this. Thank you for calling on me.
Paul.
Yes, this is Paul Semple. I agree that when we look at the neighborhood here, we probably have to consider the whole length of Cedar Street. And although there are some properties which are much smaller and perhaps more traditionally Cape, it's not true for the entire street. And we have to keep that in mind. The comment about chemically treated lawns or the ability of the animals to go back and forth, the otters and so forth, are really areas for the Conservation Commission to deal with, and I'm sure that they will deal with it with restrictions in terms of chemical treatment after they get a hold of the ability to control the property. So I would vote favorably. I think it's not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood.
And I agree also. It is in no way substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. So, Paul, first of all, let's talk about conditions. Sarah has put down between June 30th and Labor Day, no exterior construction will be allowed. I would change that to no construction, period, would be allowed. I mean, that's a very busy street, and to have any sort of construction going on, I think would be a bad idea between June 30th and Labor Day. Outside of that, I'd be interested to know what everybody, Dave Veach, what do you think about conditions?
I think, well, certainly the, construction activity and vehicles contained on the site is necessary. And I don't know that I certainly would go along with what you're saying, Dave. I don't know that I would insist on no construction.
Paul.
Paul Semple here. I think I agree with Dave Veach. As long as all of the construction vehicles and so forth can be off the street, I'm not sure that the fact that there is construction going on would necessarily have an impact. So I think that extending that to all construction activity may be more than we need.
Buck.
This is Buck. I'm still concerned about maybe the ability to enforce our conditions. So I think there's still some loopholes in it. So until I understand that, I'm not going to push for no construction.
Okay. Happy.
Buck, what are you talking about when you say with loopholes?
We've had a lot of construction on Stage Harbor Road. I'm sorry, I should identify myself. This is Buck again. We've had a lot of construction on Stage Harbor Road over the last 5 and 6 years. And while the conditions are there, violations occur, some of them painful, when the road is completely blocked, not necessarily on Stage Harbor, but some of the side streets. And it's not clear to me whether you call the police or you call the building inspector. It's something that I think going forward, I'd like to hear more about from the other board members on who they think is enforcing, or what is it, how well is it being enforced?
I think that's probably a very valid question, and maybe Mr. Nixon or Sarah or someone could give us some guidance on that issue. But I do think
I think this is Dave Nixon. I think, and Buck and I have briefly discussed this, the first step would be is having a meeting with all of us, with Jay Briggs, our building commissioner, and just understanding from Jay's perspective what his powers are. And once we understand that, then I think we can go forward. And I mean, Buck makes a good point. we really don't know, and nobody knows, so it's time for us to find out.
I agree.
Also, there is a police lieutenant who I believe is in charge from their standpoint, and we invite that person in too. So we need to have a good discussion so we all understand when we put a condition, is it useless or has it got some teeth?
Well,
Mr. Chairman, Bill Riley.
No, Mr. Riley, I'm talking to the board members here.
well,
Dave
may I-
Thompson, what do you think about conditions?
this is Happy. May I finish my comment?
Okay, you certainly may.
Well, I do think that the construction could happen as long as they take any construction trucks off Cedar Street. However, I don't know how much non-wetlands and all of that goes along with this property. So I think all of that needs to be studied a little bit to see if there is any room. It's tight in there. I've been in there and it's tight. So I don't know. I probably would say it would be harmful to them to not let them have any construction all summer, but I would think it would be difficult to get the trucks off Cedar. So I remain in a quandary.
Okay. Dave Thompson, what do you think of restrictions, conditions? Dave Thompson, do we still have you with us? I guess not.
I
Megan?
believe he's still here, but I'm not seeing him anymore.
Okay. Megan, how do you feel about conditioning projects like this?
Well, I think there's certainly room to condition projects like this. I'm not opposed to doing that as an overall rule. I think in this particular case, I would agree with some of the people that have spoken before. I think it's a little punitive to say that there should be no construction all summer. So I think if they can contain that to the property, keep it off of the road, the obviously quite busy road in the summer, that they should be allowed to do that.
Mr. Riley, can you wax on about what your client's plans are?
Well, we're not going to the Conservation Commission until August 26th.
Yep.
So that means, assuming lightning strikes, and we only have to go to one meeting, the order won't be issued until September, and there's an appeal period. More likely, we would have more than one meeting, and that means the way the commission's working these days, they only have one working session a month, and it's the first Wednesday of the month, which means that they wouldn't issue an order of conditions until October 1st. So I'm pretty sure, knowing Mr. Marsh as I do, that they would go hammer and tongs as soon as the appeal period on the Conservation Commission expires. And if you went to no exterior construction after June 30th, excluding landscaping, until Labor Day, I'm sure that would be fine. Since there's going to be no work this summer, and by next summer, I know they expect the home to be weather tight so they can work inside during the summertime. And with respect to parking, the former driveway is on the left-hand side of the property, and they used to pull down and park down quite low. So I believe there's plenty of room there, and they'll make the necessary adjustments. So that would be my suggestion.
Okay, so I seem to get the feeling that there's not an urge to eliminate construction. However, there is to make sure no one parks on Cedar Street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I didn't see it. Is it on there?
Okay. So did Mr. Thompson return? No. Okay. So
Mr. Thompson is here.
okay.
He was just muted.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, very good. Mr. Thompson, how did you feel about any conditions we might or might not impose on this?
I don't think it's necessary.
So you don't care if they park on Cedar Street?
Oh, I do care if they park on Cedar Street, but yeah, I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Well, if we limit this to no parking on Cedar Street, is that sufficient for everybody?
Yes.
I'll quickly run through. Paul?
Yeah, this is Paul Sample. I think that's sufficient.
Okay, Dave?
Well, I think we also talk that, and Riley seemed to agree to the no exterior construction between June 30th and Labor Day as well.
Okay, what year are you talking about? Because it's not going to happen this year.
Well, if we don't put a year on it, I don't think that, I think it applies to any year, multiple years, I would think. If it, we say between June 30th and I don't know, I'm just saying this is the boilerplate wording that they propose for us, that staff proposes for us, and we sometimes change it.
Right.
But I would think that means if we don't say a particular year, that would apply any June 30th to Labor Day period.
Okay. So you would leave the conditions, essentially the other ones? Okay. All right. Buck, how do you feel about conditioning this, knowing what you now know?
I certainly don't want any parking on Cedar Street. And I do agree that there should be no exterior construction, with the exception of landscaping and hardscape, between June 30th and Labor Day.
Okay. And that's okay with you, Happy?
Yes, that's fine. I agree.
Okay, and Dave Thompson?
Yes, that's fine, sir.
And Megan?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so Paul, could you make a motion, please?
Yeah, this is Paul Semple. I'll move to approve the application as submitted with those two conditions attached to it.
David Beach seconds.
Okay, so I'll poll everybody. Paul, how do you vote?
Paul Semple votes yes.
Dave Beach?
Beach votes yes.
Buck?
Buck votes yes.
Happy?
Happy votes yes.
And Dave Nixon votes yes. So that's a unanimous decision. Thank you, Mr. Riley.
Thank you very much. I'll be with you shortly, as we say.
Don't tell me they have another one of his.
We got 3 more of his.
We have 4 more.
No.
Application number 20-034, Quill One Family Trust, care of William
Here
G.
we go.
Litchfield, Esquire, 330 Orleans Road, North Chatham, Mass. 02650. Owner of property located at 1 Ivy Lane, also shown on the Town of Chatham's Assessor's Map 16B, Block 36, Lot 38. The applicant seeks to enlarge, extend, or change a non-conforming dwelling on a non-conforming lot via the demolition of the existing dwelling and construction of a new dwelling. The existing dwelling is non-conforming in that it is located 2.8 feet from the road and 5.4 feet from the southerly abutter. The proposed dwelling will be non-conforming in that it will be located 3.2 feet from the road where a 25-foot setback is required and 5.4 feet from the southerly abutter where a 15-foot setback is required. The existing building coverage is 2,244 square feet, 21.1%, and the proposed building coverage is 2,342 square feet, 23.1%, where 15% is the maximum allowed. The lot is non-conforming in that it contains 10,160 square feet, where 40,000 square feet is required for 2 dwelling units on a single lot in the R20 zoning district. A special permit is required under Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 6, and Section 5B of the Chatham Protective Bylaw.
Mr. Litchfield.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Bill Litchfield, appearing before you more or less on behalf of John and Chris Quill, who I believe are also electronically with us in regard to the property at 1 Ivy Lane. As a starting point, there was some question raised as to the address of the property. The house which fronts on 46, on Water Street rather, is 46 Water Street. The rear property has been assigned for E911 purposes, the street number of 1 Ivy Lane. So just to clarify that, and actually the town's actual map, the town map, not the assessor's records, but the town map shows that it's 1 Ivy Lane. So I just wanted to clarify that. There is sort of a more technical point. I read Sarah's meeting notice or scheduling for today, and it said that you were meeting from 3 p.m. until 5 p.m. Should I not believe Sarah in this case?
Yeah, try 7:30.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was my thought. Without trying to extend the hearing longer than it will necessarily be, I will tell you briefly why the Quills are proposing to do what they want to do. They have owned this property since 1996, and I've been talking with them for the last several months about why they want to make some renovations to the rear structure. And the essential reason is shown in their email address, which I have and you don't. Their email address is Quill Clan, C-L-A-N. They are the happy parents of 6 children, 6 adult children, all of whom live in Massachusetts. They have 3.5 of those 6 are married, and they have 4 grandchildren with more on the way. In years past, given the expense of raising a family, they have done things like rent the property in the past, but now that the family has expanded and grown, they don't plan to rent it in the future. And in fact, the renovation of the rear building is designed to be part of their family's use of the property. This structure was built circa 1949 by a family that I knew and some of the people in the audience knew, who were, I think as John Quill put it, they were first fishermen and carpenters second. It is not an architectural treasure. It is by no means a contributing structure to the old village. It has 2x4 floor joists, and as well, certainly Mr. Upson and other members will appreciate, it currently has 6-foot 3-inch ceilings, which are something of a challenge for use of the house. So they have worked with Zebrat and McCarthy to come up with a proposal to replace the house. And we're obviously aware of the correspondence you have received, and accordingly,
Very sweet.
Accordingly, we provided Sarah earlier today, and I believe she's forwarded to you, plans which drop the elevation by essentially 1.5 feet. So the original notion of it being nearly an 8-foot increase has gone by the wayside. It is now essentially a 6.5-foot increase, and I'll talk more about that later. The existing structure has its challenges. It has a basement a garage in the basement, which is habitually flooded. As you know, it is below grade from Ivy Lane, and it is actually below the garage floor is actually low. So we have to elevate that. We also have code issues which require us to increase the size of the house. We're not adding a new floor. There are 2 floors above the garage right now. But let me go into the criteria, and then I'll talk to you about some of the specifics of the proposal and what we've done to address some of the concerns as to adequacy of site, including building coverage and setbacks. The site is adequate for a second dwelling constructed circa 1949 before zoning, as was almost all of the neighborhood. Like many other properties in the neighborhood, it is non-conforming as to coverage, as to lot size, and to street and sideline setbacks. If you approve the special permit, you can do so based on a finding that the site is adequate for what we think is a modest 98 square foot expansion. In a prior hearing, somebody referred to modest as 1,000 square feet. Well, this is truly modest. It's 98 square feet. It's at the rear of the lot, but with a compensating shift further away from the street. The height has been reduced, as I indicated, by 1.5 feet. 1 foot 5 inches, so I will roughly speak it to it as 1.5 feet, to address certain neighborhood concerns of which you are very much aware. As to compatibility of size with the neighborhood, except for the 3 YWCA properties, the lot is larger than most. They are all non-conforming. I believe Sarah was kind enough, or you have in front of you what I ordinarily hand out, a comparison, and you will note that our lot has 10,160 square feet. The surrounding lots have 5,662, 5,663, 9,583, 5,795. This is not a neighborhood of enormous lots. We understand that. Ours is somewhat larger than most, but our total footprint with 21% coverage is for 2 dwellings. It's not a guest house. It was never designed as a guest house. It is, however, the coverage, even with 2 dwellings, is in keeping with the surrounding properties. The special permit, if you approve it, can be granted on a basis of a finding that it will remain compatible. There is, again, a minimal change in coverage. We are still not the highest in percentage, even with 2 dwellings, which are parenthetically separated by a large parking area, which by Old Village standards is a degree of open space. 46 Water Street, the front house, has a footprint of less than 1,400 square feet. The footprint of Ivy Lane will be 661 square feet, up from 543 square feet, as Sarah is showing you on the plan that's in front of you now. It is not, despite some of the correspondence, a massive increase, and we'll talk further about the height. As to the extent of increase in nonconformity, the existing nonconformities are, as noted, coverage, lot size, street and sideline setbacks. The sole change in nonconformity is 98 square feet, a small increase in absolute numbers, and for that matter, in percentage numbers, given the neighborhood. As to suitability of the site and impact on natural environment, it is a mid-sized residential lot for this neighborhood. In a purely residential neighborhood, there are no environmental issues. I think that you can find the site is suitable for a 98 square foot expansion with a lessened increase in height, largely mandated by a need to raise the floor of the garage and for code and minimum ceiling heights. We're not talking about 8-foot ceilings. We weren't even before we reduced it. They were generally, the first floor was, I believe, 7.6, and the second floor was 7.2.5. And at the end of my presentation, I will give you some additional news in regard to that. As to scale, sighting, mass, views, and vistas, the house again has somewhat limited charm in a post-war. Interesting what Sarah just put up from the, if you go back, Sarah, 1 to what you just had, notice the street number 1. We didn't come up with that, and we were criticized for it. There was some waving of flags in all directions, but we didn't come up with that name. In any event, the existing house has limited, we think, charm of the post-war era. It is situated very close to the road and now exists with essentially 3 stories. It is really not inconsistent with the scale of the neighborhood, but it is certainly not a contributing structure to the neighborhood's historical charm. It is without impact on views and vistas. As reduced by 1.5 feet, I think that you can find that the scale will remain appropriate. The rear addition, which is small, which is 98 square feet, is designed only to move the interior stairs out to allow for more family needed interior room for the family. The height increase, as I indicated, is 1.5 feet less than originally proposed. And again, parenthetically, the chair, or if he's unlucky enough, will read the correspondence, or someone will read the correspondence. There was a lot of suggestion that we were at the maximum height. We weren't, but we are now, we were going to be compliant with the prior proposal. Now, however, we are well below the maximum. And because Ivy Lane slopes uphill as you go south from this house, the facade of the house is actually less than 20 feet above Ivy Lane. As compatibility of use, it is a residential use. There will be no change. The growth of the family, however, warrants increased use by the Quills rather than as a rental unit, and they hope that in the future their children and grandchildren will be using this rather than renting it. They acknowledge that it has been rented in the past, and there's nothing unique about that in the Old Village. As to adequacy of sewage and water, it is town water. There are 4 bedrooms in the structure at 1 Ivy Lane, and there are 5 at 46. The chair will read a letter from the health agent indicating exactly what I've said. We have a 9-bedroom septic system. There is no change in the number of bedrooms. People have suggested that this is way too many bedrooms. This is an increase in the number of bedrooms. Well, there is no increase in the number of bedrooms, and the Board of Health actually governs. Yes, it is true that the assessors have noted this as a 3-bedroom structure. I have great respect for the assessors, but they're not always right. The Board of Health, as you know, controls the number of bedrooms. One of the reasons, by the way, that we can't move the house further to the east, away from Ivy Lane, we did move it 1.5 feet, or a couple of inches, rather, I'm sorry. The reason we couldn't move it further is the location of the septic system, as shown on the site plan, does not allow that. It was installed with a variance for its proximity to the lot line now and for its proximity to the foundation of the house. So even though we would like to, we cannot move the house from the east. As to traffic flow and safety, because we are replacing an existing 4-bedroom home with another 4-bedroom home, there is not going to be any increase in traffic. It is, I think, perhaps one could posit that no longer renting, and I'm not saying we're never going to rent, but the intent is not to rent, that will actually potentially decrease traffic in the neighborhood. Bear in mind that the Quills have lived here for a quarter of a century. They are very familiar with traffic in the neighborhood. They don't want to exacerbate it, quite the contrary. That's why they went out of their way to retain the 4-bedroom or 4-space parking lot, which is shown there to the north of number 1, shown with the leaching field there, which, by the way, I have confirmed was designed with H20 components, so it is designed for traffic to be on top of it. As for noise and litter and adequacy of utilities, I don't think there's going to be any change there. The issue, as you know, is whether the proposed reconstruction of this rather tired dwelling, largely, but not exclusively, largely on the existing footprint, as much further away from the street as can be accomplished with a lessened increase in height, whether that is substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the current non-conforming structure on a non-conforming lot. The additional increase in coverage is a mere 98 square feet, and it will remain a small structure. The footprint here is 643 square feet. Having heard your discussion in the last hearing, having been very much aware of this issue for a long time, obviously, we would suggest to you that if you approve the special permit, you impose a condition that there be no exterior construction between June 15th or June 30th, which seems to be what you were talking about in the last hearing, between June 30th and Labor Day, and that construction vehicles not be parked on Ivy Lane or Hammond Lane. Or for that matter, Hammond Hill Lane, which is further around the corner, that the streets not be blocked. And we would ask for that condition. Because of the timing of this project, it is entirely likely, frankly, not just possible, likely, that construction would not begin until the fall of 2021. If you approve the special permit today, it wouldn't become valid for a month, essentially, so we'd be August 10th. We don't have final building or design plans, and as you know, the vagaries of construction suggest that builders aren't necessarily waiting in line to start the day you want them to. So this would, in all likelihood, be the fall of 2021. So in light of the criteria and the plans, I think that with the reduced height, you can find that the proposed changes are not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. Now, having said that, I am pleased to report, after having read the correspondence and having discussed with the Quills and their engineer and their designer, that we have figured out a way to further lower the house by an additional 10 inches. Over and above the 1 foot 5 inches we were talking about. So the reduction will be 27 inches or nearly 2.5 feet, so that this proposal, if you approve it, will have lowered ceilings, Paul McCarthy and the engineering folks are doing their best to still comply with code, but we will be able to bring it down so that the increase in height will be approximately 5.5 feet rather than 8 feet. There is obviously, Mr. Chairman, a great deal of correspondence, and I trust that you will be kind enough to give me an opportunity to respond to it, but recognizing that you've been here for a long time, that's essentially my presentation.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor of this?
Not seeing any, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to give people an opportunity.
Yep. Okay. Well, there are 15 pieces of correspondence, so I'll start. First is from Judith Giorgio, Board of Health, 7/7. She writes, I have reviewed the proposed plan. A septic system was installed on the property for a total of 9 bedrooms, 5 in the main, 4 in the Ivy Lane cottage, known as Harding Lane at that time. A detailed floor plan of the cottage to be demolished must be submitted for further review. The plan as proposed does not appear to increase the approved septic flow at the property, nor does it encroach on the existing septic system. Then we have an email dated July 8th. This is from Janet Kilman, K-I-L-L-M-O-N. She writes, I sent you a letter of approval for the Quill remodel and would like to ask you to withdraw the letter from this week's zoning board meeting. At this time, I do not feel that I know all the facts regarding the new build and need time to further educate myself on the proposed plans before stating my opinion. Please confirm that my original letter will be deleted from the meeting. So then we have a note. This is from Miss Wandra with a W, Powell. She's the board chair of the ACWA. She writes on, we received it on July 6th. I write on behalf of the Young Women's Christian Association of Philadelphia, doing business as the Avis Chase Women's Association. Our association owns the properties at 20, 25, and 52 Water Street. Our 52 Water Street property abuts the entire eastern and southern boundary of the 1 Ivy Lane lot. Avis Chase, well-known benefactor of Chatham, died in 1953 and bequeathed her Old Village properties to our organization for the benefit of members. A program of short vacations for rest and renewal of members has been operating since 1959, where members travel from Philadelphia for a 1 or 2 week visit to the historic cottages that we own. In 2012, an historic preservation easement was obtained and given to the town of Chatham so that the properties and buildings thereon will be preserved in their present state and perpetuity. As you can imagine, we are concerned with any changes which would affect the quiet atmosphere of Old Village. For this reason and others, we urge the board to reject the appeal for a special permit to rebuild the cottage at 1 Ivy. The plans presented show an expansion in living space of over 50%, along with an increase in bulk by about the same fraction. Particularly troubling is the increase in the building height to the maximum allowed in the bylaws. The proposed structure with little setback would tower over the existing roads in a way that is not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. The excessive number of bedrooms that would be on the property is a huge problem. This means that the limited parking available in the neighborhood would be further strained from what it is now, and traffic congestion would increase. Every summer we notice cars from the often full Quill parking lot being parked on Water Street. We believe that any construction should conform to the existing bylaw regulations with no increase in the height of the building or change in its footprint.
So they gave them what they wanted.
Then I keep hearing someone in the background, Sarah. Can you figure out who that is? Well, it's gone now. Okay. On July 6th, Ann Ryan writes, as a neighbor, I write this letter in support of the above listed application scheduled for the hearing on July 9th. The proposed dwelling is in character with and does not appear to be substantially more detrimental to our Old Village neighborhood. The proposed changes seem to be appropriate and necessary for the Quills to enjoy their property. Then we have a letter from John Donahue. at 4 Hammond Hill Road. I'm writing in support of the plan filed by the Quill family to demolish and rebuild the structure. In my opinion, the current building has little architectural merit, and I believe detracts from, rather than adds to, the character of the neighborhood. Given the family's long residence in the old village, I'm confident that the new building they propose to build will be appropriate to both the location and the character of the old village. That was written on July 5th. Then on July 2nd, Lynn and James Estabrook, 59, the Cornfield, right. We are year-round contributing members of the Chatham community. One of our favorite activities is our morning walks around the old village. Ivy Lane is on our daily route. The existing house is non-contributing to the architectural appeal of the village. The proposed house will not be substantially detrimental to the neighborhood. In contrast, it will substantially improve the neighborhood. The gambrel roof line and window bays will certainly add to the charm of the old village architect. The second floor deck shows a beautiful view of the mill pond. Many homes in the old village facing the mill pond also have second floor decks. We've known the Quill family for over 20 years. Their 6 children have all grown up summers in Chatham. They've all worked each summer in the community. They were members of the Chatham Yacht Club. Their summer memories are Chatham. Now they have grown and married and have children of their own. The Quills want to continue their summer tradition of family get-togethers and memories in Chatham. Their proposed construction of the guest house will provide years of additional space to accommodate for their growing family. We support the proposed project in full. Then on July 1st, Greta and Jack Gurry, 96 Silverleaf Ave, right? We understand the ZBA will be considering a proposal for 1 Ivy. We'd like to offer our full support of the proposed new house, which, if approved, will replace a poorly designed house which seems out of sync with the old village feel. The proposed design is a very attractive design that does not appear to have a bigger footprint than the existing structure. In our opinion, it will be a great improvement on the neighborhood appearance and is harmonious with the current homes close by. It's our understanding that John and Chris Quill intend to use the house as increased space for the quickly expanding family, which now includes 4 grandchildren with more on the way. Their 6 children were fortunate to have grown up as summer residents of Chatham and are committed to offer this special experience to their own families. In summary, we think the proposed house will enhance the old village, be compatible with the neighboring homes, and support the great multi-generational appreciation of Chatham. Thank you for your consideration of our thoughts. July 7th, Barbara Young writes, as owner of the property located at 46 Hammond Hill Road, I'd like to record my opposition to the appeal by the Quill trustees to alter and expand a second non-conforming structure on the property located at 46 Water. My opposition is based on the applicant's proposal to reconstruct the existing structure with a setback from Ivy Lane of only 7 feet and with a balcony setback of a minimal 3.2 feet, creating a potential safety issue. My opposition is further based on the height of the proposed structure, which will not be in the character of the neighboring properties. Thank you for your consideration. And then we have a note, no date, from Edith Bingham. She writes, as a property owner of a historic house at 63 Water, I wish to object to the proposed changes to the existing structures at the corner of Hammond Lane and Water Street. I'm very familiar with this location and observe it daily when I walk the neighborhood. It's a nicely kept main residence with a garage serving as a rental. Often, the parking space between the 2 structures seems overly full of cars and boats and trailer due to the absence of a garage parking. Enlarging the garage to accommodate a rental cottage does not seem to promise a visual, attractive, or legal use of the space between the cottages. Both structures are very close to the street, ignoring the required setbacks. Increasing the height of the garage enlargement violates the height limits and space of the sister house. None of these proposals seems able to contribute to the historic character of the village. Cramming more rentable space into existing structures in this location does not complement nor enhance the current high density of the old village and history of this national historic village. Then Debbie and Don Aikman, 78 Water Street. They write on July 7th, we're opposed to the changes. Increasing the height of the building in order to make 3 living levels instead of 2 will result in a structure that's higher than the main house. The 2 street-facing decks and stairway totally overwhelm the facade of the building. along with being much too close to the street, that is 3.2 feet where 25 feet is required. These changes are not in keeping with our historic neighborhood in terms of impact on visual character. The assessor record lists 3 bedrooms in the cottage and 5 in the main. We've been unable to find out if there are actually 4 bedrooms in the existing cottage. 9 bedrooms on a 10,000 square foot lot, which is situated steps away from Mill Pond, is a huge concern in terms of nitrogen loading. It is also a concern in terms of traffic congestion and much needed parking for the public on Water Street Extension, on the Water Street Extension Town Landing. Vehicles are often parked there day and night for days at a time, taking up most of the available spots. As you're aware, our Select Board and Planning Board are currently grappling with the issue of scale and massing on pre-existing non-conforming lots, and the Planning Board's goal is to present its recommendation for bylaw changes in this regard to the May 2021 town meeting. This Water Street proposal is a classic example of the scale/massing problem. There is already too much non-compliance for the parcel, and, in our opinion, these changes will only make everything worse. Many neighbors who are currently here in the Old Village have expressed their opinion to us about this proposal, and we have yet to find anyone who supports it. Unfortunately, some do not wish to oppose it publicly due to concern regarding how it might affect the neighborhood relations. So we're representing them. Finally, please be aware that none of the direct abutters are back in the residence in order for them to gauge the impact of this totally inappropriate structure. In fairness, the hearing for this application should be postponed. Otherwise, we support denial of the special permit. Then we have a note. This is from Winnie Lear, who is the president of the Old Village Association. There's no date on this. At a recent meeting of the Old Village Association's board, the directors unanimously voted to object to this appeal and the issuance of a special permit for the following reasons. The existing 10,160 square foot property is already non-compliant and already has a total of 9 bedrooms. The proposed building is 3.2 feet from the street and has 2 new street-facing decks and stairs, dramatically changing the appearance of the building and therefore the streetscape. The proposal is to add 8 feet, 5 inches to the height of the building, severely adding to the change in appearance. There's already a parking problem. Residents have to back into Ivy Lane when there are a few cars on the lot. Using the spaces on Water Street Extension overnight and often throughout the day prevents parking by boat owners going to Mill Pond. The following ZBA criteria are relevant and are not met in this appeal. A, adequacy of the site in terms of size and proposed use. B, suitability of the site for proposed use. C, impact of traffic flow and safety. D, impact of the neighborhood visual character, including views. Thank you for considering this request. And then we have a note from Edward, Crystal, and Philip McCarthy. They write on January 8th. We are abutters at 17 Hammond, corner of Ivy. Our property line actually includes Ivy Lane, which is an easement, so we're very close to 1 Ivy. The Quills are very good neighbors, but we have an objection to the revised plans. This letter is delayed due to notices going to our addresses in Lexington, Mass., which we left nearly 4 months ago. Nevertheless, we write to say we don't object to the original plans, although it's difficult to visualize how tall the proposed house will be. But we do have problems with the new revised plan. A second level deck would adversely impact our privacy, and we have to object to that part of their request. We're attaching a photo showing the view from our living dining area, indicating how close we are and how the deck would loom in front and above us. Note the existing balcony/deck on the second floor of the main house. And there is a picture that they have sent along showing just that. Then we have a note. This is dated July 8th. It's from Catherine Bridgeton and John Bridgeton. The proposed secondary house, originally a garage with an apartment, is currently set so close to the street on Hammond Lane at the entrance to Ivy that are some very real safety concerns for pedestrians entering and exiting the house. A site visit to the property might be important to appreciate how tight the space along that corner of the lane is. The long side of the house at 17 Hammond, just across the lane from the proposed house, is itself positioned on the edge of Ivy Lane. This creates a very narrow space for cars to navigate as they enter Ivy Lane from Hammond Lane. Access to homes along Ivy Lane is already tight and will become more difficult for all vehicles, including emergency vehicles, with the expansion of the secondary house footprint. The secondary house, including porch and deck, should be set back at least 10 feet from Hammond Lane for public safety and emergency access reasons. The secondary house is already listed as a 1.9-story dwelling. The proposal to add an additional 10 feet, 1.5 on the first floor and another 8.5 feet in height, seems to create a 3-story house that is out of scale for the 10,000 square foot lot in that area of Old Village neighborhood. This is further magnified by the fact that the secondary house intrudes so far into the setbacks. The secondary house should not be higher than the existing structure. Given that the rules require no more than 15% coverage, it is inappropriate to increase the lot coverage to 23.1%. The already small yard space will be further reduced, and the lot will be covered by 2 buildings and a large parking lot. This is inconsistent with the rules in the neighborhood space and feel that the rules attempt to preserve. In addition, covered porches are included in total lot coverage calculations under the rules. The proposed plan includes a large covered porch with a deck on top. It does not appear as if the square footage of the covered porch is included in the current calculation of lot coverage. The address for this secondary house remains the same as the main house on the property, 46 Water, not 1 Ivy Lane. Finally, it should be noted that the site plan incorrectly labels Hammond Lane as Ivy Lane. Ivy Lane is a private way that begins at the furthest corner of the subject property. Hammond Lane is an L-shaped lane and begins at Water Street and turns west at 17 Hammond Lane. Thank you for your consideration. And included is a map showing just that. That is the end of my correspondence, and I'm sure Sarah has some more. Sarah?
I do have several more. The first one I have is dated July 8th, and it is from William Horrocks Jr. And he writes, Dear board members, I write in opposition to application number 20-034 by the Quill Trust for a special permit to enlarge the guest house on the lot at 46 Water Street, aka 1 Ivy Lane, via the demolition and reconstruction. The 10,160 square foot lot in question contains 2 dwelling units, a main house at the corner of Water and Hammond Lane, a guest cottage which was formerly a garage with an apartment above. The lot is non-conforming, even for 1 dwelling unit, because it contains less than 20,000 square feet. The appeal is problematic for several reasons. The existing guest cottage has 1,021 square feet of living space. The appeal seeks to expand the living space by 538 square feet to 1,559 square feet, a 52.7% increase. The existing lot coverage of the guest house is 543 square feet, and a 98 square foot increase is proposed. The volume of the guest unit is further increased by over 50% by moving the east wall and increasing the height of the structure by 8.42 feet to the precise maximum height allowed by the zoning bylaw. Every bit of the allowed 30 feet above grade is used for the structure set back from the street by only 3.2 feet where a 25-foot setback is required. The outsized height of the proposed structure is further emphasized by the fact that the ridge elevation of the proposed guest cottage is 69.5 feet, while the present ridge elevation of the main house is 63.3 feet. The additional height of the proposed new construction comes from a 1.8-foot increase in the elevation of the top of foundation, plus an increase of 6.6 feet in the height of the cottage above top of foundation. All of this transforms a relatively unobtrusive guest cottage into an out-of-scale structure higher than the main house, and not at all in harmony with its surroundings. Janet Kilman's recent remodeling of her cottage at 21 Hammond Lane is an excellent example of how to make modifications which are in keeping with the neighborhood. Those of us who live in the Old Village, which is a National Register historic district, value modest scale and antiquity of most dwellings in the area. If the Quill proposal is approved with the facade only 3.2 feet from the pavement, it will be towering over the 12-foot wide entrance to Ivy Lane. The streetscape for someone traveling east on Hammond Lane towards the rebuilt cottage would be radically changed. On the site plan submitted as part of the appeal, the main house is listed as having 5 bedrooms and the guest unit 4, for a total of 9 bedrooms on the 10,160 square foot lot. The number appears to be excessive for the lot of that size. I realize that the guest house has been grandfathered. However, considering the myriad of nonconformities on this lot and the fact that a conforming guest house would be limited to 2 bedrooms, it is important that the proposed modifications move towards conformity. The matter of the number of bedrooms is especially important because there is space to park only 4 cars in the parking area on the 26 Water Street lot. In the summer, there's not enough off-street parking to accommodate members of the Quill family in the main house and the tenants in the guest unit. This overflow results in cars being parked overnight on the south side of Water Street, west of School Street. The extra cars and their parking needs exacerbate the congestion in the area of the narrow roads. The street parked cars compete with those of us users of the town landing at the western terminus of Water Street and those using the beaches to the east. I am sure that there are neighbors and abutters, many of them who are members of the Old Village Association, who would be happy to work with the Quills to come up with a design which would be satisfactory to them and to the rest of us, which would constitute a positive contribution to the area we love so much. The next letter we have is dated July 8th, and this is from Thayer and Joe O'Brien, 14 Ivy Lane. We wanted to express concerns for the changes that the Quill family want to make to the rental property at 46 Water Street. It is definitely a non-conforming dwelling already, and if their proposed changes are approved, the dwelling and its decks will only be 5.4 feet away from the street, where usually there's a 25-foot setback. The increase in size, height, and volume of the dwelling is a big change and an increase of over 50%. The Old Village residents want homes to be similar in scale to the houses in this area, which is part of a National Register historic district. It seems the Quills lot is non-conforming, even with just their one house closest to Water Street, with less than 20,000 square feet, when a lot needs 40,000 for 2 dwellings. The 9 or more bedrooms is an issue, and the permitting should be checked by the Board of Health. The large number of bedrooms already creates a difficult parking situation. The Quill family already uses the west side of the Water Street every day and for overnight parking. There have been times when we would love for our dinner guests to have a place to park, but it's usually full all night. We oppose any increase in the bulk or height of the structure. It is also interesting that they claim that the back house's address is 1 Ivy Lane. Ivy Lane is a private road composed of a series of right-of-ways granted to other property owners. None of those property owners ever granted a right-of-way to the back house of the property at 46 Water Street. So utilizing an address of 1 Ivy Lane appears to be arbitrary and capricious and should not be permitted. Next, we have a letter from Mr. and Mrs. Robert Ridgely, 89 Silverleaf Ave, dated July, RIDGLEY.
Okay, thank you.
And we have, that's dated July 9th. We would like to go on record, and this is a handwritten one, so by registering our opposition to said articles of proposed issue of expansion of 1 Ivy Lane property, we are once removed abutters to the east of the property subject, 1 lot east. Also immediately familiar with the area, and more specifically the subject property, having lived there, 1 Ivy Lane, for 6 years in the 60s to 70s, and in the Old Village for 45 years, seasonally, since 1958. And then we have another letter dated July 9th from Joanne Johnson, 34 Hammond Hill Road. I'm writing in reference to the Quill special permit to expand an already non-conforming property. I believe construction should be within the present footprint as well as no increase in height. And our final letter is dated July 9th from Susan Harris of 86 Silverleaf Avenue. In reading the details of this proposal, I can't see any compelling reason that would justify granting the special exemptions that are being requested. If this were built as proposed, the much larger and taller structure would be very substantially out of proportion with neighboring homes, affecting the feeling of an earlier, less ostentatious period that the community has made such an effort to preserve. On a personal note, I remember 50 years or more ago that my mother, who had retired in Chatham, would drive any visitors to what we now call the Old Village because she appreciated the special feeling there. We all have seen the results in one neighborhood after another of people rebuilding to the maximum. We don't have to allow this to happen in this case. If the owners have reasons they want to rebuild, they should keep what they do the same size footprint and height as the present. And that is the end of our correspondence.
Shoot, thank you for reading those. I was running out of something. Throat, I guess. Okay, Mr. Litchfield, would you like to rebut each one of these one by one, or just do it in a generic?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It won't be a 7:30 end to the meeting. It'll be somewhat later than that. But might it be more appropriate, sir, to allow some of the people who want to speak in opposition to go forward, and then I can respond both to them and correspondence. If
Okay, that's a very good idea. Okay, Sarah, who do we have that would like to speak?
Okay, we have Mr. McCarthy with his hand raised to speak.
Okay.
Oh, you're going to need to unmute yourself, sir. There you go. Perfect.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Ms. Clark, I have to commend you for the way you've conducted this. It's admirable. And for your being so kind to me. And Mr. Litchfield, I commend you on your speedy delivery. That'll cut a lot of time off the whole thing. We live and own the property. My wife, Crystal, is with me at 17 Hammond Lane at the corner of what everybody calls Ivy Lane. Ivy Lane, at that point, we actually own the fee to that, and it's an easement. And that was done not long ago in a survey by Outermost Survey. So you're talking about building right very close, actually, to our property line, in addition to the street. The people, the Quills are very nice people, very hardworking, with a wonderful large family, and we hate to cause them any more grief than necessary. We sat down with Chris Quill, and we told her what our initial concern was, that a second floor deck would really stick right into our living room and dining room. I don't know if Ms. Clark can show that photograph that I attached, because I think it shows it pretty clearly how close it is, how close it would be, and what the impact might be. See if you find that photo. There it goes. If you give it, can you turn it, Sarah? There we are. So this is, I couldn't get the dog out of the way. That's our son's dog, so I apologize for him. But it gives you an idea of really how close we are, and in particular what a second floor deck would do. And they have a second floor deck on the Forward House at the Water Street address. So I don't know what kind of a hardship there is, but that the deck really concerned us at first. And then I was confused about the height. And I became a little more confused, I'm sorry, by Mr. Litchfield's presentation when he kept talking about lowering things. I think the plans called for 1.5 foot height increase on the first level, and 8.5 above the existing ridge line of the existing house. So that's 10 feet. And as I gather from listening carefully, that's overall been dropped by 2.7, 2 feet, 7 inches, or 2.7 feet. I'm not sure. But that's still over 7 feet higher than the existing building and really right on top of our property line. The post and rail fence that you see beneath the deck on the Hammond Lane or Ivy Lane side of the house, actually the surveyor put a marker in there that was our property line up to that point. So that's how close we are. And I'm sorry that we have a problem with it. Thank you.
Who else do we have, Sarah?
Okay, hang on. Mr. Horrocks would like to speak. So he will just, you have to unmute yourself, please.
Okay, this is Bill Horrocks of 26 Ivy Lane. We live on a lot which is only very slightly larger than the Wells lot, and we have a single dwelling which has 2 bedrooms. I would like to second the comments that Ed McCarthy made, and I'm very glad that you were able to see, everybody was able to see the photograph out of the windows of his porch, because one of the things that I think would absolutely would destroy the look of this neighborhood and obviously the privacy of the McCarthys is the building of the 2-story balconies of there. I mean, there's nothing like that anywhere around here. I think everybody can agree that the existing little guest house, which used to be a garage with an apartment over it, and somehow has gotten expanded over the years, that is not a wonderful, beloved historic structure. And so that can be improved, certainly. And considering Bill Litchfield's presentation, the whole lot there has been painted into everything's been painted into a corner on this lot. I also thought that Bill's description of the lot as being typical of one in the old village, and that's quite true. But most of the lots in the old village don't have 2 dwelling units on them, and this is absolutely totally crowded. And so I think every effort should be made to ameliorate this problem, especially when the setback from the street is so small. Also, in Bill's presentation, he shows us something, and then said, "Well, now we've decreased it." Well, we're starting from what's there, and from what's there, this is much higher than and bigger than what is there. So throwing up a picture of something that is proposed and then magnanimously taking part of it back is sort of maybe a way of arguing for one's point, but that's I think that's a little bit misleading. But as I said in my letter, I think that it would be nice if we could get together with the Quills and people in the old village and try to design something. This is a difficult problem because it's a very confined space, but it would be nice to have something which is compatible with the old village and this feeling. And I think I speak also, I am on the advisory panel of the Avis Chase Women's Association, who own the 3 adjacent properties and the abutting lot. And I think they very much value Chatham and their a time for rest and relaxation. And I'm sorry. And so that they would like something which sort of fits in a little bit better than what's proposed. And as I said, we'll be glad to work with everybody to see if we can accommodate that. Okay, that's what I have to say.
Do we have anybody else, Sarah?
I'm not seeing any. Nobody has their hand up, and oh, hang on. Ms. Brigden would like to speak. She just raised her hand. She will need to unmute herself.
Hi, this is Kate Brigden. My husband and I and our family live at 32 Ivy Lane, and I did submit a letter that you read aloud. Just 2 points from the letter I wanted to raise verbally.
Are these new points? Can I ask you, are you making new points?
I'm actually not. So if you just would like me to rest on the letter, I'm happy to do that.
I would appreciate that if,
Okay. Okay.
you know, okay, thank you. Okay, Sarah?
I believe that is it.
Okay, good. Mr. Litchfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will try to be relatively brief, but I do want to respond to some particulars and also in sort of a generic way. First, in actually having read some of the correspondence objecting to it, I have to note that sometimes when that happens, misinformation betrays itself, and one can almost assume that people, and I'm not criticizing anyone for getting involved, but one can almost assume that people were told certain things without knowing the facts. Repeated comments about maximum height allowed and violating the height restriction, as well as repeatedly raising the red herring of the street number, an excessive number of bedrooms. The number of bedrooms won't change. So I think it's redolent of problems that have sometimes occurred in the past in your deliberations. Secondly, as for the balcony, the second-story deck, I would simply observe that both 17 and 21 Hammond Lane have second-floor decks. They are our abutters. One of those, if I'm not mistaken, was obtained and constructed by virtue of a special permit only a few years ago. And certainly the Quills did not object to that. The balcony, however, is probably a far less important aspect of rebuilding. I don't mean to put words in Mr. McCarthy's mouth, but I think his original letter said that he was supportive of the original proposal without a second floor balcony. We would like to obtain his support and that of his other family members. And if the board sees fit to require that there not be one, so be it. As to more specific aspects, one of the letters said that no one supports it. No one in the neighborhood supports it, yet you heard 5 letters read at the outset from supportive abutters. One letter said, however, that we are the self-appointed spokesman. We will do that because no one in the neighborhood is willing to oppose it. Well, that's patently untrue because the chair and Sarah spent a great deal of time reading letters in opposition. I think if there is neighborhood pressure, it's certainly in the other direction. A letter suggested that the hearing should be postponed until winter. Now, you know from experience what would have happened if we had filed in December and been heard in February. We would have been criticized for doing this when summer residents were not in residence. So there's really no good way to address that issue. As for parking, we have more parking than most neighbors, most abutters. We have 4 parking spaces, but the number of bedrooms, which is not going to change, is not going to increase the traffic. There's certainly some irony in some of the correspondence. The Quills are accused of using Water Street Extension so that our quote unquote, our dinner guests can't park there. That strikes me as it's almost amusing. One abutter with zero frontage, none, no frontage whatsoever, who actually has, according to the assessors, 2 dwelling units on his non-conforming lot, complained about our excess coverage. There was never a 10-foot increase proposed. And in terms of irony, we had been criticized for making it too tall, yet now we're somehow chastised for saying we're dropping the proposed increase by 2.5 feet. The increase now sought is approximately 5.5 feet higher than that which was originally proposed. We have acknowledged from the outset that we are looking for an increase in height, but in deference to those neighborhood concerns, we do propose now that if you approve it at first by the 1 foot 5 inch decrease and then by a 10-foot decrease, further decrease. I'm not trying to set up a straw horse and say, oh no, we're being heroes. No, quite the contrary. We're trying to respond to what we have heard. Several people said it was not a house. They called it a secondary dwelling. They called it a guest house. They called it a garage. They said you should do a site visit. You did a site visit. I know that you know them. Odd, however, that an objector, when we hear the objections to it being a garage, an objector said that his family had lived there in the 1960s. So I think it has to be one or the other. We have 2 dwellings on this lot. There is nothing, frankly, terribly unusual in the old village about having a lot with 2 dwellings on it. I trust that, well, I know you will do your job appropriately. I would simply remind you that there was relatively little comment about the architectural design. There were comments about the height. We have dropped that. Very little comment about it not being compatible with the neighborhood. The issue before you, and if you go back to the first letters that were read back in the early part of this hearing, a number of abutters do support it, and they think that what is there now is not appropriate, and they think that what is proposed to be built is an improvement. An improvement is not required. What is required of you is to make a determination as to whether this is substantially more detrimental, and with that, I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Litchfield. Okay, we will have questions from the board. And we'll start with Dave Veach.
Dave Veach here. Thanks, Dave. Well, I was wondering, did the historical commission weigh in on this?
It was, if I could, Mr. Chairman, Bill Litchfield to respond. It was built in, according to the assessor's records, infallible though they apparently aren't. It was built in 1949, and that thus is not 75 years of age.
So it misses the cutoff for okay.
And right. It did at the beginning of the hearing, Mr. Veach.
Let's see. I don't have any other questions at this point.
Paul.
This is Paul Semple. I had just a couple of questions to clarify in my mind. As I looked at the ZBRAT plans for the lower level plan, it seems to reflect a 4-foot barn door, which is beside the bedroom and next to the storage area.
That is correct, sir.
When I look at the proposed north elevation, is there a barn door there? Is that the barn door that we're talking about on the left-hand side?
The left-hand side from the north elevation is an entry door.
So where is the barn door on the?
I believe it's the garage. The garage door is what we're talking about.
Well, the plans talk about.
I'm seeing exactly what you're seeing, Mr. Semple, on page A3 of ZBRAT and McCarthy, and I do not have an answer to that. We will make it. We'll get you an answer. I think he's labeled the barn door where it should say storage. He's got 4-foot barn door, but it's a single entry door there where Sarah is showing now.
Yeah, what he's got is a barn door that's sliding to the left as you look at it, but his north elevation shows a lantern there.
Paul, Dave Beach here. I just want to say I just scaled off, and there does seem to be a bit of a discrepancy. The door that's shown on the elevation is shown to be a 3-foot wide door, which probably opens. It would be designed to be open traditionally, not as a sliding door.
So they must have just decided not to do a barn door and do a regular exit door.
Probably something along those lines. Yeah.
And as it now stands, how much higher than the existing ridge will the proposed ridge be?
The Bill Litchfield, if I could, Mr. Chairman, to respond to Mr. Semple. Looking at the site plan, which has the calculation, the existing ridge or the proposed ridge had been 69.5. The existing is 61.1, which is a difference of 8.4. Subtracting, and unfortunately this is done in metric feet, which doesn't, I mean, you know, the decimal point, but subtracting out 27 inches brings us down to approximately 5.5 feet, 5 feet 6 inches higher than existing.
Okay.
Too high.
And as I look at the plans, I had actually requested from Sarah a copy of the existing property, but really don't have plans for that. What we do have, I guess, in the file is a sketch that shows 4 bedrooms, 2 on the what would be the first floor and 2 on the second floor, with no indication of the basement. And it looks to me as if what's actually happening is that you're expanding the living area into what's called the lower level, so that you have a bedroom there. And am I correct in reading this that what you end up with is total living area increase of 538 feet over the existing, what's called existing living area of 1,021?
That is correct, sir. There are at present 4 small bedrooms, 2 on the top story, 2 on the, whether we call it first or second, but 2 on the middle floor. What the Quills would like to do is to have larger bedrooms, and they determined that the best way to do that was to put one on the lower level. That's why the access egress windows are designed and so forth. So it's no increase in the number of bedrooms, but a relocation of one to the lower level.
Okay, I understand that. When I looked at the property the other day, there were 4 vehicles parked in the on the septic system area and 2 boats. If you've got 9 bedrooms or six children, adult children, and so forth, where does everybody park? I did notice the end of Water Street there by the YWCA property had cars there. I assume that from what I'm hearing that happens on a daily basis in the old village.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, there are people in the neighborhood who live in the village, but I can respond to the boats. They are not parked there, and in fact, the boats are being taken off Cape for storage. Some years ago, John Quill had a brother who parked a boat on Water Street Extension. It was not John and Chris, and they apologize that they've offended their neighbors for that. A lot of people do use the Water Street Extension Town Landing area and park. It's really the only public parking area in the neighborhood. But in answer to the question, the boats are going to be removed off Cape. I had a discussion with the Quills about that yesterday afternoon. They understand the concerns, and they're going to do their best to They like to think they've been good neighbors, but they're going to try to be even better neighbors.
Well, I'm sure from what I'm hearing that they're considered to be good neighbors by pretty much everybody that's been talking. It's a question of really the proposal more than anything else. I don't think I have any other questions.
Happy.
Sorry, I had to unvoice myself. I don't think I have any questions right
Okay.
now. I mean,
Okay.
our daughter owned a house right across the street, and I know how large the Quill property is, so I'm very aware of the height problem. But no questions.
Okay. Thank you. Buck, questions?
This is Buck. At this time, I have no questions.
Dave T, questions?
Dave Thompson, I have no questions.
Megan, questions?
I have no questions.
And Dave N, you have any questions? No, I don't. Okay. So,
All right, this
Paul.
is Paul Semple. I will move to close the hearing and move into deliberations.
Dave Veach seconds.
Okay, I'll take a poll on that. Dave, how do you vote?
Oh, Dave Veach, I vote yes.
Okay, Paul?
Semple votes yes.
Happy?
Happy vote.
Okay, Buck?
Buck votes yes.
And I'll vote yes too. Okay. Deliberations. Let's start with, well, let's see, who hasn't gone? Megan, I'm going to call on you first for deliberations. This is a, you know, as I said to Megan the other day, we're going to get neighborhoods and all that, and you have to kind of figure out, okay, what's going on and what's not going on, and what is substantially more, you know,
Detrimental.
yeah,
or not.
Yeah, that's it. So I'm calling on you. If you want to pass, I'll give you the pass card. But if not, what do you think? What do you think?
So initially, and I don't know that this will be the popular choice amongst us, but I am inclined to say that it is not, significantly more detrimental to the neighborhood than the structure that is currently there, which is clearly non-conforming. I will mention that I do disagree with Mr. Litchfield's assessment that this has no character. I do think that the current structure in fact has character, but that aside, I don't think that the new one, I would not have said at the beginning that the new one would have been, intensely destructive to the neighborhood. However, after having viewed the photo from the neighbor, whose name I'm very sorry I don't recall at the moment, but
Might have been Mr. McCarthy.
I think so, yes, with the second floor deck that would infringe upon his backyard, basically, his window view. I think that probably that is the piece that I feel is detrimental. I don't think that in general a 7-inch or 8-inch increase in the height, while it stays, covering relatively the same, coverage, is an issue. But I do take issue with the second floor deck that is, essentially in his yard.
So if I can paraphrase what you said, it's the project is not so bad, but hey, Mr. Litchfield, get rid of that second story did.
Pretty much, yep.
Yeah, okay, good. Okay. Dave T.
Thank you. I like the design of the new building. It's not overpowering. I agree on the deck. Let's nix that. I think it's going to work. If I was a voting member, I would vote in the affirmative for this.
Buck.
Well, this is a complex one. I think there's an awful lot of comments from the neighbors, including the president of the old village. And when there were a few letters of support, but substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. I'm going to go out on a limb and say the heart of any neighborhood is the residents. So I'm looking at the residents as the neighborhood. And based on what I heard from the opposition and the strength of it and the number, I would have to say I'm not in favor of this project.
Okay. Happy.
You know, I'm in favor of the project, but not at this size. There's no question that that building needs to be remodeled and it needs to be updated and all that. But I honestly think, and Buck, someone said 5 inch. Oh, Megan, 5 inches. It's an additional 5 feet on the top of what's already there, and I just think it's too big. I think it's
Sorry, I meant 5 feet. My apologies.
okay. Yeah, well, that's a lot of feet on top of what's already there and a deck. I just think it needs to be scaled down. That's no question in my mind. I would not vote for it as it is. I would like to see it happen, but it's got to be scaled down.
Paul.
Well, this is Paul Semple. I have some of the same hesitations that have been expressed already. It seems to me that I think it's somewhat in your face when you're right there on the road with its height and some of the balconies. And I think that may be part of the objection to what's going on here. Also, I think the increased living space increases the intensity of the use on the location, which gives me some hesitation. So I think when I combine all of those things together, I would like to see something happen there. It certainly needs to have something happen, but we need to perhaps look at a different design. The part of the problem here is that we're dealt a hand that has 5 bedrooms in one house and 4 bedrooms in the other. So we have 9 bedrooms on a small plot of land. And I think from everything I've heard, the Quill family does a good job of trying to maintain that and keep everybody happy. Of course, we're also looking at a future when perhaps the Quill family doesn't own it. But that would be my inclination.
Dave Veach.
Yes, Dave Veach here. Well, there's a lot that I've heard that certainly there's no lack of passion in the Old Village neighborhood, which I like to think I belong to. We've also from time to time seen some fairly strong opposition marshaled against some other projects in the neighborhood. So I'm getting a little bit of a sense of deja vu here. But I'm hearing from my fellow board members and would like to kind of speak to them a little bit in talking about my take on some of this. So I've walked the dogs in the neighborhood, and I'm very familiar with this area, and I've looked at this house any number of times and gone, well, this one needs some help. And so it's very clear, I mean, from my carpenter's point of view and perspective, it's clearly inadequate in terms of heights within the existing house. And so the proposal that they've come up with, and especially with the reduced proposed height, I'm not sure how you avoid that. They're barely meeting codes for ceiling heights in the newly designed building. And the code doesn't, you don't get to bend the building codes with this stuff, even though, so I think they've done as much as they can
Oh,
And
not at
they
all.
still end up with, they don't want to put a flat roof on it. So that's one way you could drop the height, but that's not going to happen and nobody would like that. So um, I don't, and they're not, this is not a palace. This is, especially in compared to some of the proposals that come before us. I mean, there's 4 small bedrooms and they continue to be fairly small bedrooms, shared bathrooms, et cetera, et cetera. Nobody's trying to upgrade. They're just trying to upgrade the building, have it meet the code. They've stepped it back. They've moved it what little they could away from the street. It's already right up against the street, but they can't. The septic tank regulates how far they can move the building unless they're going to change that. So I don't, and so they're adding a small amount onto the building. I really don't see this all said and done. I don't see how this is substantially detrimental to the neighborhood. I can go either way as far as the second floor deck. My personal experience, observations are that most second floor decks, especially a small one like this, don't get used very much.
Oh, David.
What?
I so strong. This is Happy.
Happy. This is inappropriate. You need to let him finish, please. And then you'll be happy. I'll have you speak, okay?
I apologize.
Okay, David, finish,
All right,
please.
thanks, Dave. So that's just my observation, especially a 4-foot wide deck as this is proposed. But I'm not attached to that being there if it's going to keep the neighbors happy. I just feel that I think what I think I'm seeing in a lot of this opposition is a reaction against change, and I understand the desire to not see things change. But this house, anyone who owned this house, you've got to it's time to make changes in it, or tear it down and forget about it. And not very many people are likely to do that. So I don't think the neighbors are really asking people to do that. So yes, maybe. I mean, it sounds like my fellow board members are asking me to go back to the drawing board to see what else can be done. Well, I'd be interested to see, but I don't see how it can be significantly different than what they proposed. So I don't see it as substantially more detrimental in the neighborhood. And I'll stop.
Thank you, Dave. Happy, what did you want to say?
Well, I just do think it's substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. It's too tall. And David, they can rebuild the house and they can just do a smaller version, bring it down a bit, settle it in, and not have those decks peering out. They already have one big substantial home for all their kids and stuff, and this would be another home, but it would be an adjunct home. It doesn't have to have all the bells and whistles and decks and all that kind of stuff. And yes, the Quills do use the decks and the towels hang out there and all that kind of stuff. So their family uses their property as they should. So, even though I happen to have sold the house to the Quills, and I understand them and I like them a lot, I just think that it is too much coverage and too tall for that lot and for the neighbors. So I feel that if they could redesign it, scale it down, and get something a little more reasonable that would fit in more with the neighborhood, I could vote for it. But I can't vote for it this way.
Mr. Litchfield, would you like to intercede in this conversation at this time or no?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd certainly be happy to hear the chair's words, but if you'd like me to speak, I will.
No, I'd be happy to give you a spin on this if you'd like.
Certainly.
As usual, when I'm chair, I lay in the background, and so what I see has happened here is this is a home where a family wants to expand it to continue to come to Chatham and use it as their home. And this is the kind of thing we need to encourage. We want to encourage not the development of that particular property of 2 different homes. Say, well, okay, you can do this and this is good. Now, the idea that the family, and I know it could change, wants to develop it as a family compound really strikes me as a great idea. The fact that Mr. Litchfield's client has been able to bring this thing down 2.5 feet or whatever it is strikes me as saying we are going to do everything we can to make this acceptable to you folks in the historic village And that's what they have done. That's what they have done. I'm very impressed. So at the end of the day, do I think this is going to be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood? No, I do not. It's number one, bringing a family closer to Chatham, and more than that. And excuse me for the helicopter. Oh man, well, he didn't drop a bomb. Okay, so where I live, you got to be careful. So I really think they've done everything they can to say to the old village, hey, we want to stay here, we love it here, and just give us a little bit of a break. Let us modify this to a modest degree, and I think it's a modest degree. So, Mr. Litchfield, if I was voting today, which I would be, I would do it in the affirmative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bill, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the comments. But unless Mr. Semple or Mr. Upson recognize that Mr. Veach's comments on the limitations on what we can do, unless they want to offer further thoughts, I would, well, in the interim, I would say, listening to what several members said, obviously, if it would gain 4 affirmative votes, and Mr. Semple referred to this, and I think other members did as well, we can dispense with a balcony. That can be gone. And if that makes a difference, we're certainly willing to do that in addition to the 5'6". So if you would allow me, please, after they speak, if they wish to, I will offer a final thought.
Okay. So with the idea of the balcony being eliminated and the lowering of it, Dave Veach, I think you'd probably be in favor of that based on what you said before. Paul, would that change your mind? Would you be in favor of no?
This is Paul Semple. That would certainly help me in looking at the situation.
Okay.
I think that decreases the in-your-face aspect of it and maintains some privacy in the neighborhood.
Okay. Happy? Would that change your vote, or you still feel no?
I think I could reconcile my feelings.
Okay, that's good. Buck, how do you feel with the changes?
I like I think it was Bill Horrocks that suggested that they sit down, a couple of people from the neighborhood sit down with the Quills. If you support it tonight, if the board does, that eliminates any ability or negotiation or giving both sides equal say in how to move forward. Just removing that one deck, I don't think that's enough. So to answer your question, I don't think it moves the needle. Okay.
All right. So no on that. And Mr. Litchfield, I think, as we already had, I feel that what's happening is good, and the fact of eliminating that deck is triple good. And I hear, Buck, what you're saying, Buck, but would you like to chair the meeting of the 35 folks from the old village who want to get in there and talk to the Quills about their home? I know I wouldn't, and I honestly don't think you would either. So, Mr. Litchfield, you want to go ahead with a vote or no?
I think under the circumstances, Mr. Chairman, if I understood what Mr. Semple and Ms. Van Sickle said, that they, with the removal of the balcony and the decrease to a 5.5-foot increase, I believe that there are 4 affirmative votes. I'm not a gambler, Mr. Chairman, because but my understanding is that there are 4 affirmative votes.
Well, that's funny. I heard that you had first night passes to Encore tomorrow night when it reopens, but good for you. Okay. So, Paul.
I will, I guess we should discuss, if we're going to go forward with a vote here, we should be discussing the question of conditions.
Oh, that's a very good question. Can I make a suggestion that nothing could ever happen there between June 1st and October 1st? I mean, nothing. That would be my condition. I don't know about the rest of you. And so, weigh in, Dave Veach.
In this case, Dave, I am in agreement with you. It's a very tight area, and even having painters or people working inside the house in summer would be disruptive.
Yeah,
So I would be in agreement with your suggestion.
So it's June 1st, October 1st. Paul?
No, I would don't know that I'd go June 1st, Dave. That's a little early. But yeah, I'm open to discussion on that.
Okay. Paul?
Well, I guess I'm a little unclear. Are we talking about all vehicles are on site?
Yeah. I mean, every condition in the world, there's nothing that can happen there at all. Nothing, zero. That's what my condition is between June 1st and October 1st. Nothing.
Well, I understand that, but aside from those dates,
yep.
We don't want construction vehicles on site other than on site.
Well, Paul, if nothing can happen there, that means you can't have a construction vehicle there because there can't be any construction. I mean, there's no this, there's no that, and there's no the other thing.
Oh, I understand, but aside from that time frame.
Yeah. Oh, I see. The
about-
rest of the year?
Yeah.
What do you got to do? I don't know. Okay.
Well, he has a place where you can park 4 cars.
Yeah, you're right. So, Happy, what do you think about conditions?
I think there should be the conditions of no parking, of no construction on those months that you mentioned. But then I also say that when construction does begin, that all construction vehicles have to be off the road. And so that means on that driveway. If it parks 4 cars, that's what they're going to have to deal with.
Okay.
Dave, could I just weigh in on the dates?
Yeah.
I think, I understand about October 1st, and I am not disagreeing about that, but I think that traditionally, my experience of the summer season really starts at the 3rd week in June. So I would rather that we say June 15th or June 20th or something rather than June 1st, because that's valuable time that they could wrap some stuff up.
Okay, fine. That's cool with me. You want to say June 15th? That's okay. That's
okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay with me.
But we're back to you, Buck, on conditions, but I know you weren't in favor of this to begin with, but still, if we vote yes, I want you to weigh in on the conditions.
Well, I don't think I've been convinced to change my vote, so.
No, I understand that.
So I don't see how the conditions are relative. It's.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'm just giving. I want to give you an opportunity. Dave Thompson.
I would go with the 3rd week of June until the end of September.
Okay, and Megan.
I'm okay with the 3rd week of June until the end of September. I'm okay with it until Columbus Day, but I have some concerns with all construction vehicles being parked in those 4 spaces in the off season. Even an extended season is fine, but in order to get this house done in a timely fashion and not have it drag on forever, you're going to need more trucks than that probably.
Yeah, and the question is where to put them.
I know, and that I don't have an answer for, but I do feel like if it's January and they're parked on the street, that's probably not the end of the world.
Dave Beach here, in January, that Water Street extension would not be jammed up with other parking.
That's my point, yeah.
Except for first night.
Okay, so they're not going to
construct on first night. No problem. Yeah, right. So let's go back. Paul, why don't you make a motion and we'll include the condition about the 15th of June to October 1st, okay? And parking needs to be off-street. That's a generic statement. I don't know. They could make a deal with Tim Smith, who's redoing the house down the street, or, I don't know. You know, it might not work, but we'll.
I
at
think
least we
off
can
street
try.
is good.
Okay, off street is good. Okay, Paul.
All right, this is Paul Semple. I'll move to approve the application as submitted with the conditions with the two conditions that we just discussed. One being the dates for construction work not being allowed, and the second for all construction vehicles would have to be off the streets.
Okay.
And wait, and third, removing the deck.
And
Is that a condition?
and removing the deck, which I think has been offered by Mr. Litchfield, but that would be.
Yeah, but Happy's right to bring that in. Thank you, Happy. Thank you very much. Okay.
David
Sarah,
Beach.
are you cool with those words?
I am. However, I will need revised architectural plans and a revised site plan, so that way our files are accurate, because I won't be able to reference the plans in the decision letter.
Right. So, and Mr. Litchfield, can you get those to Sarah
We
by
will.
8:30 tomorrow morning?
8:35 probably, but we will provide those, Mr. Chairman, as soon as available.
Because that's what time I'm going to the annex to sign the plans that were approved. So that would be very good. Okay. So, okay, Paul, make the motion, please.
Again, I will, Paul Semple, I move to approve the application as submitted with the three conditions, one being the dates within which construction will be done, the second being that all construction vehicles will be off the street, and the third being that the second floor balcony, which was proposed, will be eliminated.
Very good. Is there a second?
David Beach seconds.
Okay. So I'll take a roll. David Veach, are you in favor?
Beach is in favor.
Paul?
Semple is in favor.
Happy?
Happy is in favor.
Buck?
Buck, no.
No. And Dave Nixon? Yes. So that passes 4-1. Thank you very much, Mr. Litchfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and to the neighbors as well.
Okay.
Our next one, application number 20-035, 64 Highland Ave Realty Trust, care of Jim Gronsky, P.O. Box 167, West Chatham, Mass. 02669, owner of property located at 70 Highland Avenue, also shown on the Town of Chatham's Assessor's Map 15E, Block 23A, Lot 30A. The applicant seeks to enlarge, extend, or change a non-conforming dwelling on a non-conforming lot via the relocation of the existing dwelling and the construction of dormers. The existing dwelling is non-conforming, and then it is located 5 feet from the northerly abutter. The proposed dwelling will be non-conforming, and then it will be located 10.2 feet from the northerly abutter, where a 15-foot setback is required. The building coverage will remain 821 square feet, 8.8%, where 15% is the maximum allowed. The lot is non-conforming, and that it contains 9,330 square feet, where 20,000 square feet is required in the R20 zoning district. A special permit is required under Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 6, and Section 5B of the Chatham Protective Bylaw.
Mr. Gronsky, are you there?
Yes, I am. This is Jim Gronsky from Jim Gronsky Construction.
Okay.
Good evening to everybody.
Before you start, we're running out of time, not on the clock, but in our ability to do things. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to make the case in 5 minutes or less. Ready, set, go.
All right. This is a unique property. It's actually a historic barn from built in the early 1900s. We already went to the Historic Commission and have approval from the Historic Commission to proceed with this. The family right now, it's a seasonal cottage, and they want to make it into a year-round home. What makes this unique is that we're going to encapsulate the existing house. I'm sorry, let me back up. First, we're going to raise the house and put under a full foundation. And then when we raise the house, we're going to move it to setback from 5 foot at the northerly corner back to 10 foot, which gives us a little bit more space in front. and also mitigates some of the nonconformity of the 15-foot required setback. After we raise the building, what we want to do is actually encapsulate the existing historic features of the barn and build new walls around the exterior of it, therefore preserving the interior of the home, which right now, I don't know if you got out to take a look at the house, and if you look through the windows.
We all did. All of us
Okay.
did, yes.
But if you look through the windows, you saw that the interior is all the bare studs, and it's just really a very quaint feature of the home, and the homeowners want to preserve that. But in order to make it a year-round home, obviously it has to be insulated up to code standards and so on. So we want to, as I say, increase the square footage. I don't know why it's coming up with, we're not increasing the square footage. Actually, we want to increase the size of the building about 6 inches on all 4 sides. So for a total of about 50 square feet, we're going to increase the size of the building. So in my plans, the original size is approximately 22'5" width, where you want to increase it to 23'6". And the length is approximately 34'4", and we want to increase that to 35'4", or 6. I don't have all the plans right in front of me. Anyway, that's the plans in the nutshell. On the second floor, we want to add 2 dormers so that it increases the headroom. Right now, when you go upstairs, the little front knee walls are about 30 inches tall, front and back. So really the usable square footage, which is higher than the 5-foot slope of the roof, is really only about 300 square feet on the second floor. By creating the dormers, I believe it's going to be somewhere around 430 square feet. We're not increasing the floor size, just the ceiling height, so we have access in those areas. If you want me to move on to all the questions, the adequacy of the site, if it's
Okay, here's what you need to do. Look at the criteria and only talk to the ones that make sense for what you're doing, okay?
Okay, yep. All right. Looking at the adequacy of the site, again, the building coverage, we're only increasing it by approximately 50 or 60 feet, which is only about 8.9% of the building coverage. The setbacks, we're trying to mitigate the real close setback that's currently 5 foot. We want to increase that setback to 10 foot. It's compatible.
Little Beach.
Excuse me? Okay. The compatibility is, it fits in with the neighborhood. There's really not much increase in non-conforming nature of the structure. Actually, I think technically we're decreasing the non-conformity by moving it from 5 foot to 10 foot. It's suitable to the neighborhood. It's not really going to affect the environment. It's not impacting the scale. And there are no real views or vistas in that area of Highland Avenue. It's a residential home. Right now it's seasonal. It's going to turn into a full year-round home. We may have an issue by moving the septic tank. That will have to be addressed when we actually really know exactly where the septic tank is. No increase in traffic flow, no increase in noise and litter. And we are serviced by all the public utilities except for the septic system, which is private.
Okay,
and I believe I covered it.
Thank you, Mr. Gronsky. Very good, very good. Sarah, do we have anybody who would like to speak in favor of this?
I do not believe that we have anyone on this
Okay,
application.
I will read the correspondence. We have a note from Judith Giorgio, Board of Health, on 7/8. I have reviewed the plan to renovate and add a foundation to the house of this property. The proposed plan will not add septic flow. The dwelling is currently deed restricted to 1-bedroom dwelling. The new foundation will encroach on the required setback to the septic system. 10 feet is required between the foundation and the tank. Further review will be needed by the Health Division. Okay, that's letter number 1. Letter number 2 is from Alexandra. No, it's not. Well, no. Boom.
It's from
Okay. No,
Michelle
it
Clark.
It was from Michelle Clark. That's Clark with an E. 70 Highland Ave was before the Historical Commission on April 21st. The subject structure was determined to be historically significant, but the Commission did not impose a demolition delay in the proposed modification. I have attached the approved plans for your reference, and that is the total amount of the correspondence. Is there anyone out there who would like to speak either against this or has a specific question? I'm not hearing a lot of people.
I don't see anyone.
Okay, so I'll go through the list. We'll start with David Veach. Any questions?
Yeah, Dave, I hesitate to bring this up, but Sarah, I'm my concern is I'm totally in favor of this, and I really like the way they're proposing to do it, but unless the site plan reflects the new dimensions, then how are we going to have problems? Isn't he going to have problems down the road when he goes for building permit? Because now they're going to go to the corner boards.
Yes.
You know, so I'm yeah. Anyway, that's
Dave, the stamp site plan we have is showing 10-2 to the corner of the house. And the zoning compliance table shows no change in the proposed coverage. The coverage, I believe, would be less of an issue. And I say that because even with, 30 or 50 square feet, they're going to be below the 10% max.
Yeah.
And as long as they maintain that 10.2 for their setback, which is the closest point that they're at, then a modification with the zoning board shouldn't be necessary.
Fine, that's great. I just didn't want him to, hit a snag later on.
No, I understand. I thought the same thing.
Yeah. Okay, that's the only question I had, Dave.
No, that was a great question, Dave. Thank you very much. Paul.
Paul Semple here. I had the same thing circled that said no change, and that didn't seem correct. But from what you're seeing, Sarah, you have what you need in order to have approved plans?
Yes.
Okay. I have no other questions.
Happy.
No questions.
Buck.
Yeah, I have a question for Mr. Gronsky. Jim, are you there?
Yes, I am.
So right now, the current parking for that barn, I guess, is maybe two spaces on the rock or shell that you have there.
Yes.
Are you going to extend the driveway around the barn and underneath the beech tree or something so you can get more than 2 cars in there? Or how are you going to keep?
Well, it's only a 1-bedroom house.
Okay. So how many cars do you figure you can park on the property during construction?
Oh, during construction, we would probably drive down past the shells onto the grassy area. I don't know if we get all the way back around by the beech tree because of the shed place there and so on. But and with the putting in the new foundation, there's going to be some obvious work. I would hate to say this. I don't know if it's correct or not, but I would think some of the overflow parking might end up in the church parking lot when there's no services going on.
I didn't hear that.
Well, I belong there too. So, but anyway, but it's especially when we're in the off season. There's not much traffic on Highland Avenue during the off season. Obviously, during the summertime, it's a different story.
Happy.
All
Make
right,
sure
I'm
Mr.
good.
Krosky doubles his donation next year.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Okay, keep going, please.
I'm all set, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Do we have anyone who would like to speak in favor of this?
Mr. Riley has his hand up.
Mr. Riley, yeah? Haven't we heard enough from him? All right.
Unless he was confused. Mr. Riley, did you want to speak?
Time's up.
No, he put his hand back down.
Yeah, time's up. He didn't want to speak. Okay. So let's see if we have any correspondence. And I do over here.
The only ones we have are Board of Health and CHC, which you already did. So that's it.
This is from Giorgio, Board of Health, 7A. Review the plan to renovate and add a foundation. Proposed plan would not add septic flow. Dwelling is currently deed restricted to 1 bedroom. New foundation will encroach on the 10 feet is required between the foundation and the tank. Further review is needed. And that's it. Well, we did have. I think that's about it, right? Hello?
That is it. I believe we're on to we were on questions from the board and we were on Buck. I don't know if any other members have questions.
No, I think we had the questions from the board, so we're on to Paul.
This is Paul Semple.
Move us along.
Paul Semple will move to close the hearing and move into deliberations.
David Veach seconds.
Okay, all in favor? I'll take the poll. David Veach?
Yes.
Paul?
Semple, yes.
Happy?
Happy, yes.
Buck?
Buck, yes.
Myself, yes. Okay, we're on to deliberations. We'll start with Paul.
I think this is Paul Semple. I think that's clearly a good project that will substantially increase the value of the property and is not substantially detrimental to the neighborhood.
Happy?
Ditto, Paul.
Buck?
I support the project.
David Veach?
Yes, certainly not substantially detrimental. I really respect the way that they plan to do this and absolutely support it.
Okay, and Dave N., he says yes. Okay. All right, so thank you, Mr.
Do we need, David, do we need conditions?
This is Paul Semple. I'll move to approve the application as submitted.
David Veach seconds.
All right, all in favor. We have Veach.
Veach votes yes.
Yeah, Semple.
Semple votes yes.
Happy.
I have a question. Do we have to have conditions about trucks and such?
No, we don't have to, but if you would like to propose such a thing, go ahead.
Well, I would propose that there are no trucks on Highland Avenue, you know, that he accommodates the construction on that long driveway, if possible.
Okay. All right. So we'll start with David Veach. Do you feel that's necessary?
I'm not concerned in this instance. I don't think they're going to be parking there on Sunday mornings. I'm not concerned, but if the board feels it's important, I'd go along with that. I don't have a problem with it.
All right, Paul.
This is Paul Semple. I think if we're off season, it shouldn't be a problem on Highland. So I don't think a condition is necessary.
Fuck.
I don't think the conditions are necessary.
Nor do I. So.
Okay, I agree.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, back, Paul. No conditions. Make the motion.
Once again, I'd say I move to approve the application as submitted with no additional conditions.
David Veach seconds.
All in favor, or how you want to vote? All in favor? Paul.
Semple, yes.
David Veach.
Veach, yes.
Happy.
Happy, yes.
Buck.
Buck, yes.
Dave Nixon, yes. Okay, we're all set.
Okay, thank you very much. You
You're
guys have a good
very
evening.
welcome, Mr. Bronski. Thank you very much. All right.
Goodbye.
So where's Riley?
He's here. Application number 20-022, Morris Island Nominee Trust, care of William.
Before you read it, Sarah.
Yes.
Riley. Hello, Attorney Riley.
I'm here.
Darn.
Now, do you have a watch?
Well, I do have a watch.
Okay. Here's a question to you. Do you think it's necessary that we go through? Now, Sarah will have to read all the applications, but do we need to have you present the case for all three, or are they all different?
Well,
and so I'm saying to you, but the risk you run is that someone on the board doesn't like A, B, or C. And they might say no, and that would kill the whole thing. So would you like to combine them and take the risk that you're going to be loquacious enough to convince us to approve it? Or are you willing to take the risk of say, no? And that's up to you, Mr. Riley. Up to you, Mr. Riley. You have 3 seconds to answer. 3, 2,
No, David,
1.
First of all, there are, at a minimum, the Lonigan family, the Dugan family, and the Eaton family all have objections.
Yeah, but it's the same objection to all three. So, who we could, if the objections are worthwhile, we'll vote no on all three.
David, that's ridiculous.
No, you can't do that.
You can't say ridiculous.
You can't do that.
How do you want? How do you want to handle it? Do you want us to do it one by one, or can we combine them?
David, if you don't want to have the hearing tonight, just tell me that.
No, I would happy to have it to get rid of it.
Well, me too. But
roll with it. Roll with it. I can go and make myself a martini. It's no problem.
Well, yeah. Unfortunately, I'm in my office. I can't make myself a martini. I wish I could, though.
Well, you should. Yeah, pull out the bottom right drawer.
That's
all
fault.
kinds of booze in there.
Gentlemen, I will let you know that all of the letters in the files are the same aside from the Board of Health letters.
Okay.
Because one of them has its own septic, the other one has the shared septic system.
Yeah,
but every other letter in the file, they're all consistent.
Mm-hmm.
So those may only have to be read once.
Okay.
Okay, I'll do the best I can and move it quickly.
Okay.
But
so
I know Bill Litfield's loaded for bear, so
All right. So we'll take them one by one, Mr. Riley. Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'll be
read
quick.
as quickly as I can. Application number 20-022, Morris Island Nominee Trust, care of William F. Riley, Esquire, P.O. Box 707, Chatham, Mass. 02633. Owner of property located at 46 Little Beach Road, also shown on the Town of Chatham's Assessor's Map 16A, Block 27, Lot H44. The applicant seeks to enlarge, extend, or change a non-conforming dwelling on a non-conforming lot via the demolition of the existing dwelling and the construction of a new dwelling. Also proposed is the construction of a new driveway and installation of a fence as allowed by a special permit under Section 4A3A and 4A3D of the bylaw. The existing dwelling is non-conforming and that it is located 15.2 feet from Seagull Road and 26.9 feet from Little Beach Road and within the Coastal Conservancy District. The proposed dwelling will be non-conforming and that it will be located 16.5 feet from Seagull Road and 5.5 feet from Little Beach Road, where a 40-foot setback is required, and will remain within the Coastal Conservancy District, where a 50-foot setback is required. The existing building coverage is 527 square feet, and the proposed building coverage is 832 square feet, where 2,800 square feet is the maximum allowed. The lot is non-conforming, and that it contains 0 feet of buildable upland where 20,000 square feet is required, and contains 13,226 square feet where 40,000 square feet is required in the R40 zoning district. A special permit is required under Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 6 and 9, and Section 5B and 8D2B of the Chatham Protective Bylaw.
Okay, so I'll run right through them, and then you figure out how you want to do it. On 46, well, first of all three structures are in the floodplain, and so we're elevating them to get them out of the floodplain. So 46 is between Little Beach Road and Seagull Road, and there's currently a cement wall that was mandated by the Conservation Commission years ago for the septic system. The grade inside that wall has to go up a couple of feet. The building is going to have a second story, but but if you look at the plans, it does not exceed 30 feet from the average grade plane. It will have some effect on the people who live in the rear, but it's still a very small building. And so we think that it's an improvement from the conservation point of view. This one we did go through the Conservation Commission, and they have a positive letter there for all three properties because the problems on the conservation side are really identical. So I'll say it's a little beach. I mean, nothing fits. We're just trying to, we're spending a lot of money to elevate them, and we just want to make them livable. The trust that owns the properties there are three beneficiaries, three siblings. They each want to have a decent place so they come and spend the summer here. So that's sort of where we are. I think that I know some of the neighbors have concerns about them, but I think that it's not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. And all these buildings are going to be elevated anyway. And so the question is, when they're elevating them and spending a lot of money to elevate them, you allow them to do a little lateral expansion and have enough room so it's actually a livable building. And so that's where we are on 46. On 47, 47 is the one that's over.
Well, wait a minute. I don't think Sarah's read 47.
Oh, okay.
No, is he doing all of them at once, and we'll do separate votes on all of them?
Let's take, I don't think we should. Originally,
Okay.
I thought, maybe we could. Let's take 46 by itself. Okay. So, Mr. Riley, is that your presentation on 46?
Yes, it is.
Okay, very good. Is there anyone out there that would like to speak in favor of this appeal?
Well, let me do, Mr. Chairman, let me just add, my engineer surveyor, Thad Elders, is also present, if anybody has any questions for him.
Okay, very good. Okay. So, do we have anybody in favor of 46?
It looks like Mr. Litchfield would like to speak.
Okay, Mr. Litchfield.
No, Mr. Chairman, I did unmute myself, perhaps prematurely, but I'll wait until after the correspondence and then speak on behalf of the abutter.
Go ahead.
Okay, so there is no one to speak in favor. I believe Attorney Litchfield represents one of the abutters.
Oh, negative. Okay, very good. Okay, so I will read the correspondence. We have a note from Judith Giorgio. This is dated May 26th. I've reviewed the proposed plan for the property. The Health Division will need detailed existing floor plans of the property for review. In addition, the proposed septic system must be submitted for review. Then we have a note from the Planning Board. And this is dated May 22nd. Planning Board, their May 12th meeting, review the Zoning Board's request for a comment. And after review of the request, the board voted 6-0 to send a positive recommendation with the condition that the driveway shall be constructed of a permeable material and shall be constructed in a manner which permits the unobstructed flow of water. And then we have the Conservation Commission. And let's see, 46 Little Beach is what we're, no, 47 Little Beach.
Oh, 46.
Proposed demolition of existing dwelling and septic system. The commission continued this project till the July 22nd hearing. It is believed that the order of conditions can be approved with special and general conditions.
Mr. Riley, just so you know, the comment for all three of the ones on Little Beach for the,
I know, they're identical.
they're identical.
Okay. Then we have, on May 11th, we have the subject properties were before the Historical Commission on 2/5 and determined to be not historically significant, and therefore no demolition delays were imposed. Then we have Bill and Janet Duggan, 16 Little Beach Road. They wrote on May 21st setbacks for 47 Little Beach. 47 Little Beach is proposed to have a setback of only 1 inch from the neighborhood right away to the beach, which is owned by the neighborhood. The existing house is approximately 13 feet from the neighborhood right away. We feel that any new construction at 47 Little Beach should meet the existing 35-foot setback from our right-of-way.
That's 13 feet, Dave.
Did I say 13 feet?
No, you said 35.
Well, let's make it 13.
Okay.
May 21st, we got a note from Joanne and Daniel Lonergan, I guess. Well,
David,
right
I received an updated email from them
Okay, shoot.
this morning, so.
Yep. All right, I will pass on that.
Okay.
And
I don't know if you were able to get the one from Mr. Eaton, or if that's the one.
I have one here from Mr. Eaton, July 8th.
Okay.
Okay. This is from Kermit Eaton, and let's see what 35 Little Beach Road. Below is a recap of an email we sent to Litchfield, who will be representing us at your 7-9 hearing. Mr. Litchfield, you listening? Mr. Litchfield?
I am here, Mr. Chairman.
Do I need to read all this if you're going to present all of this in front of us?
I'll certainly I can paraphrase Mr. Eaton's comments if you would like, and that way you won't have to read them.
Yes, I would really like that, because there's no sense reading it and having you come and
Perfectly fine, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. And okay, that's the end of the correspondence. So now we move to folks who.
Dave, I just have the one that I received.
Oh, no, another one. Okay, yeah. Okay, shoot.
It is from the, let's see here, it's rather lengthy as well. Joanne and Daniel Lonergan. Their address is 30 Little Beach Road.
Okay.
It's basically says we are writing to emphasize our objections to applications 20022, 20023, and 20024. When purchasing property, we are aware of zoning requirements for property setbacks, lot coverage, and height allowances. This informs our decision when considering to settle into a neighborhood. We also know that many of the existing structures may be non-conforming at the time, and expect that changes made in the future would not be allowed to significantly increase the degree of nonconformance. In the case of the proposed structures listed above, the degree of increase in nonconformities is significant. Then they go on to give a summary of their objections, and a lot of it is just showing that they're 5.5 feet from Little Beach Road for 46 Little Beach, that it's the coverage is increasing, and they're saying it's a 58% increase. So I'll leave it at that for this one, unless you want me to go through the entire letter. They are on the meeting, so if maybe they'll be able to speak to their concerns.
Okay.
But we
No,
did receive
I
a letter.
think we should stick with this 47. Okay.
Okay.
So we're back to Mr. Litchfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bill Litchfield here on behalf of Kermit and Jean Eaton, and I think Mr. Lonergan is here, as you noted, but perhaps I will devote these comments and make them relatively brief to simply to 46, and then perhaps when we go forward to 47 and 53, maybe if Mr. Riley is okay with it, maybe Sarah could read both notices, because 47 and 53, I think, are more in common. As for 46, the Eatons are butters, close butters, and they are concerned by a 58% increase in coverage on a lot with, as Mr. Riley indicated, no buildable upland whatsoever. Elevating the house, all three of these houses, for flood purposes is understandable, but I think that can be done in a better manner. We think that 46 will have a negative impact on streetscape, and we're also concerned about the elevated septic system. As Mr. Riley said, there's a wall there. There's a small triangular point to the, I guess it's the north, where screening could be installed, and perhaps a wall could be done with some sort of a stone facade and be more attractive. There's also a concern, of course, that while the Conservation Commission has heard this several times, the Board of Health, according to Ms. Giorgio's letter, can't identify the number of bedrooms. And maybe once a plan is filed with them and the Board of Health has reviewed and determined the current situation, maybe these matters might be continued by your board to a future hearing, so that we all have a better understanding of what's there now and what's possible in the future. More of my comments on behalf of Mr. Eaton, I think, are more applicable to 47 and 53, but the Eatons do have concerns about this property, as do the Dugans, and I think Mr. Lonergan is here, as I said. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
I don't know if we lost David.
Oh, because Thad Eldridge is here and can talk about the Board of Health and the septic design, because that's all been squared away.
Unfortunately, it does look like our chairman was dropped off of the call. I know there's been some internet issues out by his cottage. So
his cottage.
I don't know how you would like to proceed, since your chair is not here as of right now. Acting chair.
Sarah, this is Paul Sample. How long do you think he may be off?
I don't know. I can try calling him in.
Yeah.
It says the call failed.
All right.
So, oh, he's back. Mr. Nixon, are you back with us?
Yeah, I'm back. My phone died of death. Yeah. So I had to go to another one. Here I am.
Okay. So Bill had just finished speaking, and Attorney Riley was going to speak.
He's going to speak.
Yeah, well, Thad Eldridge can address the issue on the septic system. Thad?
Okay.
Hi, Thad Eldridge here. We have filed with the Board of Health, and the existing septic system for this property, designed and installed in 1988, was for 2 bedrooms, and we're proposing 2 bedrooms. And we're working with the Board of Health to obtain the variances necessary for the for the new septic system, which is more conforming than the existing septic system.
In other words, there are no questions about the septic system on 46.
Excuse me, this is Kermit Eaton. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir, we can.
Yes, I would like to expand a little bit about the septic system. As I understand, the septic system on 46 will be raised 1.5 to 2 feet, or the barrier wall would be raised. And as I recall, and I'm not an expert on septic systems, at the Concom meeting, they said they did not want to put in a pump system. They wanted to have a gravity feed system, and that required raising the elevation of the barrier. For everybody's information, I have a pump system that has worked since 2005. Pelletiers just put in a pump system. It's working fine. The Dugans have a pump system. It's working fine. Walther on the Hill has been in for...
Mr. Chairman, point of order. Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Wait a minute. No. There's no point of orders here, Mr. Riley. Allow this gentleman to finish.
The septic system's not part of your jurisdiction.
Mr. Riley, allow this gentleman to finish, please.
And thank you. And I wasn't talking about the septic system, but at the Concom meeting, there was brought up that there was no plans to screen the barrier wall. And there's ample room to put some vegetation on Seagull between the barrier and the roadway. And at the point there's about 10 feet. But beyond that, there's been 2 remodelings down the road on Seagull just recently where they had a barrier wall between the street and their house. And they put a very attractive stone barrier facade. And so I'm not overly concerned about the septic system per se, but the aesthetics of that barrier wall, which right now is very unattractive, and to add another 1.5 to 2 feet to it without any plans for screening or decremental attractiveness would be just very disappointing to us.
Okay, now, Mr. Riley, you can reply to that.
We had lengthy conversations with the Conservation Commission about trying to do some sort of screening. And Mark Poretsky, who's the principal that I deal with, is very much open to doing doing the stone facade, but it was generally agreed at the Conservation Commission that putting vegetation that close to the travel surface, which by the way is on our lot, it was just, they wouldn't survive, they just die, and so to the extent it's relevant at all, Mr. Poretsky's prepared to do the stone facade to make it look more attractive.
Okay, now I'm going to read the correspondence. I think it should be done at this time.
No, Dave, we've already done the correspondence. We're on audience comments.
Well, did we get everybody?
Yeah.
This is Kermit Eaton. Just very briefly, I would like to say thank you, and I appreciate Mr. Riley's client being willing to.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry, I got a little confused here. Okay.
That's okay. I didn't know if there were any other members of the public that were looking to speak.
Oh, okay. I see what you're up to.
And Thad Eldridge here again, just to relieve one comment that's been made. An abutter has a pump system and it's worked fine, and that's wonderful. Whether this is a pump system or a gravity system, it doesn't change the height of the wall or the required separation to groundwater, which is the reason for the increase in the height.
Okay.
So that
right.
answers that question.
Do you have a question, Julian?
Not on this one. I'm sorry, this is the Lonergans. We did have a question. We just got it answered about why the height of it needed to increase. Thank you.
Okay, so, Mr. Litchfield. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, is there anything else you need to add to this?
Not on 46 as
No,
other
no,
people.
we're still on 46.
Yeah,
Okay.
not on 46. We appreciate the suggestion of a stone facade, and we hope that the applicant will follow through on that. That would help the streetscape.
Okay, all right. So, Mr. Riley, I'm ready to move on to questions from the board. Is that okay with you?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So, let's see. David Veach.
David Veach, I have no questions on this one.
Paul.
This is Paul Semple. Let me just get an overview of the whole situation. If this property had no houses on it existing at the present time, is this buildable?
No.
Oh, because it's in the floodplain, Paul.
Correct.
No way.
Okay, so it's not buildable without the fact that you have some property on there already. And the question in part is, do we expand the size of that property that's on there, even though it's in an unbuildable area? And secondly, do we go along with an easing of the setback, in this particular case, going from 20 some odd feet, I guess, to 5.5?
Let's see. Yeah, you're right.
I think it goes from 29.6 feet to 5.5.
Yeah, correct. From Little Beach Road, we're 40 foot up. You're correct, Paul.
And we're going from building coverage of 527 square feet to 832 square feet.
Correct.
That is correct.
So, if I could respond, I mean, the buildings that have been modified in this area have all been allowed to expand to some degree. And an 832 square foot footprint is not what I would call a monster structure. And right now the buildings are in the floodplain, and so theoretically, the town would want to encourage property owners to elevate the structures so they don't become flooded or storm damaged. It could possibly damage other buildings. So that's why we elevate them. And when the bylaw was modified to deal with these kind of structures, they specifically removed the prohibition against lateral expansion as a way of encouraging, these kind of projects. And so I think the question Paul's asking is, you're going from, you're going up to 832 square feet as a footprint. I mean, it's very small compared to some of the stuff you drive by on your way in here. And the reason why we have these, the 5.5 feet, 5 feet 5 inches, is we need a staircase down from the top of the wall to the outside. If that's offensive to you, we'll remove it, and then it'll just be the wall itself, which is not a setback item. We think the expansion proposal is reasonable. We're upgrading the septic system, and we're not moving any closer to Seagull Road, which is actually a road that people use. Little Beach Road, the one we're moving closer to, is really only used by properties owned by the applicant. And so,
right.
we felt that that was reasonable. Again, if the board members find the staircase down to be offensive, we'll remove it.
This is Paul Semple. No, I'm not saying that. I just wanted to have a handle on what it was that was driving the changes, which ostensibly are increasing the nonconformity with our regulations. And I understand the need to elevate, and I guess the need to expand is more one which is to deal with the convenience of the owners in terms of getting a usable space.
Well, that, if I could, Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
That's certainly part of it, but the structure itself, the existing structure, isn't worth elevating. It was a cottage built by the Horn brothers sometime back in the, it was old enough to be historic in the sense it was over 75 years old. So that structure is not worth elevating. So when the family, wants to embark on the very substantial expense of elevating the structure, you want to get a little bonus, for having to spend all that money to make the building floodproof. So I think it's a fair trade-off, particularly in this instance where the footprint's only going to be 823 square feet. But yeah, so there is some convenience, but also, you try to make the money that they're spending to elevate the structure also make sense. So that's why.
Okay, I have no other questions.
Okay, let's see. David Veach, any questions?
David Veach, I have no questions, Dave.
Happy?
I have no questions.
Buck?
This is Buck, no questions.
David Thompson?
No questions.
Megan?
No question. No questions.
Okay, very good. Paul, we'd entertain a motion?
This is Paul Semple. I'll move to close the hearing and move into deliberations.
David Veach seconds.
Okay, I'll take a poll. David Veach, how do you vote?
Veach votes yes.
Paul?
Semple votes yes.
Happy?
Happy votes yes.
Buck?
Buck votes yes.
And I'll vote yes. Okay, into deliberations. So, Buck, how do you feel about this on deliberations?
I think it's a great project. It's going to be a big improvement to the neighborhood, and I support it.
Okay. Happy?
I support it as well. Good for them.
Paul?
Yeah, this is Paul Semple. I agree that the changes are significant, and it certainly is going to upgrade what is there now. So it's not substantially more detrimental. I would add a condition of stone facade, unless somebody objects to that.
All right, Megan?
I concur.
David Thompson?
David Thompson is in favor.
Okay, very good.
One. We're done.
So, conditions. Anybody concerned about conditions as brought up?
You have to do what you're doing.
David Veach here. I'm just wondering, and so Paul was mentioning about making a condition about the facing of the wall for the septic system, and seems that the proponents have offered to do it. So I guess if we put the condition on, that just might help ensure that it takes place.
Okay, yeah. Does everyone agree on that? Paul?
This is Semple. I agree.
Yep, happy?
Happy yes.
Okay, Buck and myself. Okay, very good.
Good
All
job.
right, so, Paul, please make a motion.
I'll move to approve the application for 46 Little Beach Road as submitted with the additional condition of a stone facade on the septic system as indicated as acceptable by the applicant. I
Okay.
guess.
Very good. Voting, Buck,
Yes.
Happy,
Yes.
Paul,
Yes.
David, Beach.
Yes, I second and yes.
Okay, and myself, I vote yes. So that passes 5-0. Okay. Sarah, 20-023.
Okay, 20023 Morris Island Nominee Trust, care of William F. Riley Esquire, P.O. Box 707, Chatham, Mass. 02633. Owner of property located at 47 Little Beach Road. Also shown on the Town of Chatham's Assessor's Map 16A, Block 27, Lot H44. The applicant seeks to enlarge, extend, or change a non-conforming dwelling on a non-conforming lot via the demolition of the existing dwelling and the construction of a new dwelling. Also proposed is the construction of a new driveway as allowed by special permit under section 4A3D of the bylaw. The existing dwelling is non-conforming and that it is located 30.3 feet and 12.8 feet from Little Beach Road, negative 1.7 feet from the southwesterly abutter and within the Coastal Conservancy District. The proposed dwelling will be non-conforming and that it will be located 7 feet and 0.1 feet from Little Beach Road, where a 40-foot setback is required, 0.7 feet from the southwesterly abutter, where a 25-foot setback is required, and will remain within the Coastal Conservancy District, where a 50-foot setback is required. The existing building coverage is 695 square feet, and the proposed building coverage is 1,152 square feet, where 2,800 square feet is the maximum allowed. The lot is non-conforming in that it contains 0 feet of buildable upland where 20,000 square feet is required and contains 4,970 square feet where 40,000 square feet is required in the R40 zoning district. A special permit is required under Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Sections 6 and 9, and Sections 5B and 8D2B of the Chatham Protective Bylaw.
Mr. Riley, you have 60 seconds.
Okay, Bill Riley on behalf of these folks. The one thing I want to say is that this correspondence where Ms. Dugan and also the Eatons are concerned about the proximity of the deck on 47 to the path to the beach, where it says on our site plan where it says way, that's just it's a dirt sandy path to go to the beach that everybody uses.
Mm-hmm.
And and in discussions with Mark Poretsky, after reading the correspondence, we would agree to remove the staircase, which is the thing that's closest there, from the north side, put it on the south side, because the south side is much closer to the ground, so it's only a couple of steps on the south side. And we would do some screening planting along the way. We're doing a whole bunch of mitigation planting in that area anyway for conservation, but we would do some screening planting so that so people walking by wouldn't be staring right at the deck. Anyway, so on 47, similar situation. If you look on the site plan, you can see that there's sort of an L shape underneath, in the footprint of the building, and because we're in the floodplain, the only part of the building that's going to have a concrete wall or barrier is the section it's where the 47 is located, the number 47 in the basement area. And so the L-shaped area underneath is going to be on piers so that floodwaters, if they come in, can go underneath the building. Other than that, it's essentially the same deal. They elevating the structure, making it a livable process for the family. They understand the concerns of the neighbors, and they think if they move the staircase and do some screening planting, around the deck, that they would improve it. Again, you know, the existing structure is not worth keeping or elevating, and so you go back to a whole design and think that Mark Zebrat did a great job on his design. So again, we don't think it's substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. That'd be our
Okay,
presentation.
thank you, thank you. Is there anyone who would like to speak in favor of this?
I think we can skip that part, Dave.
Well, you never know. All right, I'll read the correspondence. I have reviewed the proposal. This is from George Giorgio on May 26th. Reviewed the proposed plan for the property. The Health Division will need detailed existing floor plans of the property for review to conform existing bedroom number. Confirm existing bedroom minimum. In addition, the proposed septic must be submitted for review and permitting. Okay, then we have a note from the Planning Board, Catherine Halprin, Planning Board Chair. Planning Board at their May 12th meeting reviewed the ZBA's request for comment. And, about after review of this request, the board voted 6-0-0 to send a positive recommendation with the condition that the driveway shall be constructed of a permeable material and shall be constructed in a manner which permits the unobscured view of the flow of the water. If you have any questions, let me know. Okay, then we have the Conservation Commission, and let's see what they have to say about 47. Commission continued the project to July 22nd. So there you go. Then we have the subject properties were before the Historical Commission on May 5th and determined to be not historically significant, and therefore no demolition delays were imposed. And then we have Dan Lonergan of 30 Long Beach, and we've heard from him. Regarding 47 Little Beach, there is a right-of-way private path to access the beaches and water that will be grossly infringed upon. I think they should take space away from the other side where there is no access/path on the side of 53 Little Beach Road and adhere somewhat to the setback requirements. And then we have a note from Bill and Janet Dugan, 16 Little Beach.
That, David, that's the one is exactly the same as the letter that was previously read.
So we don't need to read it again?
No,
Okay,
all of the
very
letters
good.
are in this one
Same with
and the
Dan-
next one are exactly the same. Correct.
Joanne and Daniel, thank you. And Kermit Eaton, okay, very good. Okay, that's it. Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition or has questions to this?
Mr. Chairman, Bill Litchfield,
Yes, sir.
here on behalf of the Eatons once again. We appreciate the suggestion of moving the stairs on the deck at 47 to the south rather than the north side. Rather than being 1 inch from the way where 40 feet is required, it'll be, I'm guessing, 3 or 3.5 feet of the way from the way. But I was struck by the questions Mr. Semple was asking. And it's important to remember that this lot, as Mr. Riley said, has zero buildable upland and 4,950 square feet in an R40 zone. No one opposes elevating the structure. We understand that. But earlier it was stated that these projects are encouraged by the bylaw. That's an interpretation that I don't share. They are not prohibited by the bylaw. Lateral expansion is not prohibited. But to say that it is encouraged, I think, is a bit of a reach. Rebuilding and elevation and allowing a modest increase is perfectly appropriate. But to go from less than 700 square feet, 695 square feet, to 1,152 square feet is a 66% increase. That is a very substantial increase by any measure. We're not saying that it has to remain, to go from 695 to 750, but to go to increase this dramatically, I think really should be reconsidered. There are, again, other neighbors can speak for themselves, but I think it's important to remember that notwithstanding that the hour is late, my clients and others are still going to be in the neighborhood and still have concerns. And I would hope that the degree of increase in size could be modified. We're not talking, by the way, when we're talking about an 1,100 square foot footprint, we're not talking about a living area of 1,100 square feet. We're talking about 2 stories with a garage under on all of these houses. So they're actually going to be bigger than the footprint. And I'll save other comments for 53 because there are sort of distinct comments on that as well. And I thank you.
All right. Okay.
So is it open to the next person to comment?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so this is on behalf of Joanne and Dan Lonergan regarding 47 Little Beach Road.
And I'm sorry, your name again?
Joanne Lonergan.
Yep. Okay.
So on behalf of the letters from Joanne and Dan Lonergan,
Yes.
we're concerned about the setbacks. Again, it seems significant to me, but I feel like it's getting brushed over that we're going from 30.3 and 12.8, which is originally non-conforming, which is understandable, but the proposed is going down to 7 and 0.1, which is 1.2 inches from the plot line, and that is running right across the right-of-way path to the beach. That seems to me to be pretty excessive, and in conjunction with the 68% increase in the lot coverage. And
Go ahead.
I'm a little bit frustrated. Hello?
Yep, keep going.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit frustrated because, I sat through the 4.5 hours of this meeting, maybe up to 5 hours now, and I feel like we're rushing through this. I feel like my letter didn't get completely read, and I'm a little bit frustrated, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Riley, would you like to respond to this lady?
Also to Mr. Litchfield's comments on behalf of the Eatons, the rationale, okay, it's a 66% increase. It's still a very small building, and so the same rationale that we addressed earlier is, it's if you're gonna spend the money to elevate the building, you want the end product to be something worthwhile. And I think I understand that with the second story, yes, now it's really a livable building, bedrooms upstairs, nice floor plan downstairs. It's a great Mark Zebrat design. So I think that, I would acknowledge that the concern about the proximity of the deck to the way is legitimate, and we're open to suggestions regarding that deck. But we think that the house is a good design. We think it's going to add value to the neighborhood, and it's surely going to make the property, for which these folks pay a lot of real estate taxes, worth visiting. And so, they've been rented for a long time now. The family wants to use them, and so they just need a decent place to hang their hats, and that's what they want to do. And I don't know about the Lonegans property specifically, but almost all the properties between Morris Island Road and Seagull Road, have had significant upgrades over the years on much smaller lots. And so we think that, this is a reasonable approach, and the issue for you is this is substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood, and obviously we think it's not.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Riley. So, questions from the board?
Excuse me, this is Kermit Eaton. Could I make a comment?
Yes, and Mr. Chair, I would just like to let anyone out in the audience know that all of the letters that we receive for any hearing are emailed out to all of the board members and the applicants. So they're aware, they have read everything, and they do get it all in advance of the meeting, in addition to having it read into the record at the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Well, thank you for that clarification, because that's kind of concern. Excuse me. I would like on 47, when we remodeled our house at 35 Little Beach Road, which is right next door, we built that house to the exact same footprint as the original house. We raised it in accordance with the requirements, but it was the exact same footprint on that small lot. But the ZBA at that time, with recommendations from the health department, asked that we move our house back 5 feet to be 100 feet from the dune. And at great expense, I must say, and we had to move, either cut down some trees, 2 large trees, or have them moved. We moved them as well. This house 47 is not moving westerly like we had to, but they're moving easterly towards the beach. We had to be 100 feet from the toe of the dune. I don't know if these are, but I don't believe these were originally 100 feet from the toe of the dune. So I would urge that you consider having 47 be moved westerly, and by that you could ameliorate the problem of the deck being close to the right-of-way as well.
Okay, thank you, sir. Are there any other comments before we go on?
Yes, we do have.
Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, this is Dan Lonigan. Can I make a comment?
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think the houses, look fine in a picture all by themselves, but they don't take into account the neighborhood and the right-of-way path that goes by. So that deck is totally obtrusive. It's a point, I think an inch away from the property line, which is ridiculous. It should go westerly or southerly or go on the other side of the building, and don't infringe on that on that right of way.
Okay. Anyone else wishes to make a comment? Hearing none, we can have questions from the board. David Beach.
Well, I guess I would ask Bill Riley. I'm looking, I'm hearing comments from the neighbors about talking about trying to move the siding in the building, and I'd like to hear Mr. Riley's take on that.
Yeah, well, the one thing is that if you look at the site plan, the existing building is actually over the lot line on the 53 Little Beach lot.
Yeah, I see that.
Not much, but a little bit.
Yeah.
And so we're really constrained on this lot. So we moved it so it's totally on the lot. Mrs. Lonigan expressed a concern that the house is only 14.7 feet from Little Beach Road, and so moving it in that direction would reduce that.
Swiss cheese.
Yeah. Okay.
And we also, because of the elevation of the house, we need stairs to get up to the first floor elevation, which would make that difficult. Again, we appreciate the concerns regarding the proximity of the deck to to the way. You know, and as I say, we're willing to move the staircase over to the other side and do some screening planting or a fence. Although we'd have to go to the zoning board for a fence, so let's just say screening plantings there to take the edge off that. You know, eastern red cedars or something of that nature that would be, you know, 6 or 8 feet tall and would provide a real screen for people walking down the path to the beach.
Okay, so and moving the staircase here in the corner of the deck is a little further away than the staircase is from the way, correct, but I understand, so the concern is there's people out on the deck, people walking back and forth on the way, so trying to provide some sort of separation there. Is that the idea?
Right, yeah.
Okay, I don't have any other questions at this point, Dave.
Okay, Paul?
Is,
I
You gotta speak up.
think you're
This is
allowed.
Paul.
Yes, you are.
This is Paul Semple. Bill, how many bedrooms are there in the existing house at 47?
He'll tell you.
And ask Thad to answer that question. He's our septic system guy.
Sure. There are existing 2 bedrooms with a 2-bedroom design, and there's also a loft that's been used for sleeping. The proposal will be to go to a 3-bedroom with an innovative alternative system with the Board of Health.
So that, under your interpretation, Bill, would come within the concept of a small adjustment.
Right, I mean, in other words, they were using it as a 3-bedroom house because they had a loft. And all we're doing is sort of legitimizing the 3rd bedroom and adding appropriate septic treatment for that.
Let me just ask Sarah a question that has occurred to me. Do we need to have separate votes with respect to the driveways and on 46, the fence?
The fence, definitely. You can do it all because it's all just their typical special permit criteria. So you can do it all under section 8D2B as a blanket for the driveway and the fence for 46 and just the driveway for 47.
So we should go back to 46 with respect to the fence.
That's correct, Paul. Yes.
Yeah, we will need to.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Happy?
Sorry. No.
Okay, Buck?
Buck, no questions.
Dave Thompson?
Dave Thompson, no questions, sir.
And Megan?
I do not have any questions.
Okay, very good. So, Paul, I'd entertain a motion.
Paul Semple, move to close the hearing and move into deliberations.
David Veach seconds.
All right, I'll pull that. David, how do you feel about that? How do you vote on that?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. Can I ask one more question before you move on? This is
Who is
Joanne
it?
Lonergan. This is Joanne Lonergan.
Well, we're taking a vote to move on, okay?
I would like to ask a question too.
Yeah, I have a question about a fence that's gonna go.
Stop. Does the board feel that we should allow these 2 questions to be asked? We are already in voting this out. Yes or no? Dave, how do you feel?
David Veach says, I think we should. I think we
Okay,
can roll
Paul.
back a little bit and take their comments, yes.
Okay, Paul, happy?
Semple says yes. Let's hear what they have to say.
Okay, and Buck?
Happy says yes.
Buck says yes.
Okay, very good. Okay, folks, ask your questions.
So,
This is
so this
I'll
is
go first.
Joanne
Okay,
Lonergan.
yep, just one
Go
at a
ahead,
time.
Joanne.
Let's please identify ourselves.
Okay, this is Joanne Lonergan. And just a question about talking about the deck and plantings, I'm not sure how you can do plantings when the deck is 1.2 inches from the right of way. Or are we suggesting that maybe the deck can get moved?
Mr. Chairman, it's the staircase that's 1 point whatever it is, and we've already indicated that we're gonna remove the staircase there and put it over on the south side of the deck.
Okay, very good. So does that answer your question, Mrs. Lonigan?
I guess it does in terms of that 1.2 inch, but it doesn't answer my question in terms of the whole proximity to the right of way to the beach. So right now, there's a right of way to the beach that's an open path. It's a beautiful view for us from the neighborhood to look down. And it appeared in the drawings, the drawings that were shown that were pictures, you don't see that right of way. So the houses look fabulous. It looks like they're on a great spot with lots of room around them. However, the right of way is not depicted. The pictures show a sandy path up to maybe 46, 47 Little Beach Road, but that path continues on out to Little Beach Road. And so my concern and my understanding is that that deck is going to be sitting on the path.
Okay, Mr.
So
Riley, can you
I
answer
know we're
those
talking about
concerns?
stairs.
Mr.
So
Riley?
it's existing right now is
Allow
12
Mr.
and a
Riley to
half
answer,
feet.
please. Mrs. Lonigan,
I'm
allow
sorry.
Mr. Riley to answer, please.
Okay, sorry.
Well, I've already acknowledged that, it's in close proximity, and I think the offer of screening plantings will mean that, when they walk by, unless they turn their head to look up, they won't see anything because we'll have screening plantings there. We do eastern red cedars and, make sure they're 6 to 8 feet high and just plant them right along there. They're native vegetation. They'll be allowed by the Conservation Commission. And we think that would really take the curse off that issue.
Okay. There was another individual with a question. Who was that?
Yes, this is Kermit Eaton.
Yes, Kermit, okay.
Just a clarification. Again, I had to move my house back to 100 feet from the dune based on a requirement by the ZBA at that time. Are these properties 100 feet from the toe of the dune, the 47?
Mr. Riley, what's the answer to that question?
No, they're not, and I believe that it was not the ZBA that required it to move, it was the Conservation Commission.
I think that is...
No, I will clarify that. And I've got a letter from the ZBA on the recommendation of the health agent. And by the way, Mr. Riley was my representative at that time who suggested I do follow through with that. So, in 2004, you said I had to move 100 feet from the dune, and now we're letting these houses not only move closer to the dune than they already are, and they're not 100 feet now. Very puzzling to me.
Well, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Circumstances change. If you look on the site plan for 47, not only are we not 100 feet from the dune, Mr. Eaton's building is no longer 100 feet from the dune.
All right.
And one of the things, what we discussed with the Conservation Commission, which is why they felt comfortable giving that positive, their positive recommendation, is that if you look on the site plan, you can see where the coastal dune is delineated on our site plan. And there's a line that goes through one of the corners of the house and the deck. It says 50 feet from the coastal dune.
Right. Okay.
And the discussion that we had at that time was that the coastal dune has been in this location for many years, and in the considered opinion of the Conservation Commission members was that because of the foot traffic on the path, that was inhibiting any further movement west of that dune structure. And that's why the Conservation Commission said they could, issue an order of conditions that would allow the construction. So all I can say is it's been 16 years since the Eatons were doing their project. My memory would always be that it's the Conservation Commission that wanted to be far away from the dune, not the zoning board.
Right.
But, who knows? My memory's shot now, so.
No,
Okay.
the Bill, excuse, this is Kermit again. Bill, the only reason I remember it, because I read it. That's why. But no, I don't think the dune has changed in front of our house. So if the rules have changed, so be it. But it seems like it cost us a hell of a lot of money to move our house and those two trees. And now we're moving a house even closer to the dune, let alone not even leaving it where it was. Ideally, I'd love to see the house be left exactly where it is. And if you can squeeze that size house on that footprint or on that in that area, that would be fine. Secondly, Bill, or when you talk about vegetation, would that vegetation go down and cover the concrete barrier that's going to be required there as well?
There is no concrete barrier.
There is a concrete barrier. There is a concrete barrier now on 47.
I know. I'd ask Thad to address that because I think it's being removed.
Thad Eldridge again. Yes, the concrete wall that exists closest to Little Beach, the cul-de-sac, is being removed. We're going to a shared septic system between 47 and 53. So that's where the mass of earth needs to be built up for that septic system.
So Thad, you're saying there will not be a concrete barrier there along the walkway?
That's correct.
The concrete barrier associated to 47 will be removed.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could,
Yes.
very briefly, Bill Litchfield, I recognize the hour is late, and I also appreciate the tenor of the conversation. I want to make one observation. Individually, any one of these changes may not be viewed as substantially more detrimental, but I think we have, in essence, a new gambit to gain approval to show that these proposals are not substantially more detrimental. The petitioner has sagely proposed to change in one or three fell swoops the neighborhood itself. And I would hope that you would consider the views of the neighbors who live there. Individually, three small houses being made larger, one by one, perhaps not taken together, and they are taken together this evening. I think it is going to be a substantial detriment, and I thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if we'd done one at a time, 3 different meetings, we'd be hearing from Mr. Litchfield how we're trying to sneak them through, incrementally, instead of just coming forward and telling you what we wanted to do. So we're open, we're upfront, and we're not. It's not a gambit. It's trying to be honest, both with the neighbors and with the permitting agencies.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Okay, back to Paul's motion. I think, Paul, you had made a motion to close the hearing, had you not?
This is Paul Semple. I'll repeat my motion, which is to close the hearing and move into deliberations.
Okay.
Dave
Mr.
Veach seconds.
Okay, so voting, Dave Veach,
Yes. Vote yes.
Paul,
Semple votes yes.
Happy,
Happy votes yes.
Buck,
Buck, yes.
and myself, Dave, yes. Okay, so now we go to deliberations on this whole subject. So let's start with Paul.
This is Paul Semple. I like the concept of elevating and so forth. I guess I'd like to get Buck's view, given his conservation experience, on the concept of expanding from 2 bedrooms to 3 bedrooms in an area where normally, if there wasn't anything there, you wouldn't be able to put anything there. So I don't know
Okay.
what his experience is there.
Buck, what do you think?
Well, Paul, I'd love to talk authoritative about it, but that was 4 years ago, and my memory tried to flush out. Much of the pain of serving on that commission, I can't honestly say. How what's bothering me about it is ZBA used to be at the end of the game, and now what we have is conservation, for whatever reason, is holding up the process, and it's unfortunate that even no disrespect for Thad and the Board of Health or who was ever doing the septic system, but it seems like we're doing it in the reverse order of the way it's normally was done. Whether that's right or wrong, that's not for me.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. So what do you think about this particular project?
Well, when I look at the print for 47, and the thing that struck me as the most, we'll say, disturbing was the fact that the cost of raising the house, and you can't do the current one because it's not worth it, and the only way to justify raising the new one is to make it bigger. That's like trying to put a square peg in a round hole. I'm not comfortable with it. I'm not saying I'm against it, but I don't think, they're talking about the setbacks. The only reason the setbacks and the encroachment is because they're making the house bigger. Nobody ever comes to us and wants to make anything smaller.
Not usually. Okay, thank you, Buck. Happy, how do you feel about this project?
Well, it's kind of interesting to hear about because I do agree with him. It's a fragile area. And if you want to take a fragile area, which probably would never be built on, ever, and now they want to expand it. So I understand the people that bought it, but I have a problem with it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. David Veach.
Yeah, well, all of what's been said is true, and there's definitely, I mean, we're all trying to strike a balance point here, I think, and I do remember that, and I think Mr. Riley is correct in that when the planning board made the new regulations about elevating in the bylaw, they did ease regulations about lateral expansion, recognizing that sometimes that would be desirable. And I'm just thinking, it's hard, they sometimes all run together, but I'm thinking about some of the other projects that have taken place on Little Beach and some of the things that we had that have come to us and needed our approval, et cetera. This one is more of an expansion, perhaps than 46, but I still don't think it's a large, imposing structure. And so, on balance, I don't think it's substantially more detrimental. I think it meets our criteria. That said, I mean, there are room to have different opinions about whether this all should have come to us at one time or not. But it has, and I think maybe when all's said and done and the dust settles, I don't think, I think we'll all look back on it and say that we got a good result. So I
Okay,
don't think it's substantially detrimental, and I'll support it.
all right. David Thompson?
Well, Mr. Nixon, I would have to go along with the crowd.
Okay. Megan, how do you feel?
I have to say that having seen the area, spent a little time there, I think that there's some exhaustion happening in the meeting. I have to say that honestly, and I think that this particular one is more imposing on the neighborhood than the previous one, and I probably, if I were voting, I would not support it.
Okay, very good. And from my perspective, I don't think I could support this one. So I'll be voting no. Mr. Riley?
So what's the tally? I mean, Buck seemed to be on the fence. I'm just wondering, what's the tally here?
Well, we got, I think, we'll ask them. David Beach, you in or out?
No, as I indicated, I would support it.
Paul, you in or out?
Yeah, this is Paul Semple. I'm having a little trouble with the concept that this is an incidental expansion in connection with the need to elevate and renovate. And we're dealing with an area that, as I've said before, is one where we would not normally allow construction under our ordinance. If we can't, we wouldn't have the authority to do that. So I'm inclined towards a no.
Okay, Happy? Yes or no?
I'm inclined to a no.
And Buck?
I'm sorry. I'm still wanting to flip a coin, but
Well, you could do that.
well, the trouble is there's no lights in this room, so I can't see the coin.
Okay.
I'll say no.
All right. So, Mr. Riley, that looks like 4 no's, 1 yes. So what do you want to do?
Okay, so we would ask for continuance to the first meeting in October for a redesign.
Okay, and what date, Sarah, is October?
Okay, our first October meeting
Done.
is October 8th.
Okay, very good. So, Paul, please make a motion.
I'll move to.
Bill, do you imagine substantial changes where we would need to re-advertise to the abutters since there's so much interest in this project?
Probably. Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so too, Sarah. I think definitely.
Okay.
Should be re-advertised. Okay, Paul, roll with the motion.
This is Paul Semple. I'll move to approve the application for continuance to October 8th, 2020.
David Veach seconds.
Okay, so voting, Paul, how do you vote?
Paul votes yes.
David Veach?
Veach votes yes.
Happy?
Happy votes yes.
Buck?
Buck, yes.
And Dave Nixon votes yes. Okay. On to 53 Little Beach Road.
Okay, application number 20-024, Morris Island Nominee Trust, care of William F. Riley Esquire, P.O. Box 707, Chatham, Mass. 02633. Owner of property located at 53 Little Beach Road, also shown on the Town of Chatham's Assessor's Map 16A, Block 26, Lot H52. The applicant seeks to enlarge, extend, or change a non-conforming dwelling on a non-conforming lot via the demolition of the existing dwelling and the construction of a new dwelling. Also proposed is the construction of a new driveway as allowed by special permit under section 4A3D of the bylaw. The existing dwelling is non-conforming, and then it is located 32.5 feet from Little Beach Road and within the Coastal Conservancy District. The proposed dwelling will be non-conforming, and it will be located 29.6 feet from Little Beach Road, where a 40-foot setback is required, and will remain in the Coastal Conservancy District, where a 50-foot setback is required. The existing building coverage is 1,412 square feet, and the proposed building coverage is 1,806 square feet, where 2,800 square feet is the maximum allowed. The lot is non-conforming in that it contains 0 square feet of buildable upland where 20,000 square feet is required, and contains 28,900 square feet where 40,000 square feet is required in the R40 zoning district. A special permit is required under Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Sections 6 and 9, and Sections 5B and 8D2B of the Chatham Protective Bylaw.
Mr. Chairman, with regard to 53, in response to a concern from Mr. Eaton, we'd agreed to revise the location of the proposed building on 53 by moving it back 14 feet and changing the orientation so it was more parallel to Little Beach Road. And I don't know if that plan ever made it to the zoning board. Thad, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. I don't think so.
No, that's Thad.
And may I make a suggestion that you put this off until October?
No, this one, we'd like to get this one heard sooner than that, Dave.
Well, okay, but you know what time it is, so.
No, I understand that. No, I understand. We just, I would just say,
Attorney Riley, the most updated plan I have is dated June 16th, revision date June 16th, 2020.
That should be the one. The revision should stay shifted dwelling by 14 feet.
Yes, that was given to all the board members, and it's what I have up on the screen right now.
Okay.
All right, great. Okay, never mind.
Shoot.
All right, so this building, which is larger than the others, is on a larger lot than the others. Mr. Eaton was concerned that the house had moved so far forward that he had a view to the south that it was being blocked. And so we moved it as far back, as far east as we could. Other than that, I mean, it's basically the same proposition. The existing house is larger than the other houses, so the proposed house is larger than the others, but the lot itself is much larger also.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't want to beat the horse into the ground, so I'll let it go with that.
Okay. So I'll ask the board members, would you like Mr. Riley to go through the criteria, yes or no? I'll start with Paul.
I don't, this is Paul Semple. I don't think it's necessary to go through the criteria as such, but I will ask the question, of course. We got 3 bedrooms here. What was the other house? 53.
I beg your pardon?
How many bedrooms?
Number of bedrooms.
53.
Oh, Thad, can I ask?
Thad Aldridge here. The existing house has 3 bedrooms and a loft that's used as a bedroom. The proposed house is a legitimate 4-bedroom, and there'll be a denitrifying component being added to the septic system.
Okay.
Okay. So Paul, you cool with not having the criteria?
Yes, I think we've got that down.
Okay. David Veach.
I agreed. I don't think we need to hear the criteria specifically.
Okay. Happy?
Is do you hear me?
Yes. So the answer is yes or no.
Yes.
Yes, you want to hear the criteria. Okay. Buck.
I think this is Buck. I can forego the criteria.
Okay, David Thompson?
I think I can forego the criteria also.
Megan?
I can forego the criteria.
And so can't I. Okay, so that's like 5-1. Therefore, Mr. Riley, give us the pitch without the criteria.
All right, so this project is different than the others. The area is much larger. There was a concrete wall built. I don't even know when the concrete wall was built, a long time ago. And so the yard for 53 is elevated above the the ground around it. And so I would say that this is a project where the sort of the concerns about conservation and size of structures is less significant because of the way the property's been managed over the years. Now, I know Paul's counting bedrooms, but what we're doing is essentially legitimizing the fourth bedroom that they were using in any event. They just it was a loft, and they were using it as a bedroom. So now we upgrade the septic system to handle that fourth bedroom. So the fact that there's a door on it really doesn't change the use of the building. And so I think the design is a huge improvement over the existing structure. More than half the building is on piers, so that if there's any either flood waters or sand dunes, although I don't know how the sand dunes are going to get over the concrete wall.
Well, they'll make it. Don't worry.
Okay. So anyway, so because of the size of the lot and the way that it's been maintained, I think it's different. It's certainly not as significant relative to conservation issues as the other two lots. That'll be our presentation.
Okay. Is there anyone who would like to speak in favor of this? Didn't think so. I'll read the correspondence. Now, the correspondence, I'm not going to repeat what you've heard before, but I will hear from Judith Giorgio, Board of Health, on May 26th. She reviewed the proposed plan for this property. The Health Division will need detailed existing floor plans of the property for review to conform existing bedroom numbers. In addition, the proposed septic system must be submitted for review and permitting. Then we had Catherine Halpern saying, after review...
Same thing on the other two.
What's that?
She said the same thing on the other two. Let's skip ahead.
I know it. I'm just saying this is what that we got. Catherine Halpern said 600 positive recommendation. Okay. Let's see what Conservation said. On 53, Commission continued the project to July 22nd. All right. Then we have...
Well, they also said because they're going to issue an order of conditions.
Well, they might not. Okay, let's see. This is from, I don't know who the hell it's from. It looks like it's from Ronald Rudnick. Well, I don't think I want to read that because he's part of it.
Mr. Chairman.
Bill and Janet Duggan wrote at 16 Little Bit Beach. We feel the proposed new construction should not be any closer to the property lines than the existing structures. Then they say it appears that these structures exceed the height limit of 30 feet. We feel that all new should conform to that. And that's that. The Lonigans, I think we've heard from them. So
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
the Conservation Commission said, it is believed that the order of conditions can be approved with special and general conditions on 53.
Okay, and also we hear from Mr. Eaton, and we've heard what he's had to say, I believe. So,
Mr. Chairman, this is
yes,
Kermit
would you
Eaton.
like to speak?
Yes, briefly.
Go ahead.
I want to thank the applicant and Mr. Riley for moving that house 14 feet back. I haven't seen that yet, but I guess in fact that's what they did. I haven't seen that plan, but thank you for doing that. I thought that was very considerate on your part. I just want to extend that.
There you go.
Thank you, Kermit.
Is there anyone else out there, Sarah, that would like to speak?
Just very briefly, Mr. Chairman, Bill Litchfield. Just echoing concisely what Mr. Eaton said. It was relocated, and we appreciate that. I would simply remind the board, however, that we are going from 1,300 square feet of living space to approximately 3,600 square feet of living area. Given the way you're approaching this matter, I understand what may likely happen, but that is still a very significant change, and I simply want to bring that to your attention. I thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from anybody?
Elaine Gibbs?
Yes.
Yes, I'm not in a butter, but I've been watching for almost 6 hours, so I thought I'd weigh in. When I looked at these last three properties, I'm really concerned. I can't even count the number of special permits that are going to be required for all of them. And you can debate whether or not, if these were three individual properties separately owned where there were individual needs, but this is a developer who owns these three properties. I'm concerned, particularly since there are shared septic systems in certain areas, that this is going to be sold as an estate, perhaps. I think it's going to totally change the neighborhood. That is one of the iconic spots, in my view, of Chatham. The horizon, the smaller homes, and this complex is going to be huge. So I would hope that you, even though they're individual addresses, that you would consider them as one project to see if that is in keeping with the neighborhood down there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, the previous speaker was incorrect when she said this was a developer. If the properties are owned by the Paretsky family, for years it was held in a trust in which Ronald Rudnick, who is a developer, was the trustee. He never had ownership interest in these buildings, and so today, Mark Paretsky and his two sisters are the principals in the trust, and so it is as if there were three separate owners. So I just want to make sure that the members understand this is not a developer. This is a family that wants to start making use of the property that was generally a rental property for many years. Now they want to make use of it. So.
Well, I think Ms. Gibbs' point was, Mr. Riley, that they could be easily sold as a one to somebody else. That is all. I think her point was, whether it's a developer or not. She was just stating a simple fact. So let's move along with questions from the board. So we'll start with Buck. Do you have any questions?
Excuse me, Chairman Nixon, I believe that Ms. Lonergan would, or Mr. Lonergan would like to speak.
Yes.
Did you? Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to echo what the previous speaker had said, that the concern is that this becomes this big compound. And with the shared septic, it feels like it's turning almost into like a condo kind of scenario. Maybe townhouse would be a better choice of words. Thank you.
Very well. Anybody else wish to speak?
This is Kermit Eaton again, and I would agree with that as well. If you looked at the drawings, they're very, very similar in design. And quite frankly, I don't think that they're in character with the neighborhood. I would hope to see that they had some creativity in the design and made them a little bit different so they don't look like a townhouse or a condo complex.
Well, I would have to say this to you, sir, that the Zoning Board of Appeals is not an architectural review board. So whether you,
Okay.
So whether you like the design or not, it's got nothing to do with us, okay? All right?
Okay. Thanks.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, so, Sarah, anybody
Mr. Chairman, just very, very briefly, you know, now we have people attacking us because, oh, we think they're going to do this, or we think they're going to do that. You know, the future ownership of the buildings, sometime after the Paretsky family, you know, sells them or moves on or dies or whatever they're going to do years from now, is irrelevant. I mean, the shared septic system is because it's more efficient, and so right now, since we're not moving forward on 47, you know, there won't be a shared septic system. It'll just be for 53.
Right.
But it's ludicrous to suggest that somehow this is you know, like a hedge fund moving in. They're going to take this over and transform the entire neighborhood.
Mr.
The design
Riley,
was by Mark Zebrat.
Mr. Riley, I think we all understand that. You don't have to reiterate this.
All right, sorry.
All right, okay.
Just getting a little cranked up.
No, don't get cranked out. Go have yourself a martini. You'll feel better. Okay.
I will feel better, that's for sure.
There you go. So,
And
Sarah,
I
anybody else?
apologize. This is Joanne Lonergan again. I apologize. I know how late it is, but it just on the comment of being, you know, architecturally, we listened to all of the conversations of all the appeals prior to this one, and being in keeping with the neighborhood and the Cape Cod style, I think is relevant. No more from me. I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Sarah, is there anybody else?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
You're gonna say last call, anyone?
All right. Does anybody on the board, Zoning Board of Appeals, have a question they'd like to ask anybody?
Mr. Chair.
I have no questions.
I didn't ask that question. I'm looking for anybody that wants to ask the question.
This is Buck, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I have a question for Thad if he's still with us.
Okay, there you go. Roll it out.
I'm here.
Okay, Thad. So we have your beautiful prints, the revised ones from June 16th that says for 53 Little Beach, and there was a set of 3 prints. And sheet 1 says updated coastal dune, and then sheet 2 of 3 says updated coastal dune and shifted dwelling by 14 feet. Are you with me on the prints?
I am.
Okay. So what's interesting, of course, I put my cursor on the print that Sarah showed there. I think she's showing us sheet 2 of 3 right now. Is that correct, Sarah?
Sheet 3 of 3, it's the post conditions plan.
Okay, can you go to sheet 1 of 3? There we go, thank you. So Thad, it looks like in sheet 1 of 3, which you're calling the existing conditions, it is the footprint, I think, of what you're proposing. It's not the existing, that is expanding the original 53 to the new enlarged 53, or am I reading it wrong?
You're reading it wrong.
Okay.
That is the existing 53. It's on your copy. It should be in color. You'll see a gray concrete patio.
No, we got everything in black and white on. All your colors were lost somehow when they handed out the new prints.
Oh.
At least
So,
mine.
you'll see that
Go ahead.
on the later sheets, or if we go to sheet 2, Sarah, if you wouldn't mind. When you look in the background, you can see the current 53, which is parallel with the way, with Little Beach Road, and then the proposed 53, which is angled to Little Beach Road.
Yeah, because it's black and white, I'm not sure I'm seeing. Oh, thank you.
Oh, excellent.
Okay, so why is there 2 number 53s in that?
One for the existing and one for the proposed.
Okay. And why is the heavy line going through the middle? That doesn't, I didn't understand it, but why there's a box. You have something, I don't know how to describe it. The 53 on the right appears to be in a smaller footprint, and then the 53 for the the previous. You see that? Can you draw?
I know exactly what you're talking about.
There you go.
Yes.
What's that?
So the proposal is to have part of the building on pilings and part of the building over a foundation where there's a garage underneath. And that L's off so that there's a set of stairs for the second, or for an egress, or an ability to get from the garage up to the first floor.
Thank you. I didn't see any well, there are probably notations on this print, but I don't know where they are.
Yeah, so it's like all three, just like 47. I mean, there's the only a part of the building has a foundation under it. The rest has pilings so that presumably floodwaters and stuff can move back and forth under the building.
Thank you. I'm all set, Mr. Chair.
You're all set, Buck? Okay, very good. All right.
But just
so,
to-
Paul, I might entertain a motion from you.
This is Paul Semple. I'll move to close the hearing and move into deliberations.
David Veach seconds.
Okay, so let's take the vote. Dave,
Veach votes yes.
Paul,
Semple votes yes.
Buck,
Buck votes yes.
Happy, Happy? You there?
Looks like she's not there.
Yeah. No, she is still here. She just had to unmute.
Okay, cool.
And she did say yes.
Okay, very good. And Nixon says yes. Okay, so deliberations. What do you think, Paul?
This is Paul Semple. I have the same hang up with this one that I had with the last one, which is that it seems to me what's happening here is that we are expanding a building beyond the concept of simply elevating something existing or replacing something existing, and we're adding a substantial amount of living space as well as a bedroom in what is really a no-build zone. So as perhaps Mr. Litchfield pointed out, we're going from 1,300 square feet to 3,600. And I just don't think that that's what our ordinance is intended, given that it's a no-build zone. So I think my vote would be no.
Okay, David Veach.
Well, I'll take a different tack. It does seem in some respects like it's a large expansion, but I think that we have seen some properties expand also in Little Beach, and it's hard to remember the details of it, but there are places that have elevated, and there's been some level of expansion as part of the process. I'm thinking about on Dune Drive there, and I'm not sure where else, but so in the context of looking at all of that, I don't feel that this exceeds what would be reasonable, and so I don't think it's substantially more detrimental, and would support this one.
Happy.
I would support it.
Okay. Buck.
I'm going to go along with what Mr. Semple said and not support it.
Okay. David T.
David T. wouldn't support this either. It seems as if everything is getting so big down there. And if you go back 50, 60 years, those places were all underwater. It seems I would not support it at all.
Megan.
I would also not support it for a couple of the reasons echoed.
Okay, Mr. Riley, you've heard. You can add. What would you like to do?
Well, we'd make a motion to continue the same date as 47 for redesign purposes.
What is it? What's that, Sarah? October something or other?
October 8th.
Okay, October 8th. So, Paul, would you make the motion, please?
I'll move to approve the application for continuance to October 8th, 2020.
David Beach, second.
Okay, so we'll take a roll call. Paul?
Sample votes yes.
Okay, David?
Beach votes yes.
Happy?
Yes.
Buck?
Buck, yes.
All right, and Dave Nixon votes yes. That's it.
Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Dave,
Thank you, Mr.
we need to
Riley.
go back to lot, this is Paul Semple. Do we need to go back to lot 46 to deal with the fence?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I think you're right. Okay. All right, Sarah, what do we have to do here?
Okay, so we need to reopen the hearing to vote on the driveway and fence.
Okay, so Paul, the motion would be to reopen that specific hearing.
This is Paul Semple. I'll move to reopen the hearing on 46 Little Beach Road to approve the fence application and the driveway application.
David Beach, second.
All right, then we'll take a roll. Paul?
Semple votes yes.
David?
Beach votes yes.
Happy?
Yes.
Buck?
Buck, yes.
And I vote yes, too. Okay, discussion on this aspect. Paul?
It seems to me that the driveway and fence are compatible with the overall view of what we're trying to do with that particular lot. So I would vote favorable.
Okay. David?
David Beach, I concur.
Happy?
I concur.
Buck?
Yeah, no objections. I support it.
Okay. David T?
Well, I'll go along with it, but I was not aware of the fact that we could reopen a hearing after a vote had been taken.
There are situations such as this where we didn't handle the situation, so we're trying to clean it up. Clean it up.
It had been advertised as part of the hearing, and all you voted on was the non-conforming. You didn't vote on the other special permit for the driveway and the fence, and that needed to be done in order for me to be able to write an accurate decision letter.
Okay. So Dave, we're not reopening a decision we already made, which would be too late to do. We're just cleaning up something we didn't do. So.
Oh, you're just cleaning up a sticky wicket. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Megan, how do you feel about that? Is Megan still there?
Oh, sorry. I was on mute. I have no issue. I'm good.
Okay, very good. All right. Paul, make the motion.
Move to approve the application for driveway and fence with respect to 46 Little Beach Road.
Okay.
David Veach seconds.
All right. All those in favor, Paul?
Semple votes yes.
David Veach?
Veach votes yes.
Happy?
Votes yes.
Buck?
Upson, yes.
All right, and Nixon votes yes. Okay. Now we can move on to the end of the day. And first of all, we have minutes. Any comments from the previous meeting?
We have minutes from June 11th and June 18th that need to be reviewed.
Okay, both of them. All right.
Yes.
I'd entertain a motion on the minutes.
This is Paul Semple. I'll move to approve both sets of minutes.
Is there a second?
David Veach seconds.
Okay. Paul, how do you vote?
Semple votes yes.
David Veach?
Veach votes yes.
Happy?
Happy votes yes.
Buck?
Upson votes yes.
And Nixon votes yes. Last item on the menu is the Veach nomination committee. I turn it over to David Veach.
So is this, are you seeking the report of the nominating committee, or are you making the nominating committee?
I'm looking for nominations from the nomination committee.
Committee, yes. The nominating committee would propose the following slate of officers, which would be David Nixon as chair, Paul Semple as vice chair, and Happy Van Sickle as clerk.
And so we all understand this is filling in the gap. Usually we do our offices as of January 1st. So this is cleaning up the rest of the year. So it's really from now until December 31st. There's been a nomination. Was there a second?
Upson seconds.
Well, there you go. Okay. And so voting on this are only regular members. So, and this is a simple majority. So, Paul, how do you vote?
Semple votes yes.
David Veach?
Veach votes yes.
Happy?
Well, I guess
Was that a yes? Okay. I'm not too sure that was. And then there's Buck?
Buck votes yes.
And I vote yes. And just so we all understand, there's only two times in our zoning board world where we have a simple majority. One is the election of our officers. The second is any votes on a 40B, which we will have at our next vote, which is a next meeting, which is a simple thing. So, Sarah, did we miss anything?
I believe that is it. We need, unless we have any comments from the public.
This is Dan Lonigan commenting for Joanne and Dan Lonigan. I think you guys did a great job, so thank you for addressing all this stuff.
Well, thank you, sir, and thank you for participating in our meeting. We like that. We like participation. Very good. Okay, so someone needs to vote that we take a walk.
Paul Semple, move to adjourn.
David Veach seconds.
Okay, and I'll take a roll call. Paul, how do you feel about that?
Semple votes yes.
Yeah. David?
Veach votes enthusiastically votes yes.
Happy?
Of course.
Buck?
Well, this is Buck. I guess so.
And this is Nixon saying, we have never, ever had a 6-hour zoning board meeting, and I hope this is the absolute last we ever do. And with that, over and out. See you in 2 weeks.
All right, we are